Chapter 411 The Rise of a New Strongman. The battle at the top is still going on. As time went on, the elimination of players also began. The number of players competing for treasure chest K and being eliminated by the treasure chest guardian monster increases as the game progresses. The moral constraints here are much smaller than those in the outside game world. After all, the outside world's initiative to kill will increase the crime value. If there are too many, it will be difficult to get rid of the red name. Moreover, if both parties are important figures in the guild, it may even cause guild conflicts. There are also cases in frontline guilds where the top guild leaders are grudged outside. And then, the losing party is unconvinced and shakes people. The more people shake, and they become guild K-kicks. But there is not so much emphasis on it. Here, losing will not lose experience or equipment, and taking the initiative will not increase the sin value. On the contrary, the winner will absorb part of the opponent's points. The rule is to encourage K. Since you are here to participate, you must afford it. If you take the grievances here outside, you will inevitably be laughed at, and you will have to practice more. In the beginning, there were not many people because there was no benefit. But as time went on, it went 2 hours later. Some players also got a lot of points. At this time K is also a way to gain points. In an alley, 6 people gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Now that we are all here, what do you think next? How can we quickly gain points? Bai Shuyan smiled and asked the others. I think we should gather together and knock out the challenge treasure chests first. Solving the puzzle treasure chests is too time-consuming, Guardian Star suggested. But before everyone could consider this opinion, a cold female voice interrupted him directly. It's troublesome. It's better to take points directly from other players and reduce the number of competitors. The one who spoke was 9,000 chapters. Qianhui, wearing leather armor, has a good figure and looks very beautiful. But her words are very fierce. The proposals of these two people are conservative and radical. Will hunting players directly have a bad impact? Guardian Star is obviously a relatively decent player. Guardian Star was obviously not very receptive to Qianhui's proposal. Everyone is here to hide the rewards. Do the tasks honestly. If you don't get first place, do you want to compensate everyone with rewards? Qianhui was very disdainful of Guardian Star's words. The two of you said something to me. Obviously this team encountered disagreements on the first choice. Okay. You two should also listen to other people's opinions for a while. Our biggest advantage is that because everyone has enough compensation, we are more united than other teams, and don't have so much internal friction. Are you trying to make us fall into internal friction now? At this time, the mage who had been silent spoke. Hearing his words, the two men fell silent. Although Traveler ranks second in the mage category, his overall ranking is second only to Bai Shuyan, Luio, Dao Yuan. If you have any ideas, please tell me. The Traveler looked at the two men and motioned for them to express their opinions. Luio made a gesture to let Dao Yuan speak first. Feeling the gazes of others, Yao Dao was speechless. He is here to be an undercover agent. If an undercover agent wants to avoid being noticed, it is best to do less and say less. But if you don't say something constructive now, you're too confused and will be easily suspected later. I think both of you have good opinions. We can be divided into two teams. One team is responsible for collecting treasure chest points normally, and the other team is hunting players. Yao Dao thought for a moment and gave his suggestion. Oh, split into two teams? The Traveler asked a little strangely. Because we want Brother Bai to take first place. There must be no less points that can be given to Brother Bai by getting the treasure chest. But purely relying on treasure chests is not enough. Because other players will also plunder points for development. And we may not be able to win first place by purely developing. Therefore, the main purpose of dividing into a hunting team is to weaken other teams and detect intelligence. If there are big fish, we can also quickly assemble to help Brother Bai and get the points of the hunting players. Yao Dao explained slowly. This method is indeed a very optimal solution for this small team. But there are also small thoughts in the demon path. After all, if they are divided into two teams, then he can find an excuse to be transferred to a different team from Bai Shuyan. At this time, when Mr. Su takes action against Bai Shuyan's team, he will not be so suspicious just because everyone else has been wiped out and he has escaped. Brother Dao Yun's plan was so quick. Fortunately, I was wise enough to pull him in. Before anyone else could speak, Bai Shuyan burst out laughing and praised the demon. Yes, this is indeed a good idea. By temporarily dividing into two teams, our goal will not be so big that it will cause others to target it. When the final decision is made, we will give the others a heavy blow. After listening to it, the others also felt that this suggestion made sense. Yao Dao breathed a sigh of relief. His suggestion had the element of being an undercover agent, but no one suspected him that it was not bad. Next is the detachment. Bai Shuyan can attack or assist, and he needs to get points to complete the task. So if the player's points are not high at the beginning, he will definitely be on the attacking team. The Guardian Star serves as the team's big shield. He has to carry it if he wants to defeat the Guardian monsters. Naturally, he also has to be on the attacking team. As an illusionist, Traveler has high output and is also suitable for K. He can go to either team. However, considering that others did not have enough DS, the Travelers were still assigned to the attacking team. 1000 Chapters of Night is the #1 assassin, Shadow Dancer, and she is undoubtedly part of the hunting team. Luijian is not a traditional archer. He is a shadow arrow, which emphasizes V rather than V. So Luijian is also a hunting team. Yao Dao's profession is more like that of a demon swordsman. Back then, Bai Shuyan also found Xiao Xiangyu, a demon swordsman, to test Yao Dao's strength. He is a snake oil professional and can go to both teams. However, considering that the team's goal should not be too big at the beginning, Yao Dao was assigned to the hunting team. Yao Dao actually feels that this grouping is a bit poor, because he wanted to follow Bai Shuyan first and be able to report Bai Shuyan's information at any time. When Mr. Su was about to deal with Bai Shuyan, he would find an excuse to go to other teams. This would make the order wrong. However, he was an undercover agent, and the more he spoke, the more mistakes he made, and he did not forcefully change positions. Players outside are having a great time watching the live broadcast. You can watch whoever you want. The top 3 most popular people are Luio, Yfin, and Qinggeruomeng. Needless to say, Luio is the first person to record a single dungeon. Although he has been weakened by balance, he is still the top traffic player, as Yfin is ranked #1 in the peak arena. His attention will naturally not be low. Even Yfin's popularity can occasionally surpass Luio's, mainly because Yfin has too many fans. Yfin's loyal fans even claimed that Luio was the #1 person in V, and the real #1 person in V was Yfin. In the field of V, Luio will not be Yfin's opponent at all after the balance is weakened. The popularity of the two is almost equal, and the two are far ahead of the third place. The third place Qinggeruomeng is actually very strong. He is the first person in the mage category, and the second person in the peak arena. However, because he lost several head-on battles with Yfin, he lost the opportunity to overtake the first place, and also lost the reputation of being the second best in 1,000 years. There was a big gap in popularity between him and Yfin. But once Luio gained a little more popularity, he immediately fell into a gap with the two of them. Fans of Qinggeruomeng are also very helpless. But the first two people are really too dazzling, and none of them can compare. Yfin's fans are confident that they can beat Luio in the V field, but they themselves don't think that Qinggeruomeng is really much better than Luio. Besides, they were only weakened by V balance. If there is really no difference in K outside, then there is no comparison at all in a one-on-one battle. The third person is the third person. It is not unacceptable. But what shocked Qinggeruomeng's fans was that the third most popular position was not retained. The person who jumped up was a guy named Yfin, who was not well known before. The top 3 live broadcasts are all on large screens. If Qinggeruomeng falls, it will immediately become a small screen live broadcast. This guy named Yfin is so fierce. 5 bone dragons. So shocking. Gojo? If you haven't been watching the live broadcast, Dark Mark even revealed 8 bone dragons at the beginning. Is 8 bone dragons difficult? Disaster? Let me tell you, it is not easy to have a bone dragon. What kind of combat power does the dragon have? Even if you think you can farm the dragon alone after you have the bone dragon, the dragon either lives in groups or is very powerful. Is this a group of dragons spawned? When did such a fierce man appear? His strength might not be able to beat Yfin. So why not just beat Qinggeruomeng's second child? Hurry up and watch Meng Ren's live broadcast. He happens to be fighting a very strong storm Harpy. Luio didn't even look at it. He went to see the fierce man first. Yfin stopped looking and waited to see what happened. Even Luio and Yfin's live broadcast viewers, many went to watch Yfin's live broadcast. Not to mention other live broadcast pages. In addition to these word-of-mouth reports, forums and video websites have posted pictures of Dark Mark's battles. This is the reason why Yfin's live broadcast suddenly jumped to the 3rd place in the game. On the top floor of the clock tower, a mage in black robe stared closely at the treasure chest on the top floor. This treasure chest exudes purple light, compared to the previous boxes, which were all green and blue. This treasure chest is undoubtedly of higher quality. At the same time, there were 2 treasure boxes at his feet. This person is Yfin, and the 2 treasure boxes glowing blue and green at his feet are the ones he got before. Points are counted only when the treasure chest is opened. He will collect the treasure chest and give it to Yfin to open according to the boss's instructions. He himself is a person who likes to be in the limelight and act cool. He also knows that the outside world should have his live broadcast, so he deliberately looks cool. The storm harpy hovering in the sky is obviously the guardian beast of this treasure chest. It has the ability to create storms and throw lightning. At this time, its wings spread out, like a thunder cloud covering the treasure chest. Yfin did not panic, but recited the magic spell plausibly. Although he can recite spells, it is a live broadcast at this time, and he is as handsome as he is. Yfin's voice seems to be able to penetrate the barriers of time and space. Suddenly, the sky became dim, and a bone dragon flew out from the magic circle in the sky. However, more than one bone dragon is still flying out of the magic circle. 1, 2, until the 8th one. The magic circle slowly disappeared. The bone dragon in the sky has a huge body, made up of countless bones. Every bone exudes blue flames. Under Darkmark's command, they circled directly around the storm harpy and surrounded it. After the siege, without hesitation, Yfin directly launched the attack command. The storm harpy was not afraid. It flapped its wings to avoid the attacks of the bone dragon. At the same time, lightning emitted from its wings and struck one of the bone dragons. As the guardian beast of the purple treasure chest, the storm harpy still has something to offer. Its power grid attack directly left dark marks on one of the bone dragons, which was obviously somewhat damaged. Damn it. How dare you damage my property? After seeing the damage caused to the bone dragon by the storm harpy's attack, Yfin was furious. The boss had worked hard to collect these for it. Yfin stared at the storm harpy with cold eyes, and he directly launched the command, directly using his bone body to encircle and suppress the storm harpy. The storm harpy's sensitivity is too high, and long-range attacks not only fail to hit her, but may accidentally injure teammates. Yfin is still very talented in control. People who can be favored by Luio will not be truly worthless. Under Yfin's exquisite command and operation, the 8 bone dragons laid out a large encirclement and suppression net, constantly compressing the space of the storm harpy. Boom! Finally, the storm harpy's hiding space was too small, and this time she was hit hard. Before it landed, other bone dragons also launched long-range attacks to hit the ground. The storm harpy screamed and fell from the sky. The other bone dragons also chased after him. Darkmark did not look back at the situation of the storm harpy, but slowly walked towards the purple treasure chest. Started to act cool again. But it's also really handsome. Damn it. He did it. The 8 bone dragons are too brutal. Who can stop them? As a summoning profession, what I want to say is that his strongest thing is not actually the 8 bone dragons, but his micro-manipulation skills of summoned objects. It is so strong that he does not even use skills to increase or attack, and just relies on manipulation to control the eagle body. The super agile monster like the Banshee was blocked. This is still after being weakened by the balance. If it were placed in the outside world, what level would it be? Just another one like Luio, whose equipment, skills are all at the top. How can you compare with others? This game is so unfair. The technology is so strong and the equipment and skills are better than ours. How annoying. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh. But at this time, Dark Trace in the live broadcast did not open the purple treasure box after getting it. He hugged him directly, after collecting 3 boxes first. It's almost time to go find Brother Function. And Yfin murmured in his heart. At the same time, he whistled, and a bone dragon directly obeyed his call. He directly sat on the Sigwasaurus and began to swim. Why doesn't he open the treasure chest? Isn't it tiring to hold them all? Maybe you are a hamster player who likes to save up and play together. Speaking of which, he actually dared to fly. Wasn't there someone here before who also wanted to fly here with the help of flying summons? I also saw that flying here seems to attract hatred. And a double-winged golden lion directly killed that person. I am escorted by 8 bone dragons. Are you afraid of a golden lion like you? Do you know what strength is? Pretend to pretend. What's the point of not pretending if you have strength? Another quarrel broke out in Anhen's live broadcast room. In fact, I really didn't want to pretend to be Dark at this time. He just thought that it would be convenient to find Yfin faster by flying. Click. But at this time, the weather in the sky changed. A masterpiece of thunder and lightning. A lightning elf appeared in the sky. Without saying lo, the lightning elf directly attacked the bone dragon army. This thunder elf is no weaker than the storm harpy just now. And its attack posture is even more violent. And Hen didn't even know what had offended this guy. He could only resist with all his strength. This time, the lightning elf was stunned until one of his bone dragons was almost falling apart before he was killed. This time, Anhen didn't dare to fly on his way anymore. Just to rush on the road. You have to fight a purple treasure chest level guardian beast. Which is too much of a disadvantage. It seems that this venue is really prohibited from flying. And it attracts too much hatred. I guess the first monster was just a warning. This one is called Dark Mark's Strongpoint. The previous one was a warning, and I haven't hit it yet. It seems that you can't be too pretentious. After all, it has been balanced. Through Dark Mark this time, everyone has become more aware that there are many hidden monsters in the sky. Dark Hen had just fought. And in order to keep a low profile, he took away the bone dragon. One of them was almost crippled. And the other one was also slightly injured. Which made Hen very heartbroken. Originally, Dark Hen wanted to summon a Shadow Knight. But he was afraid that the high-speed movement would attract the hatred of monsters. So Dark Hen simply summoned nothing to attract less hatred. But the way Dark Mark looks now is very eye-catching. A mage is walking dragging 3 treasure chests. Those who didn't know thought it was some kind of welfare in sea. What a coincidence. And Hen happened to run into Yimu and his group. What is that? A walking treasure chest merchant? Luio was the first to discover Dark Trace. Although Dark Hen is now well known to the outside world. For the contestants, they don't know the news from the outside world, and naturally don't understand Dark Hen. It's the player. Yimu said coldly. From the perspective of an ordinary contestant. And Hen is just a weak persimmon who has no reputation and can be manipulated casually. Although I don't know why this soft persimmon is holding 3 treasure boxes in his hand. And he hasn't opened them yet. But for the hunter, this is a fat and oily prey. There is no reason to let go. So do it. After Luio saw clearly that it was a player, he nodded and said, kindness. Without any nonsense. Yiqianhui directly entered the stealth state. Although Luio was an archer, he also had stealth. And both of them entered a stealth state. Only Yao Dao felt something was wrong. Why does that person look a bit like the person Mr. Su asked me to pay attention to? Yao Dao frowned. Chapter 412, Yfin and Dark Mark. How should you deal with it? And Hen had just contacted Yfin. Asked about Yfin's general area. And was going to find Yfin. By Shuyuan, and the others were able to get maps from the Holy See. Luo Jin's clones in the Holy See were of high status, and there were more than one. They also got a map for Hen. At this time, Hen had memorized the map. And Yfin's place was not far from him. But at this moment, Hen's bracelet started to shake. This was something given to him by Luo Jin. To be precise, it was lent to him for his use first. Because Yfin was unwilling to accept too much help from Luoji. Yfin could only arm Dark Hen first. And would have to give it to Yfin later, when he had an opportunity. And because Yfin doesn't accept much help from him. And Hen's current ability is actually stronger than Yfin. The original timeline was not given to Yfin. Because Luo Jin felt that Yfin could handle it. Now that it was Luo Qiu and the Holy See, Luo Jin had no choice but to take action. He had worked so hard to get this bracelet. As long as there is danger approaching. Even if the other party is close to a god. He can sense it. It can be said to be the ultimate luxury version of the danger perception skill. Bone Shield. At this time, Hen followed the guidance of the bracelet, and already felt the direction of danger. The 2 bone shields blocked 2 different directions. Clang. Clang. The moment the bone shield appeared, a dagger struck hard on it. At the same time, the stunned face of Yimu also appeared. The other shield also blocked a green arrow. How can it be? Luio also appeared after attacking. Both his and Yimu stealth have reached the master level. And they are all special stealth skills. Normal real-life detection is of no use at all. Hold the grass. I was just thinking about what he was doing with the 2-sided bone shield. That person is Yimu the number 1 assassin. She is also a special professional shadow dancer. The other person is not simple either. First gone Luio. His shadow arrow sneak attacks have made him famous for too many times. So many big bosses have been tricked by him. Are these two teaming up to hunt players? This combination is too strong. What's the use of being strong? This Dark Mark's reaction is directly full. Can't it be that he has some detective skills? Those were shadow dancers and shadow arrows. And the operators were the best in their profession. Why were they fooling around if they could be detected so easily? It's a bit of an exploration range. But the response is also full. Let's see how it works next. The people in Anhin's live broadcast room were also surprised by Anhin's operation. Anhin didn't waste this opportunity. He jumped back to distance himself and raised a bone wall. After being temporarily safe, Dark Mark had quickly cast a spell and recited a spell. As the mantra sounded, the surrounding air began to become colder, and 3 huge bone dragons emerged from the formation seal. As soon as Yimu Qianhui broke through the bone wall, he saw 3 bone dragons surrounding Dark Mark, and their targets were already aimed at him. Looking back 1,000 times at night, I realized that the opportunity had been missed, and I was ready to step back and look for another opportunity. But Anhin was not a kind person, and he would not just suffer the loss. He immediately sent 2 bone dragons to pursue Yimu Qianhui. As an assassin-type profession, Nightmare Qianhui's attack power is not high, and her attack range is also relatively low. Facing the pursuit of 2 bone dragons, Yimu Qianhui could only fight and retreat. Luio continued to sneak, but he did not retreat, but was looking for a second chance. At this time, Yao Dao in the dark also remembered something. When I was leveling up with President Su before, I seemed to have met this guy named Dark Hin in the Valley of the Dead. The Dark Mark at that time was still very weak, and it couldn't even resist the ordinary formation that he had not stepped into the immortal path at that time. How long had it been before Dark Hin became so powerful? This growth rate is really a bit outrageous. At this time, Luio was still looking for an opportunity, but Anhin always let the bone dragon protect him, and Luio didn't find any chance. But immediately, Dark Mark's spell ended, and 3 more bone dragons flew out. If you can't fight, withdraw. Luio made a judgment immediately when he saw 3 more bone dragons appearing. Walk. There was no hesitation even through the night. Their strength is quick combat. Once a tug of war occurs and changes from V to V, their advantage will not be that great. Come when you want and leave when you want. Dark Mark didn't tolerate them at all, and left 1 bone dragon to protect the other 5 bone dragons to chase the 2 of them. Bone dragons may not be sensitive enough, but they can fly after all, and their speed can still keep up. The 2 of them could use their agility to escape the bone dragon, but they couldn't get rid of the bone dragon. Bone dragons also have long-range attacks, and they cannot escape in a straight line at full speed. It's not easy to withdraw. Why don't you just fight? Luio and Yimu Qianhui were both thinking about it. The 6 bone dragons actually only limited them, and besides, they were assassin-type archers, including Luio, to fight the summoner. Just kill the summoner. But at this time, Anhin took the time to summon 3 more bone dragons, which immediately made the 2 lose their temper. 6 bone dragons still have the power to fight, but the chance of 9 bone dragons is too small, unless the opponent is a rookie. But just from the moment he defended against their sneak attack, it was obvious that this person was a super master, and it was not enough to expect that the opponent was a rookie. Anhin already has a cat-and-mouse mentality. He also sent a message to Yfin, saying that he needed some time to solve some problems, and would go to Yfin later. Damn it. When you see the opponent, you want to turn around and fight. But 3 more bone dragons come. Dark Mark became famous in this battle. He had never heard of it before, and he attracted the number 1 archer and number 1 assassin as soon as he took action. With 9 bone dragons, coupled with the micromanagement shown by Dark Mark before, these 2 people can't break through no matter how strong they are. In Qianhui of Night and Luio. At this time, Anhin knew that he could not be eliminated, and he did not dare to continue chasing the 2 people. So he directly asked the other 8 bone dragons to protect them. Originally, Yimu Qianhui and Luio were still a little dissatisfied with Dao Yun. The 2 of them were being chased and beaten, but Yun was hiding in the dark and just watching. But now they know that Dao Yun was looking for an opportunity. The 2 of them were about to make a comeback and chase Dark Mark. I'll cover your retreat, and he has other means of defense. Yao Dao has already sent a message to both of them. When the 2 saw this, even Dao Yun said so, and they were not sure about the tug of war with Anhin who had calmed down. You also need to retreat quickly. There will be no pressure for us to retreat, Luio said to Yao Dao. Both of them were masters. They immediately judged the situation and chose to withdraw directly. At this time, Yao Dao waved his hand and laid a fog. Then he launched an attack and then withdrew. Dark Hen thought it was some kind of ultimate move. He could only escape from the fog at a distance. And at the same time, he was running to avoid the attacks coming from the fog. After waiting for a while, there was no second attack in the fog. At this time, all the bone dragons were back on defense. And Annihilation commanded a bone dragon to explore into the mist. When the bone dragon dispelled the fog, it was discovered that all three people had fled. Damn it! Annihilation clenched his fists in anger. This time, he was attacked by surprise. Not only did he not cause any damage to the opponent, he was also beaten to the death of a bone dragon. Although it was embarrassing for them to make the two assassin-type professions escape, it was just embarrassing. He was a real loss. Hold the grass. Who is that sword-wielding person? Why have so many mysterious masters appeared recently? First Dark Mark. And then the sword-wielding one just now. The one who controls the sword is called Dao Yunba. He is a newcomer who suddenly appeared recently. Unexpectedly, he formed a team with Yi Muqianhui and Luigi directly. This guy named Dao Yun. I originally thought he was only average in strength. Even if he was first-rate, he would still be at the bottom. Now looking at it, he is not bad at all compared to Luigian's 1,000 Knights of Night. Be more confident. He is stronger than Yi Muqianhui and Luigian. How badly these two people were beaten by Annihilation just now. As soon as Dao Yun came out, he almost crippled Annihiltion's bone dragon. And at the same time, he beat Annihilation to the point where he was not even alive. Dare to pursue. But if Dao Yun and Annihilation were to fight in a duel, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat them. Nonsense. Dao Yun, Yi Mu and Luigian can barely escape. How do you know that Dao Yun is capable of fighting Annihilation in a duel? Wait. It looks like someone is coming. That person looked a bit familiar. While the audience was discussing in the live broadcast room, someone not far away came to the battlefield. After seeing this person clearly, many viewers were shocked. That person is Yfin. Is Yfin also going to fight Annihilation? Suddenly, the audience in Annihiltion's live broadcast room became active. And many people ran to Yfin's live broadcast page to set the rhythm. Their tone was very arrogant, and they didn't take Yfin seriously at all. The two were about to fight. But this time, you said you had a conflict with someone just now. Where are they? Yfin's first words were slightly concerned. He and Luo Jin are close friends. And Annihilation is Luo Jin's younger brother. He and Annihilation had been in contact several times before because of Luo Jin. Generally speaking, Annihilation was not bad except that he liked to play tricks, and was rather grudge against outsiders. And he was also very loyal to his friends. Besides, Annihilation has always respected him. So he naturally has to take care of him. It's okay, Brother Chen. I've already taken care of it. I just let them run away. Annihilation put on a cheerful expression, as if nothing had happened just now. Who are they, and why are they targeting you? Apparently, Yfin was too concerned about this matter, and did not see the 3 treasure boxes Annihilation was dragging behind him. They want to steal my things. I know 2 of the more famous ones. They should be Yi Muqianhui and Luigian. The other one is not famous. I don't know. But the unknown one is quite fierce. Annihilation shook his head, and then pointed to the box behind him. Which is probably what they came for. Follow Annihilion's gaze. It turned out to be 3 seen treasure chests. And one of them turned out to be purple. Why don't you open it? It's all about points. Yfin asked doubtfully. Since Luo Ji told him about the existence of live broadcasts before. Annihilation didn't say it directly. Brother Chen, these boxes are all for you. I came here because the boss called me to help you. Brother Chen, you also know the boss's temper. If you don't accept it, he will definitely beat me when he goes back. Annihilation directly spoke to Yfin in a private chat between players. Seeing Annihilion's weird behavior, Yfin was stunned for a moment. And then immediately thought about it. Speaking of which, this best friend of his is good at everything. Except for his mysterious appearance. And he was given numerous warnings not to mention his existence in front of other people. He also asked Yfin to agree to his request. Yfin did not forget what he promised. There are rewards for getting ranked in this kind of large-scale event. You also need to improve. I will help you explain it later. Yfin also communicated privately, and refused to accept it. No. It's not like you don't know Brother Chen's strength. If it weren't for the boss helping me improve, I would be able to defeat Luigian, and who else would join forces? The boss has helped me improve a lot. It's not like you don't know what the boss's temper is. Maybe the boss is watching the live broadcast. If he sees me opening these boxes by myself, it would be easy for him to go back and beat me up. Maybe I don't plan to recognize my little brother yet. And Hen said with a very pitiful tone. When Yfin thought about it, it made sense. Luio is not only mysterious, but also very powerful and wealthy. He has also given him many good things. But he felt that the kindness between friends would become stale if used too much. So he did not accept it. And Hen is a person who likes to take advantage of small things. If Luio wants to help him improve, it will be really easy for him to improve. Brother Luio, why is this necessary? Yfin shook his head. He originally refused those things. But Luio found a way to give them to him, which made Yfin dumbfounded. Brother Chen, please help me. I really can't drive these. If you don't want them, you can only throw them away. And Hen continued. Alright. Having said that, it would be hypocritical to refuse any more. In vain, I failed to live up to Luio's intentions. After the private chat between the two ended, Yfin went to open the 3 treasure boxes brought by Hen. This time, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. What's the situation? You thought these two people were going to fight. After a long time, they were in the same team? What methods did Yfin use to make such a powerful person willing to be his thug? Yfin and Hen team up. The game is over. And Luio doesn't even have to fight. Do you know what is the strongest? They formed a team and Hen didn't compete for ranking. And Yfin didn't need to give Hen by a labor force at all. To be honest, what I admired most about Yfin was not his skills, but his charisma. Unexpectedly, Yfin actually started buying thugs. I don't know how much it cost to hire such a hidden master. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Maybe the person is a friend and is just helping. That is, don't slander the president of my family. This Dark Mark has always been a friend of our family president. And he just came to do a favor. It's really funny. The first Bao and first assassin can also form a team of 3 giants with a super newcomer. Yfin is not allowed to bring a friend with him. Some people, please don't have double standards. Regarding this behavior, there was also a quarrel in the barrage. In fact, it is not uncommon to form a team in the peak battle. Just like how they formed a team of 3 top players just after Qianhui. It's just that everyone's impression of Yfin has always been that Yfin is not the kind of person who can form a team if he can't beat him. So they have some reactions. Coupled with Hen's strength just now, he has already demonstrated the fighting power of Luio and Yfin. This kind of super team will inevitably make other guild players jealous. The other side. Yao Dao had already told Su Chen what happened just now through private chat. Good. Unexpectedly, Su Chen seemed very happy after hearing this. Mr. Su, why is Dark Hen still so happy when he is so strong? Yao Dao was a little confused and asked in confusion. Didn't it mean that Hen was with Yfin? Yfin is one of the main opponents. Now that he has such a strong combat power as Hen, it should be a troublesome thing. Why is Mr. Su laughing? It seems you still haven't figured it out. Su Chen shook his head at the demon and said, please also ask Mr. Su for guidance. The demons also humbly asked for advice. I was still thinking about the way that Hen would help Yfin. But I didn't expect that he would use the stupidest way. Su Chen snorted coldly, obviously looking down on this behavior. Yao Dao did not interrupt and continued to listen patiently. You said he was dragging the treasure boxes. So don't think too much about these treasure boxes. He was going to take them to Yfin to open. This time it was a full game live broadcast. He might not know how big the impression was. Of course, he may not know yet that there will be an election of human heroes. When the human heroes run for election, they will know how stupid what they did today is. This can simply be used as black material to attack Yfin. Hire a dark-type thug to help him win results. Guess how many players will give up voting for him? Su Chen explained the mystery in one word. After hearing this, the demon Taoist suddenly felt enlightened. And he understood it all at once. Originally, Su Chen was a little worried that Yfin would actually change his original trajectory through timeline correction, which proved that he had some great luck. But now it seems that the people behind Yfin are not that good either. He actually let a dark person act as a thug and blatantly help Yfin score points during the live broadcast. Maybe the people behind Yfin didn't know about the election of human heroes at all. So they made this stupid move. But whether he knew it or not in the future, he had no regrets about his move. This step had already put them at a disadvantage in the election of human heroes. Although it's not that bad. Through this point, Yfin can be completely suppressed. But originally the general trend was with him. Not only did Yfin fail to correct the upward trend through the timeline, but he also lost a little bit of the trend. Yfin, the original human hero, is the pursuer. Okay. You did a good job. You continue to monitor their actions on Bai Shuyuan's team. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction and let Yao Dao continue to be an undercover agent. The demon took advantage of the opportunity to secretly contact Su Chen without revealing any flaws. In fact, at this time, Yimu Qianhui and Luijian had no intention of doubting the evil spirit at all. After all, if it hadn't been for the demons just now, they would have been entangled for a long time. They also held a video conference on this matter. It seems that in addition to Luo Qiu and Yfin, the main opponents have to add another dark mark. Bai Shuyuan raised his forehead. There are really more and more opponents, which puts a lot of pressure on him. Luo Qiu and Yfin were already troublesome enough. But now there is another dark mark, who seems to be only slightly weaker than these two. In addition, there is Qinggeruoming, the first mage, and Fury, the second warrior, and other teams that may be formed. Even if these teams were not united, they could stab each other in the back at any time. But it would be difficult to face each other head-on. The 9 bone dragons are okay. This is the pinnacle arena, and it is not as good as outside. The value of the bone dragons has also been corrected. The guard star can hold a few bone dragons, and then I can quickly deal with some of them. Dayun's attack power is also pretty good, and can cooperate with me to deal with them. Coupled with the dual assassins looking for opportunities. If all of us encounter him, we don't have to be afraid of him. The traveler quickly came up with a plan to deal with Dark Mark. Yes, it's not difficult to deal with just a balanced bone dragon. The Guardian Star said that he could handle it. Everyone. At this moment, Luijian interrupted the conversation of several people. Kindness? Brother Lu, do you have anything important to say? Bai Shuyuan was familiar with Luijian. Seeing Luijian's expression, he knew that Luijian had something important to say. When I was evacuating just now, I threw a camouflage detection grass and saw Yfin coming. The guy named Annihilation gave the treasure chests he collected directly to Yfin. Luijian told everyone the information he had just learned. This news caused the meeting room to fall into silence for a moment. Dark Mark and the others are confident in dealing with it. And even Yfin is confident in dealing with it given their team configuration. But how should you deal with Yfin and Dark Marks? Chapter 413. The general environment begins to unite. Regardless of whether Yfin and Annihilation were the strongest in this competition, there was no doubt that they surpassed their team. Bai Shuyuan was originally confident that he would win. But now, he no longer has much confidence. If the two of them were originally at odds with each other, they could still resort to estrangement. Or they could wait for an opportunity to have conflicts within themselves. Even if their team is not the strongest in combat effectiveness. The benefit of the Holy Sea's S-level hidden mission makes everyone a community of interests, and will not fall out easily. But looking at it now, the alliance between Annihilation and Yfin is indestructible. After all, Annihilation would rather drag the treasure chest he opened than leave it to Yfin to open. Is there anything else that can cause civil strife between them? It's purely Zhou Yu's yellow cover. This is what really caused the Bai Shuyuan team to lose confidence. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have avoided people from the top guilds. At least, I would have brought Qinggeruoming and Fury together, so that I would still be able to fight. Bai Shuyuan shook his head and took responsibility. In fact, Bai Shuyuan still had 2 spots on hand. But because he didn't want to reveal the information to the people in the top guild, it was useless. Moreover, the reward is fixed. If 2 more people share it, something less will be shared. Forget it. It's useless to say this. We didn't object to this plan when you proposed it, Luijian advised. Bai Shuyuan had talked about the total quota at the beginning. But everyone also felt that the strength of 6 people was enough. And everyone felt that they were sure of it. So there were 2 less people to share the reward. And there was no objection. In addition to other names. Except for Imo Lanchin. They are basically all high-level figures in the top guilds. Imo Lanchin didn't want to come. So she decided to join a team of 6 people. Originally, everyone thought these things were fine. Those top guild masters and groups will not be their opponents when the 6 of them unite. But who knows? After taking into account other variables, it was not expected that there would be an airborne master like Annihilation. And he still works for Yfin for free. Just when everyone was at a loss what to do, Yao Dao felt that the time was ripe. Everyone, I have a plan that I don't know whether to talk about or not, Yao Dao said suddenly at this time. At first, everyone thought Yao Dao was the least powerful among the 6. so they didn't pay much attention to him. But the tyrannical fighting power displayed by Yao Dao just now, helping Yimu and Luigi escape from trouble, still made everyone look at him with admiration. Even though Bai Shuyuan and the other three didn't see it with their own eyes. But just by listening to the description, they could feel that Yao Dao's fighting power was not inferior to them at all, and was even stronger than many of them. Brother Daoyun is already in this situation. If you have something to say, just say it. Bai Shuyuan also said directly, now that no one has a good solution. It doesn't matter if there is a useful solution or not. It doesn't matter if you listen to it. Yfin has always been respected and praised for his strength and style of doing things. But today, hiring a free thug is a bit contrary to his style of doing things. This matter is not really a scandal to begin with. But we can vilify the matter itself and throw dirty water on Yfin. Yfin's prestige has been damaged. And the strength of their combination makes other teams who want to compete for the first place fearful. So they will become the target of public criticism. Yao Dao told everyone his plan. In fact, this is what Suchin wants to do. But the reason why Suchin didn't do it was because if he was used to spread the news, it would still have an impact on his reputation if it was found out later that he was the one who did it. What Suchin couldn't do, Yao Dao could do through Bai Shuyuan's team. Bai Shuyuan and the others have wide connections among top players. So it is not difficult to spread the news. Especially now that you can use the chat function. You only need to tell your familiar friends about it. And then word of mouth will spread quickly, and everyone will know about it. Moreover, when Yao Dao said this now, there was no logic in being suspected of being an undercover agent. After all, the suggestion he is making now is really based on the interests of the Bai Shuyuan team. It just happened to coincide with what Mr. Su wanted to do. Isn't this a bit too dishonest? Guardian Star is a relatively decent person. Although this method did satisfy their interests, it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Humph. He just bribed a free thug, and he is just upright? Or are you willing to compensate us for our losses? I think Doyun's proposal is very good, and I support it with both hands. Immediately, Yimu Qianhui replied. The two were arguing, while the others were seriously considering the feasibility of this strategy. Okay. I think Brother Daoyun's strategy is really good. In this way, even if Qingda Ruoming and Quang Fury form an alliance, they will deal with Yfin first. Ah Xing. I know you admire Yfin very much. But you can't confuse right and wrong. He really paid off a thug. We are just publicizing this matter. As the initiator of this team, Bai Shuyuan quickly expressed his opinions. Bai Shuyuan has said so. And Guardian Star has nothing to say. At the same time, other people, after thinking about it, also felt that this was indeed a solution. Okay. If you don't have any objections, just follow Brother Daoyun's instructions. Everyone should send this message to the contestants they know. Just say that a strong man who can summon 9 bone dragons suddenly appeared and almost killed Yimu Qianhui and Luigi. Then it was explained that the strong man was a thug that Yfin bribed before the game to help him win. To win first place, there is no need to promote Brother Daoyun, because Brother Daoyun himself is not very famous. And secondly, it is to hide the true strength of our team. Although it hurts Yimu and Luigi's face a bit, this is the only way to make everyone pay attention to Anhin and increase the credibility of this news. Don't you have any objections? Bai Shuyuan made this choice after careful consideration. It's all for rewards. I have no problem with it. Yimu Qianhui said coldly. I don't have any opinion either. Luigi also took the overall situation into consideration. By the way, since Yimu and Luigi have been exposed, you and Daoyun should form a fixed trio. We have fixed the 3 of us and will not change teams. We will push Yfin and Anhin to the forefront. We also need to reduce our own aggro power. We can even form alliances separately. And when the final battle comes, we can work together to backstab our allies. Bai Shuyuan continued to make arrangements. The more Bai Shuyuan thought about it, the more he felt that Daoyun's suggestion was good. And the decision he made became more clear-headed. Bai Shuyuan's arrangement made Yao Dao very satisfied. Originally, he was thinking about how to avoid being on the same team as Bai Shuyuan. After all, Su would always take action against Bai Shuyuan. Now that Bai Shuyuan himself has said that he will not change teams, this saves him the need to mention it again. After making these arrangements, everyone went about their business. The Bai Shuyuan team, which was originally a little discouraged, instantly became energetic again after Yao Dao's plan. News about Yfin and Anhin quickly spread among the contestants. In this circle of Gaowan, you can basically hide any news you have from others, because everyone is in a group of friends. especially some who like to socialize. One person has 7 or 8 communication groups. Originally, rumors became more and more outrageous as they spread. In addition, when the Yfin team spread the news, they had already added fuel to the fire. The rumors were getting more and more outrageous. Did you hear that there was an evil mage who could summon 10 bone dragons? He almost killed Yfin and Luio instantly. They only managed to escape by using one-time secret magic props. And it seemed that they were also able to escape. He and Yfin are good friends. Don't talk nonsense about something. I heard that the god of the undead selected a player to participate in this competition. That guy could summon 20 bone dragons. When he saw that Yfin and Luio had a treasure chest, he directly took it. They were scared away. And I heard that Yfin seemed to be a high-ranking general under the undead god. The one who summoned the bone dragon could only offer the treasure box to Yfin. I didn't know that Yfin was such a person before. Anyway, we have to join forces to resist Yfin's plunder. Rumors unknowingly turned Yfin into a villain. But after all, they are all a group of experts. And they also have basic judgment ability. They feel that the most true rumors are still the original rumors. That is, there is a mage who can summon bone dragons, who defeated Yfin and Luio. And all the treasure boxes he collected were given to Yfin to open. This rumor has been confirmed. Because someone did see a scene where a mage with a bone dragon took the treasure box and went to find Yfin without opening it. As for the increasingly outrageous rumors, some may believe them, but very few. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that someone could prove this rumor frequently, it would be hard to believe even this relatively original and unembellished version. Because doing things like this doesn't fit well with Yfin's past personality. In a certain alley in the city, a mage and a warrior meet on a narrow road. Originally, this kind of scene could easily lead to tensions. But the two seemed to know each other. And after initial vigilance, both lowered their weapons. Fury, have you heard that rumor? The one who spoke was Luio. This person is the first person in the mage category. And before Luio appeared, he was known as the second person after Yfin. But Luio doesn't like the title of Millennium's second brother very much. He always aims to surpass Yfin. That rumor. Quangrong frowned and looked at Luio. Do you believe it? The person who aims to transcend Yfin is not Luio alone. As the second warrior, he was always suppressed by the mountain of Yfin and could not climb over it. It can be said that both of them aim to surpass Yfin and have the same ideal. To be honest, I don't really believe it. Luio shook her head. The people who know you best may not be your relatives and friends, but your opponents. The same goes for Dreamy Song and Fury. Although the two of them regarded Yfin as their opponent, they also knew Yfin very well. With Yfin's behavior style, they would not do such a thing. However, I asked Luio, and he confirmed that it was true. Luio said, looked at Fury and continued. I know what you are thinking. You are wondering whether Luio deliberately smeared Yfin. But a very trusted friend of mine told me that he did see the dark mark and Yfin was together. And Anhin did get the treasure chest and did not open it, but took it to Yfin to open it. After hearing Luio's words, his eyes widened furiously. He is already the first person. Why would he do such a thing? Fury still had some doubts. Maybe he is not confident enough and is afraid that we latecomers will surpass him. Luio showed a confident smile. Since losing to Yfin last time, he has encountered some opportunities. And with his efforts in seclusion, he has improved a lot. Maybe Yfin knows that he has improved too much and is afraid that he will not be able to keep the face of the first person in the next challenge. So he doesn't want him to get the first place this time? Fury curled his lips. He knew that Luio would always be inexplicably conceited sometimes. So what are you going to do next? Quangrong asked Luio. Although Quangrong does not agree with the reasons mentioned by Luio. But facts speak louder than words. And all signs indicate that Yfin did indeed do that. Alliance, Luio said with a smile. Furious frowned. In fact, someone had mentioned the alliance to him before. But in this kind of personal warfare game, allies are sometimes even more terrifying than enemies. Apparently Fury is also considering it. But at this time, Luio threw the staff directly on the ground and walked towards him. If he attacks Luio at this time, even if he cannot kill Luio, he can still be in an invincible position and make Luio escape. If you get closer, I can kill you in seconds without a magic shield, Fury said with a frown. No matter who gets the first place, you or me, we won't let Yfin get what he wants us to get. Qingda Ruoming walked over with open arms. Obviously, he didn't care at all that Fury would swing his sword at him. This made Fury hesitate, and did not draw his sword. Qingda Ruoming stretched out her hand with full sincerity. Well, at least I won't backstab you until I kill Yfin. After hesitating for a moment, Fury stretched out his hand. I love your candor. Qingda Ruoming responded with a smile. The same scene happened in different corners of the city. Those players who were determined to compete for the first place chose to form an alliance after learning that Yfin had a thug like Annihilation, who was at the same level as him. Because many players have noticed that the scores scattered in the square are actually small scores. Many people have memorized the rules. But there is one rule that the experts are very concerned about. In the final stage before the end of the event, all players will be gathered in the central area for the final battle. At this time, the hidden ultimate boss will appear, challenging all players present. In other words, even if you don't actually do anything, as long as you are strong enough, in the final stage, you can turn the tide and get first place. After all, after killing all the other players and only you are left, wouldn't you be the first? Although this is a bit exaggerated, it is conceivable that the real war took place at that moment. The current situation is that even super strong people like Yfin are teaming up with super strong people. If they don't stick together, they will be liquidated. In the past, some strong players on the front line actually hesitated about forming a team. The main thing is that although forming a team can make you appear stronger, it will still bring about many negative effects. Once there are more teams, word will naturally spread. After all, many of the participants this time know each other. Teams that are sent out to form a team are easily targeted by other players. Secondly, in addition to external pressure, this is a personal battle, and backstabbing by teammates is in line with the rules of the game. Even if it is spread, there is no moral pressure. After all, the rules of the game are that you need to play against each other. Under this double pressure, many people are afraid to form a team. But things are different now. First of all, in terms of external pressure, with the presence of Yfin and Annihilation, they attracted almost all the firepower targets. With a powerful combination of these two, other players are forced to form a team. Then, there is a more practical question. When everyone does not form a team, those who form a team will appear different and become targets. But when everyone forms a team, those who are alone will become targets. This also makes sense. Everyone is in a team, and it is only natural that the team will be left alone. Moreover, in a team environment, those who dare to be alone are those with two skills. Who knows whether you will suddenly become the sixth one? So when everyone forms a team, being alone will be a disadvantage. As for the issue of backstabbing by teammates, in the face of big bosses like Yfin and Annihilation, if they are not defeated, backstabbing is meaningless. The pace of the entire peak battle began to speed up intentionally. Strong teams began to continuously encroach on those single players, as well as weak teams. Those players who are originally of average or low level will be rejected if they want to form a strong team. And they can basically only form with each other. When such a weak team encounters a strong team, it naturally has no chance of fighting. The other side, Su Chen's team has also completed its assembly. In order to avoid suspicion, the assembly of Su Chen's team was delayed for a long time compared to the completion of the assembly of Bai Shuyuan's team. It is similar to the gathering time of some other guilds. After the team was assembled, there were also some moderately powerful players who wanted to join his team. Su Chen could have absorbed these average players and used them as cannon fodder. But after all, these players all have a certain level of strength, and they all have their own ideas. It's not easy to use them as cannon fodder. If these latter players are not consumed, they will be in trouble after defeating other player teams. If they were willing to backstab, it would be easy to say that I would just kill them naturally. But they did not backstab, saying that they had also contributed, and asked for some reward. It's really hard for Su Chen to refuse during the live broadcast. This is the constraint brought by the bright and majestic character. Therefore, Su Chen could only decline these players who wanted to join the team, and they could not be used as cannon fodder. Chapter 414 Zhou Jing. Is that you? And what made Su Chen a little irritated? Due to the existence of live broadcast, Su Chen couldn't take advantage of things that other teams had gained first. The most you can do is ask others if they need help. But the feedback generally received is that it is not necessary. Fortunately, he had the strategy in his memory. Otherwise his points would not be able to keep up with a large army due to the constraints of morality. However, Su Chen also received certain positive feedback when he did this. Boss Luio is really so gentle. He only does what is his own, and doesn't try to steal what others have. Seeing that many people were fighting over a treasure chest, Luio was on the good side. He was basically polite when encountering treasure chests with others. As I said a long time ago, Boss Luio is good at everything. His only shortcoming is that he is too kind and easily suffers. I originally thought that Yfin was someone who could compare with Big Boss Luio. But now it's really hard to explain. Yfin, please don't touch Luio. He keeps saying that he doesn't care about honors and rankings. But the number one in the peak arena is still Yfin. The news of this peak battle is also coming from someone who doesn't know where it came from. In advance, a mysterious thug was recruited. Yfin was indeed a little disgusted. He himself did not grab other people's treasure boxes. But whenever his thug and hen left him to collect treasure boxes, many of them relied on robbing other people's treasure boxes. There is no comparison between Yfin and Luio in terms of strength. And the same goes for their character now. Yfin's current fans don't dare to come to Bubble. Don't you usually like to pull Luio? In Luio's live broadcast room, there was a lot of praise for Luio. Suchin knew that there was a full live broadcast, so he not only paid attention to his own words and deeds, but also restricted the words and deeds of his teammates. Exemplary in ethics. On the other hand, Yfin's character is actually one of being strict with himself and lenient with others. He will be strict with himself, but for his friends, he will not impose excessive demands on others. In fact, if everyone can compare calmly afterwards, they will find out. To put it simply, Luio's approach is too lenient. If you are friends with him, you will be restrained by him. But Yfin is the more normal approach. He will not restrict his friends' words and deeds, but treats his friends as equals and tolerates them. It's just that the current trend is on Luio. Even Yfin's die-hard fans are quickly drowned in saliva when talking about this logic. Maybe I don't even know, because he asked Annihilation to help Yfin in advance. It actually made Yfin suffer a big loss in the future election of human heroes. If Luio really knew that there would be a human hero election later, even if he wanted to help, he would not choose the necromancer Dark Hen to help. Just when Suchin and his party were looking for the next treasure chest spot, Suchin suddenly found a group of people chasing a lone player ahead. This is the current situation. Players who should have formed a group immediately formed a group. Now the single players are all those who are not wanted by the team or are loners themselves. Is it the original sin not to form a team? Now all live broadcasts are about team players chasing single players. It's better to change the name of the pinnacle battle and call it the Battle of Connections. It's okay to say that weak players should be eliminated. There are obviously some weak players, but they join the team because they are friends with the strong players. Instead, they join the hunt together. Single player. It's so infuriating. But that's the rules of the game, and there's nothing to say about it. It just seems a little too much. Now those big guys have formed a team. And this team is just a few teams of 1 to 200 people. And they will also provide food to the big boss team as they continue to play. Boss Luio seems to be taking action. At this moment, Suchin stepped forward, blocked the pursuing player. Those people suddenly became angry when they saw someone dared to block them. But after seeing his face clearly, he calmed down again. It turns out it's Boss Luio. We are following the rules of the game. Boss Luio doesn't want to meddle in such nosy matters. Right? The leader did not choose to conflict with Suchin immediately, but discussed it first. I don't intend to meddle in other people's business. But it's not easy for individual players. We haven't entered the hunting moment yet. If others collect points and get rewards, there's no need to be so ruthless. Suchin's voice was calm, not overwhelming, and seemed to be just being reasonable. It's not easy for a weak chicken like him to persist until the hunting time. So why don't we send him out early? The leader sneered. Mr. Luio can't bear to bully the minority. I won't say a word when it's hunting time. But it's still gathering time. If you want to hunt, come on. With that said, Suchin pulled out the spear from his back. In order to attend such an important occasion today, Suchin was dressed up, wearing sacred armor and a silver spear. He also had angels blessing him, making his whole body look sacred and inviolable. I don't feel this way when I usually store it. But now that Suchin has unfolded the heyday of the holy light, many people have even thought of worshipping him. Isn't it too pretentious? Suchin felt a little embarrassed. In fact, it is false to seek justice. It is true to show one's glorious image to the audience in the live broadcast room. It doesn't really matter who he is helping to uphold justice. What is important is to show his side as a messenger of justice. Don't say it. Suchin was like this. And he restrained those people before they even started fighting. Until now, Suchin has not taken action against the players because of his humility. At this time, he has long wanted to show his wise and martial side. I finally found a just excuse, and I had to put it to good use. Since Boss Luio has said so, we will let this guy go for the sake of Boss Luio. Brothers, let's go! But this group of people had no intention of taking action against Luio. Following the leader's shout, all the other people ran away. You can even doubt Luio's strength, but don't doubt Luio's character. Boss Luio has a chivalrous temperament. He does not bully the weak, and is not afraid of strong enemies. Boss Luio is also a Sanrin player. He knows how difficult it is for Sanrin players. Who else but Boss Luio can stand up in a place like this? You put away your gun because of humility. You use your gun because of justice. This is Luio's morality. But no matter what, the other party must be within the rules of the game. I feel that Luio is a bit nosy. Haha. Guild players really have trouble standing and talking. So individual players should be bullied by you. Right? That is, you are allowed to bully the individual people as a team. But Luio is not allowed to take action for the individual people. You guild players are really used to being the boss. In fact, many of Suchin's audiences are individual players. Even if there is a guild, it is actually a dawdling guild. In essence, it is similar to individual players. When being beaten by outsiders, no one in the guild will step forward. This kind of guild is purely for signing in to receive benefits. Because they are not strong enough. They can only join this kind of independent guild. After all, Suchin was born in Sanrin. And Sanrin players also regarded Suchin as the glory among Sanrin players. Although Yfin was also born in Sanrin, and his reputation has always been good. But this wave of peak battles has made the reputation of both sides somewhat widened. Yfin hired thugs, and let them loot other players' treasure chests. When Suchin encountered other players playing treasure chests, he was very polite and humble, and did not actively conflict with the players at all. Even the conflict just now was all about fighting against a hunted individual player. There was a sharp contrast between the two of them in terms of who was higher in character, and who was lower in character. At this time, Suchin was still performing in the venue. Brother, are you okay? Without someone to attack, Suchin could only turn around and pretend to care about the individual player who was being chased. He hadn't paid attention just now, but upon closer inspection, Suchin realized that this player was the mysterious man he saw before the game. And to this day, he still wears props that hide information. Although Suchin was a little curious about who this person was. In front of the live broadcast of the whole game, Suchin couldn't just take off his disguise. The masked man didn't answer aloud. Just nodded. Brother, you should still be short of points. Xiaobing brought a blue treasure box over. Suchin said to Bingfeng behind him. Bingfeng was a little speechless. Every time Mr. Su performed a show, he always had to give something away. He was a little tired from acting. However, I am tired, and I still have to perform the performance. Ah? Brother Luo, we don't have many points ourselves. Brother Luo, you gave away all the treasure boxes you were playing to others. Bingfeng immediately looked anxious and persuaded Suchin. This brother should still have a few points. If he can collect enough points to go out, he can also receive the reward. Let's look for it slowly. Don't be in a hurry. The map is so big, and there are always treasure chests that we can find. Suchin was very pleased to see Bingfeng being so wise. And at the same time he spoke in a pretentious and bold tone. It's so touching that Luio's team has to distribute some of the treasure chests they picked up by picking up rubbish everywhere to this individual player. Mr. Luio is really righteous. I am so ashamed. With Luio's strength, he could have obtained a lot of resources. But he gave up many opportunities because he was too kind. Some of those teams were weaker than the group just now. But Luio didn't even try to rob them. But let them. Luio would even help those who couldn't defeat the treasure chest guardian monster. He was so gentle. Yfin and Luio were both Sanrin. After Yfin rose to become a top guild player, he had nothing to do with Sanrin. But Luio always remembered where he came from. This is the difference. It's not that Yfin is not good. Luio is really good. If one day, players need to choose a representative, that person must be Luio. It can only be Luio. You can tell from the details whether a person is genuine or fake. It's a pity that Luio turned off the GIF function when he last broadcast live. He wanted to support it, but there was no place to support it. Boss Luio even set up his mailbox to not accept unknown emails in order to avoid us tipping him. He is really too gentle. But at this time, the player seemed not to accept the box. He pulled up the hat on his robe, patted the dust on his body, and walked forward. "Hey, take the treasure chest," Suchin said, while holding the treasure box. But that person still didn't react at all. He just lowered his head and walked forward. Suchin looked at the man's back and was stunned for a moment. There is a very real sense of familiarity. "Brother Luo. This person is so strange," Bing Feng said with some confusion. This sentence also brought Suchin back to his senses. Everyone has their own ambitions. And maybe they have their own persistence. Suchin put on a warm smile and said, "Let's go on. Let's go on and find the next box." After saying that, the Dawn Guild team continued to move in another direction. Suchin walked behind the crowd. He lowered his head and avoided the camera angle of the live broadcast. "Is it you?" Suchin said to himself in a voice that only he could hear, "Zhou Jing." Maybe others couldn't recognize it, but he would definitely recognize that figure from behind. 70 cents is not easy to divide, so 3 cents per person is fair. Lao Su. Let's play the new world. Jiang Tian has already bought a house with this game. Lao Su. Come hang out with me, and I'll give you all the food and drinks. The reward for this mission is really high. After completing this mission, we can buy new equipment. Lao Su. You go alone. I'll cover you. Memories of past and present lives slowly emerged. This made Suchin clench his fists. Zhou Jing. What happened to you? Suchin stared ahead. His plan for Zhou Jing was that he did not want Zhou Jing to get involved in these complicated matters too early. So he would let Zhou Jing develop first in the Sunset Guild's third group. After he dominates the world in the future, Zhou Jing will naturally not treat him badly. But now, Zhou Jing seems to be on the opposite side of him. Something must have happened in the meantime. He knew very well what kind of strength Zhou Jing had. He was a low-level mercenary just like in his previous life. To participate in the peak battle, you need to be among the top 500 in the peak battle. Even if the masters of the Sunset Guild train him day and night, it is impossible for his skills to reach the top 500 all at once. Besides, if Feng Yu wants to do this, he will give him a greeting no matter what. Correct. Maple Feather. When Suchin wanted to contact Feng Yu, he found that Feng Yu could not be contacted. It seemed that Feng Yu had been eliminated in this wave of group battles. Not only Feng Yu, but the sledgehammer, who had added him as a friend, was also eliminated. It seemed that all members of the Sunset Guild had been eliminated. Huh? Using Zhou Jing was really a good plan. Suchin snorted coldly in his heart. It seems that he has attracted the attention of some forces. Using Zhou Jing to contain him, and forcibly giving Zhou Jing a big promotion. This is the work of super forces. And Suchin didn't believe that Zhou Jing was just promoted to the top 500. To deal with him, Zhou Jing was promoted to at least the level of the mysterious Dark Mark. Even more than that. Very good. I was worried that it would be too boring, so I just wanted to have some fun. Suchin's expression returned to calmness, and he put on his warm smile again. Who is that birdman? You are so shameless. Luo is kind enough to help you to shame Luo. Everyone thinks Luo is easy to bully. Right? Chow. I really want to curse him. You really saved a dog and mistook kindness for cowardice. Right? In the live broadcast room, there was a lot of curses for that player. Of course, in this comparison, Luo's name becomes even more majestic. Now people not only admire Luo, but also have more complicated emotions. The other side, the masked player walked calmly under the camera. His live broadcast page was full of curses. It even ranked in the top 5 at once. It has even been scolded and trending in the outside world. But what the outside world doesn't know is that underneath the mask is a face in struggle. Old Su has obviously not changed. Why should we attack him? This person is naturally Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing was roaring now. But he didn't show it. But he was roaring in his heart. What you see is false. You wear a mask. But he also wears a mask. His mind has been lost. And he doesn't even know who he is. Zhou Jing. If you really care about your good brother, you should wake him up. While Zhou Jing was roaring, another voice sounded in his heart. This voice was very calm. And Zhou Jing, who was struggling with his temper, gradually calmed down. Yes, I am helping him get back on track. I am helping him. Although Zhou Jing still struggled a little, he changed his mind. Do as I say, and you can wake up your good brother. Zhou Jing's inner voice continued. Zhou Jing nodded after struggling for a while. Just at this time. Oh! Isn't this the little rookie who was protected just now? At this time, Zhou Jing once again met the people who were chasing him just now. Haha. Luio was walking in the opposite direction. Do you want to escape in his direction again? Someone in the team said immediately. Obviously, they were scared away by Luio just now, and they all felt aggrieved. But Luio and the others couldn't afford to offend him. Now that I meet that Sanren noob again, I naturally want to find face with him. Ha ha ha. Keep running to find your brother Luio. It's so unfair. The jeers continued, and several people had already surrounded Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing did not run away at this time. Instead, he used his hand to create a flash technique and then detonated it. At the same time, a sound insulation array was casually arranged. This way, the cameras won't be able to capture what's happening in this area. I didn't want to reveal my strength in advance, but you guys are just too noisy. Zhou Jing looked at several people and said coldly, Yo, the little novice is starting to show off? One of them immediately retorted. It's just that this time the leader didn't immediately respond with words, but he realized something was wrong. Hey, do you feel weird? The leader said suddenly. As the leader said, the others began to observe their surroundings. I found that this flash technique was very long-lasting and did not scatter at all. At the same time, there were a lot of light spots around, and these light spots turned into a small sword the size of a dagger. Withdraw? After all, he is also a master ranked around 1 or 200. And now everyone can see that something is wrong. But when they wanted to run, they found that there were invisible barriers around them. Even if several people join forces to attack, they can't be blasted away. Chapter 4:15. Invite Brother Feng Chen to join the game. At this moment, the light condensed into a small sword the size of a dagger, attacking them like rain. Faced with such an attack, several people could only choose to resist because there was no place to hide. Few? But their physical blocking was of no use at all, and the small sword of light pierced them directly. Even the magician's magic shield only resisted for a moment before the shield was broken. These people were so angry that they wanted to curse. You have such strength. Just run around. It also gave them the illusion that they could be bullied at will. After the light flashed, the group of people disappeared, leaving only Zhou Jing, who quickly left the scene. Hold the grass? Is this the second? No wonder he wasn't grateful to Luio for saving him just now. It turned out to be intentional. Those few people were wronged. They were first stopped by Luio, and now they realized that the person they were chasing was actually a big boss. Although, I still don't like this bird feather. It's too pretentious. And it's the most annoying kind of pretense. You have the ability to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. Although Zhou Jing's strength has entered everyone's field of vision, but he doesn't get enough respect. Mainly because he acts a little weird. But Zhou Jing himself was in a dazed state. How could he think so clearly? What Zhou Jing didn't know was just that. Not far above him, further up the lens, there was a small flying insect paying attention to him. The other side, Su Chen in the picture is squatting in front of a sign, as if searching for some clues. In the camera, only Su Chen's back can be seen. Su Chen loosened his hand holding the sign, and then quickly returned to the team, chatting wordlessly with the team members. Judging from the lens, this is a perfectly normal scene, but the camera couldn't capture the back of the sign. At this time, behind the sign, several small mechanical flying insects flew into the sky outside the camera. He has mechanical authority, and it is very easy to make some small probing flies. Now on the map of the peak battle, Su Chen has released 15 small flying insects. This is what Su Chen is willing to do. If Su Chen doesn't want to do it, just let the little flying insect turn on its invisibility and fly out in a big way. But in order not to be caught by some nosy guys who like to extract frames for analysis, I still put on a show for them. Zhou Jing, it seems that you are really making a difference. Su Chen had already seen the scene on Zhou Jing's side. Su Chen, who was observing this scene with his mind, smiled coldly. But now the situation is getting more and more complicated, and the original plan may not be stable enough. Su Chen felt a little irritable when he thought about this. Originally he thought very simply. By relying on memory and completing tasks honestly, you can stay in the first echelon even if you don't compete with other players. When it comes to the rush stage, find a reason to kill 2 or 3 people with high scores, and you will be in first place. But the situation now is different from what I remembered. First, Bai Shuyuan used the hidden mission issued by the Holy See to create a group of masters. Then Yfin was willing to attack Yfin, whose strength far exceeded that of his previous life. And Zhou Jing, who didn't know how far he had been promoted. His strength is strong. But after being balanced, the strength he can display is limited. Unless he completely changes his face, directly uses his divine power to counter the balance system, and destroys these players the moment he can use his divine power. But if he does it that way, he won't get any votes from human heroes. With his current strength, he can no longer easily close the game. Dalian also arranged to go out as an undercover agent, but now his strength is really limited. Just when Su Chen was thinking that he should be cautious in this situation, the picture monitored by one of the little flying insects made Su Chen raise his eyebrows. Yfin and Annihilation are heading towards the Magic Night Theater. Su Chen's brain was running rapidly. The Magic Night Theater is a very special scene. Su Chen was wondering if he could make an article using this Magic Night Theater. Yfin and Annihilation, among the teams that have now revealed their strength, are definitely at the top of the crushing level. Whether you want to deal with these two people, or use these two people to drive away tigers and devour wolves, it is a good choice. Come with me. After thinking about the strategy, Su Chen directly spoke through private chat. At the same time, the direction of walking was changed. According to the original plan, it was no longer stable enough, and Su Chen felt that a change was needed. It just so happened that they were not far from the Magic Night Theater. You try to guide your team near the Dark Night Theater, and when there is movement there, you immediately suggest that your team go and take a look. At the same time, he also sent a message to Yao Dao. After doing this, Su Chen showed a harmless smile. Phantom Night Theater. The current environment is still daytime, but the sunshine does not bring warmth here. The stone bricks on the wall have long been eroded by wind and rain and are uneven, and the colors are different, like a decadent picture. Even the vines growing out of the cracks and grooves made an eerie rustling sound, making the place feel even more terrifying. Yfin and Annihilation arrived at the door of One Eye Theater. The theater door was half open. Just as the two were about to go in, there was suddenly another burst of footsteps coming from not far away, and Hen was already reciting the spell in his mouth, ready to summon the bone dragon at any time. In fact, he doesn't even need to be so cautious. With Yfin, the #1 swordsman in the arena, who can ignore his presence to interrupt Darkmark's spell, Yfin also put his hand on the sword. Although he does not advocate bullying others with strength, the actual situation now is that others are beginning to deliberately target him and Annihilation. This is his basic self-defense. Soon, Yfin saw the person clearly. He didn't know the others, but he still knew the leader, Luio. Yfin called out the other party's name. Hearing the name, Annihilation frowned and did not recite the spell but still remained vigilant. It turns out that the #1 person in the arena has become dissatisfied and disrespectful. After Su Chen saw the other party calling his name, he glanced at the other party, and then humbly complimented him. That's just a false reputation. You don't need to compliment me. If you really want to rank, I probably won't be able to stop you. The other party is easy to talk to, and Yfin is naturally easy to talk to. The tense situation was immediately resolved by the two of them with one sentence. Are Brother Fengshen planning to go in and investigate? Su Chen asked tentatively. Yes. I feel like there should be something good in it. Yfin nodded and said. You too. Do you want to go in and have a look? I originally wanted to take a look, but since Brother Fengshen likes it, let you go. Su Chen shook his head and prepared to leave. Everyone said that Luio was a very good character, and when we met him today, he turned out to be a humble gentleman, as gentle as jade. Yfin's first impression of Luio was also very good. In this competition, how many respectable people fight over a small treasure chest? Luio was in a place that was probably a treasure trove. Just because the other party planned to take a look, he gave in. This kind of charisma is truly worth hearing once. Wait, we may not be able to figure it out. Let's do it together. Yfin stopped Su Chen, and he had a good impression of Su Chen. This is not good, right? Su Chen Guzwa hesitated. If there's anything wrong with it, we still have to rely on your help. If we can't figure it out, then we can all share it equally. Yfin said calmly. Yfin's words have reached this point, and if he refuses any more, he will seem a bit coy. Then Luo was disrespectful. Su Chen also agreed very well, and Hin next to him was actually reluctant to team up with Su Chen to get a share of the pie. But in the final analysis, the boss asked him to assist Yfin, not to control Yfin. Seeing Luio greeting him with a smile, and Hin could only force out a smile in response. Su Chen and Yfing's live broadcast rooms were originally the first and second most popular live broadcast rooms. And their teaming up immediately caused a sensation. Dark Hen plus Yfin plus Luio. This combination is too stupid. Other players don't need to play it. Fans of Luio rarely come to the camera. Luio has a hard time beating Yfin. Seeing that Yfin has dark marks. This little brother is obviously here to hug her. Haha. It's as strange as anyone else. With his previous personality, he was probably thinking about plotting against Luio. I also want Mr. Luio to stop teaming up with insidious villains like you. Fans of Yfin are the only ones who rarely come here to get involved. Look how ugly and Hen's forced smile is. He doesn't know what he's thinking of. Luio. Run quickly. If someone wants to punish you, don't go with Yfin. Fans of Luio really know how to add drama. So don't let the sense of immersion be so strong when playing a game. It shouldn't be that the sense of immersion is so strong when playing games. But it should be so strong when watching a live broadcast. Would Luio say something to him? Haha. Luio's character is what Yfin needs to look up to. It's not just about character, but also about strength. After leaving the arena, Yfin is not as good as Luio. Fans of Luio, just keep your mouth shut. Win the first place first and then compare. Although some people have expectations for Luio and Yfin to join forces, most of them still want to see them compete. Especially the fan teams of the two people want to step on each other. What Yfin did before caused him to lose a little bit of fans. But after all, Yfin is a veteran and strong person. Even if he loses a little bit of fans, his fan group is still huge. In particular, there are still a large number of fans who have become fans and support Yfin without caring about what is right or wrong. The barrage is moving, but it will not affect the progress of the game for several people. Several people walk towards the Magic Night Theater. The paint on the door panel has long since peeled off, and the heavy iron lock is rusted, hanging feebly on the door knocker. Crunch. As the door was slowly pushed open, a cold and strong aura covered his face. Inside the theater, the auditorium was filled with debris and a thick layer of dust, and some of the seats had been mostly rotten by unknown sources. Squeak squeak. The movement of several people alerted some rats, and they were running away. The scenery on the stage was in tatters. The colorful cloths had faded and become gray and shabby, and the props on the stage were scattered randomly. The headlights in midair were also shaking precariously. Let's look at the clues separately, Su Chen said to several people. Good. Yfin also nodded and agreed. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were amazed by this scene. Even though I know this is just a game, why do I still feel so scared? The main theme of this game is reality. Happy fans of Yfin. Let's see who finds the clue first. Why don't you just compare the number of people and see which side has more people? Which side will win? Luio's fans are also a bunch of harpies. Also, it means you have admitted that you are happy. What is happy? It means having fun. It seems that fans of Luio and Yfin are very happy. It seems that whatever happens now will turn into a war of words between fans of Luio and Yfin. This left some passers-by speechless. After all, not everyone is a fan of these two people. Many of them are just passers-by and have no stance. But their firepower is obviously not as good as those of the two fans. And whoever they say is not good will be immediately assigned as a fan of one side and become a fan of the other side. Inside the theater, several people were scattered, looking for clues everywhere. First, check the floor, and then look for those seats. Then, he searched for clues on the surrounding walls. The theater is very large, and the walls are very wide and long. On the walls around the theater, there are some broken posters and some faded photos. The groups and text on the poster have gradually become blurred, and only some information can be vaguely seen. However, this information is incoherent and makes it confusing. Su Chen pretended to be looking for clues, but actually, intentionally or unintentionally, he was leaning in the direction of Yfin. After a while, the two happened to be looking for clues and found each other. Brother Luio, have you found any clues? Yfin looked at Luio and asked. Yes, but looking at Brother Feng Chen's expression. Have you discovered something? Su Chen replied with a smile. I made some discoveries, but not much. On the corner of the poster in the middle of the stage, I saw a circle and triangle symbol. I also saw this symbol on another poster, and I always felt that it was related. Yfin told Su Chen what he had discovered. Yfin's discovery surprised Su Chen. This was really close to the answer. It's just that answer. But it's not the correct answer. That's right. The puzzles at Magic Night Theater don't have a single answer. Depending on the solution, different events can be triggered. The clue that Yfin discovered was actually the answer that Suchin wanted Yfin to trigger. This saves Suchin from going around the bush. Look at this. Suchin took out a photo frame. Yfin glanced at Suchin and then took it. Yes, that's the symbol, Yfin said, holding the photo in his hand. In the photo, there is a person with a clown's face and gestures, pointing to the symbol that Yfin discovered. Brother Function, look at the seat in front of you. There is the same photo. Seeing that the time was ripe, Suchin said to Yfin. Yfin looked over and found that it was exactly what Suchin said. So the two of them walked over quickly. When I walked in, I discovered that there was a photo stuck crookedly on the seat. The person in the photo is wearing the same gesture. Yfin glanced at Suchin, and Suchin nodded. Yfin immediately picked up the photo. But after picking up the photo, I discovered that there was a mark with the same graphic on that seat. This is, Yfin said with some surprise. These two shapes seem to correspond. I wonder if they can solve this puzzle if they are put together. Suchin touched his chin and analyzed. Yfin nodded, feeling that it made sense. Then post it and take a look? Yfin asked Suchin. Can. Suchin nodded to signal Yfin to continue. Seeing that Suchin didn't care about this opening opportunity, Yfin didn't give in much and just stuck to it. Click, click, click. Just when it was posted, a door slowly opened in place of the huge poster on the stage with a rotation of gears. Is it that simple to solve? Yfin couldn't believe it and said to himself. Suchin sneered in his heart, because this was originally a trap. Of course it was simple, and it was even specially guided by the sealed demon inside. Brother Function, look there. Suchin pretended to be surprised and reminded Yfin. I saw a figure standing on the huge chandelier at some point. It held daggers in both hands, had oil paint on its face, and was wearing a standard clown suit. It might be the guard boss. And there should be a treasure chest inside. Yfin came to a conclusion based on previous experience. Yes. Yes. It's a treasure chest. It looks very difficult to deal with. Suchin was very happy in her heart, but she still looked worried on her face. At this moment, the clown had jumped down. The target is Yfin holding the sticker. But before Yfin could draw his sword, Suchin had already stepped forward with a spear in hand. Brother Function, you go get the treasure box quickly. My guild brothers and I will hold it up, Suchin said directly to Yfin. Before Yfin could refuse, Suchin used a short burst of multiple shooting techniques to hit the clown hard. These made the clown give up on Yfin and prepare to deal with the man with the spear in front of him first. Go quickly. Seeing that Yfin hadn't moved yet, Suchin said loudly to Yfin. Now that things are like this, it's really hard for Yfin to refuse. Brother Luio, I'm going to get the treasure chest. You'll open it and divide it later. After Yfin said that, he rushed towards the center of the stage. Under Suchin's arrangement, Method and others also came to help Suchin. When Annihilation saw so many people helping Luio, out of selfish motives, he followed Yfin to the gate instead of helping Luio. I was originally thinking about how to kick you away, but I was quite conscious of it. Looking at Luo's actions, Annihilation smiled. However, he just thought about these words, but did not say them out, because he knew who Yfin was, and there was no need to find him unhappy. On the field, the scene of Suchin holding a silver spear and leading his guild brothers to fight the clown boss was naturally broadcast live. Chapter 416 Yfin is besieged. Suchin smiled at his heart when he saw them all walking in together with the dark mark. This went more smoothly than planned. Originally, he was still thinking about how he should reject Yfin's help if he asked Annihilation to help him. It turned out that Annihilation was really awesome, and he went in quietly with Yfin without even saying hello. He is an example of a pig-like teammate. Yfin actually did nothing wrong. The reason why it seemed that Yfin was wrong was actually because Yfin was taking the blame for Annihilation. He even doubted whether this dark mark was with him. Knowing that Yfin is his opponent in the election of human hero, he is not willing to let Yfin's reputation be completely ruined. Suchin was so happy. In addition to the demon, he actually has an undercover agent. Yfin is really shameless. It was Luio who solved all the puzzles. Yet he just went in like that. This is why we like Luio. He has always been so selfless and great. Great. Needless to say, it can be said that Luio has achieved the most noble level with Yfin, whom he has only met once, and is impeccable. Look at Yfin. He ran directly towards the treasure chest. Nonsense. Luio asked Yfin to open the treasure chest. And Yfin also said that Luio would open the treasure chest. As expected of a fan of Yfin. I believe this kind of thing. Why don't you see how Annihilation does it? One person is enough to open the treasure chest. The guardian monster of the treasure chest is restrained by Luio. 2 people are needed to open the treasure chest together? If Yfin really had a conscience, he should let the thug he bribed help Luio. What you said is quite funny. Why would he buy a thug if he has a conscience? Why don't you just rely on your ability as the first person to defeat him? In Luio's live broadcast room, Luio's fans have basically gained the upper hand. Yfin's fans knew that they were in the wrong, and it was difficult to argue with them. They could only win back the criticism after Yfin actually handed over the treasure box to Suchin to open it. Only Yfin's extreme fans were still doing their best, but they were basically being scolded by dozens of people. Suchin's eyes narrowed slightly. The only way Yfin could win back Feng Ping was to give him the treasure box. But there was no treasure box in it. Therefore, Yfin has taken the blame. Action. Suchin simply said 2 words to Yao Dao. At the same time, Suchin deliberately threw the spear a little crooked. Boom! There was a huge noise in the Magic Night Theater. When the sound of the smashing was heard, the door happened to be closed. As the door closed, the system issued an announcement. System announcement. The player Yfin Dark Hen also launched a special event called the Dusty Past. This event is a public event, and all players can participate. Seeing this system announcement, Suchin smiled lightly. This is what he's going to do. There are demons unblocking you in front of you, and players chasing you behind you. Let's see how your luck is going. Yfin. Suchin glanced at the position of the stage with a joking look in his eyes. Outside world. Just when the system announcement was released, it happened to be accompanied by a rumble. Suchin is better stuck. Just as he finished speaking, there was a big noise, and the roof was smashed and dust flew up. Suchin deliberately exposed this coordinate. It saves players the trouble of not being able to find it. It can be said to be very considerate. Yao Dao's group. There seemed to be a fight breaking out in that place. Could it be the noise caused by Yfin in the announcement? Luio frowned and said, movements of that level can only be found at the level of Yfin, Luio, Annihilation, and the others. Where else could it be? Yichinji wrapped a blood recovery bandage on his hand and said lightly, their hunting during this period was actually not going well, because now players are grouping together in advance. The 3 of them were able to hunt ordinary teams, but they faced teams with the same experts that were 2 or 3 times their size. This makes hunting more difficult for them. Moreover, they did not dare to provoke public anger, so they could only hunt some small teams more conservatively. But the effect was not ideal. How about taking a chance? Luio said to the 2 of them. You mean the 2 of us are going to hunt Yfin and Dark Hen? Is that right? We wrapped the bandage, bit off the bandage, and then looked at Luio coldly. What should we do? Our hunting efficiency is so poor now. We can't just wait, right? Luio was also a little helpless. You too. Since we are not strong enough now, let's muddy the water first. Only when the water becomes muddy can we fish in troubled waters. Seeing that the time was right, Yao Dao stood up and expressed his opinion. Oh! How to say? Yimuchen came back and looked at Yao Dao with interest. There was so much noise when the announcement was made just now, so the coordinates are probably confirmed. Now everyone is united. Isn't it because they were forced by Yfin and Annihilation? We can spread rumors that Yfin and the others were seen in that place and found the orange treasure chest. But they faced a very powerful boss. Do you think everyone would want to fish in troubled waters? Yao Dao said to the 2 of them. Using the Baishuan team's network to spread rumors was also part of Suchin's plan. And it can be a bit outrageous. And it is okay to add fuel and jealousy to smear Yfin. Anyway, these news have nothing to do with Suchin. At most, only one Daoyuan was found. He found it when he checked Daoyuan. What does this have to do with the evil ways of the Su group? It has nothing to do with Suchin at all. Daoyuan? You can always think of some strange ways. We looked at Daoyuan with serious eyes, as if he wanted to see through something. However, the psychological quality of the demon is very strong. After all, he has already understood a little bit of the immortal way, and the doubts of mortals cannot mess him up at all. However, they are indeed quite useful. Qianhui opened the communication. I will discuss it with Baishuan. This approach is indeed in line with the interests of the Baishuan team. Baishuan's team aims to be number 1. So the combination of Yfin and Annihilation is their biggest opponent. Suffice it to say, there is no opportunity better than this. This wave is a good opportunity to get rid of Yfin's team. After getting rid of the team of Yfin and Annihilation, when the two of them combine, they will be the strongest team. Bai Shuyan agreed. Let's start taking action. Yimuqian, we said. Yao Dao and Luijian both agreed and then went about their business. Yimuqian, we glanced deeply at Yao Dao, but didn't say anything. And she went to work. The other side. Behind the gate is a cave-like place. After Yfin entered the gate, he found that Annihilation was also following him. You should go and help Luio, Yfin said with a frown. Hee. Brother. Luio is so powerful that he can handle it. There might be some ambush here. So I can help you, Annihilation said with a smile, justifying his behavior. Just when Yfin wanted to say something else. Call. A strong wind blew through the cave. The strong wind came so suddenly that the two of them almost lost their footing. Why is there such a strong wind in this cave? Annihilation felt a little strange. Call. But before Yfin could say anything, another strong wind blew by. It's not a strong wind. Look at that place. Yfin used lighting moss. This is a very versatile prop that can illuminate a large area by just throwing it on the wall. Yfin found the source of the wind, so he threw it accurately. After lighting up, the two of them could see clearly. It turns out that there is a very tall and huge stone statue in the cave. At this time, the stones began to fall off the nose of the stone statue. So it's not the wind. It's actually... Annihilation was sweating a little, as if in reply to Annihil's words. The nose part of the stone statue took another breath, and the wind started blowing in the cave again. Therefore, this is not the wind at all, but the other party is just breathing in. Boom! At this time, the stone statue suddenly shook, and the stones on its body fell one after another. What appeared in front of them was a giant with demon wings and a body burning with fire. Roar! When the giant demon discovered them, it let out a roar. At the same time, the huge wings behind them spread out, which also brought up a strong wind, making it difficult for the two of them to maintain their center of gravity. I didn't see the treasure chest at all. So get out quickly. Annihilation looked at the cave, and there was no treasure chest at all. Dark Mark has summoned the bone dragon and let it hit the door. But after the door was closed, it didn't move at all. Careful. At this time, Yfin said to Annihilation. The giant demon flew over, waved his claws, and attacked the two of them. After all, Dark Mark has a mage's constitution, so it's not that easy to avoid. Fortunately, Yfin did not forget him and took him with him to avoid this attack. After dodging, Yfin took advantage of the gap and struck a sword towards the door. But apart from the countershock, the door didn't leave even a scratch. It seems that this is some kind of trial, and the door will not open until this giant demon is defeated, Yfin said with a frown. I thought I would just open a treasure chest, but if I had known about it, I would have let that Luio in. Annihilation cursed in his heart. Be careful. It's not that strong, Yfin warned Annihilation. Annihilation also nodded. There is no other way now but to follow the rules and defeat this giant demon first. He no longer hid the Dark Mark, and directly summoned 15 skull dragons. What a shame. I don't know if the boss can make up for it. Annihilation thought with some pain. Yfin was also in full power, moving towards the giant demon to engage in a close fight. Both of them tried their best, but still fought back and forth with the giant demon. Slowly, the two of them worked together to cause considerable damage to the giant demon, and they entered into a fierce battle with the demon. Outside, as the rumors spread, many players gathered outside the theater. Several large player teams all came. The Bai Shuyan team was divided into two teams, pretending to be unrelated to each other at this time. Qin Guruomeng and Quang Fury teamed up, and also found some top 10 players in each profession to form the most powerful team on the surface. Apart from this, there are still two slightly larger guild teams, and the rest are individual teams. Everyone knows that Yfin bribed a mysterious master. Seeing that there were more people, Furious said loudly to the people in other teams. Brother Nu, if you have something to say, just say it. Bai Shuyan responded with a smile. Originally, everyone is an individual player, and this is also an individual battle. Everyone relies on their own abilities. It doesn't matter if they form a team, but directly bribed a super master. This kind of behavior is disgusting. I suggest that everyone stop fighting among themselves and resolve Yfin first. Fury is not secretive either, although what they do is not so honorable. But at this time, if Yfin was smeared and charged with a crime, what they did would become just. Indeed, forming a team is nothing, but buying them off is too much. Luio on the other side was also fanning the flames. Those who spoke were all prominent figures, and they had already set the tone for this time. Naturally, other players who had little say in the matter did not dare to confront it, and they came here just to see if they could fish in troubled waters and get something good. The first-class team's goal is to kill Yfin, while the average players want to fish in troubled waters. It can be said that fighting against the wind is the right direction for both groups of players. Just when everyone was about to go in, boom! From the theater, a person was suddenly knocked out. Everyone saw this. It's Luio. But before anyone could ask, they saw an evil clown holding daggers in both hands, chasing after Luio. When they saw the evil clown, everyone was nervous, fearing that the boss's hatred would come to them. But for some reason, the evil clown's hatred towards Luio was very stable. Everyone, let me lure this clown away first. Go and help Yfin. He went in, and didn't come out for a long time. Suchin barely blocked the clown's attack with his spear, and then said to everyone. After saying that, Suchin ran away, and really lured the clown away. At the same time, several players from the Dawn Guild behind him also chased after him, apparently going to support Luio. This incident made everyone confused. But someone immediately realized something. That means Yfin has been in there for a long time, and still hasn't come out yet. Doesn't that mean that Yfin hasn't come out? Which means that the incident is still going on. Maybe Yfin is experiencing a fierce battle, and it will be easier for them to deal with the duo of Yfin and Annihilation. Whether it was the Furious Chinga team or the Baishuan team. Their eyes lit up at this time. The incident is still ongoing. So let's go in and take a look, Chinga Ruaman said to everyone. The others also nodded. In fact, these two big teams were still thinking about whether to kill Luio in this wave. But looking at the way Luio was being chased and beaten by the clown boss just now, it seemed that his strength was not as great as he had been boasted about. Besides, Luio has helped them take away a clown boss, which saves them trouble. Several top players looked at each other. Although there was no exchange of words, they all understood what they meant in their eyes. The priority now is to deal with the big boss team of Yfin and Annihilation. Luio's strength is only about this now. And the players in Luio's guild are also a bunch of noobs. Soon, a large group of people entered the theater. The theater is still the same as before. Yfin hasn't come out yet. There should be some mechanism to solve the puzzle. Everyone spreads out to look for it. Furious clapped his hands and said to everyone. Everyone is also seizing the time to look for clues. The clue was actually not difficult. And Suchin was considerate enough not to take the photo away from the machine seat. So he had to teach them how to turn on the machine. Take a look. This photo has the same shape as this chair. Yes, this should be the thing they solved the puzzle before. Luio was entangled by the clown. And then Yfin and the others went in. So they didn't pick up these things. Open it quickly, before they all pack up and run away. Soon, someone found the place. After all, Suchin almost put it in their faces. It would be a disaster if he couldn't even find this. Click. Click. After the photo was posted, the door in the middle of the stage slowly opened. Originally, at this time, the giant demon was almost defeated. Speaking of this, Annihil's body aches. He has already exploded 2 bone dragons. Now he still hopes to knock down this giant demon to compensate for his losses. But at this time, the door behind him suddenly opened. Annihil took the time to take a look. He thought that Luio couldn't wait any longer and opened the door from the outside. But at a glance, there was a group of people watching them. Annihil and Yfin had beaten the giant demon down to less than a third of its health. Seeing this situation, these masters couldn't help but have a glimmer of greed in their eyes. First of all, this is a public event. In other words, as long as they participate, they may get treasures or points. If you kill other participants, you will get even more. Although no one spoke first, they all couldn't help but pick up their weapons, ready to take action to enjoy the fruits of victory. Yfin also saw the people behind him. Everyone. What does this mean? There was a hint of anger in Yfin's voice. His state dropped a lot after fighting with Dark Hen and this demon. His big skills were cooled down. And his state was also very tired. Not only was the game character tired, such a high-intensity battle was also mentally tiring. Yfin, you bribed the thugs to dominate this game. I won't make it difficult for you to hand over an orange treasure box. Kuang Nu looked at Yfin with a sneer and said to him. In his opinion, a public event was triggered, and he was fighting such a powerful demon again. Then orange treasure chests are also normal. That is, Yfin will take advantage of you and hand over everything. Yfin, please clear all your points, and we can let you go. With Fury taking the lead, the others also spoke up. Now that they have a large number of people, they are naturally not afraid of the wind and dust. Chapter 417, Dark Mark hits the whole audience. Yfin is teased. Seeing this scene, Yfin also understood that it seemed that these people were coming for him. In fact, Yfin had thought about it when the system announcement was triggered just now. That's why I thought of quickly killing this demon and running away. But looking at it now, even if he gives up this boss who is about to be killed, these people will not let him go easily. Just when Yfin was entangled, Annihilation suddenly spoke. Brother, can you handle this demon on your own? Annihilation looked at Yfin and asked. Annihilations's eyes at this time were full of violence. And it was obvious that he seemed to be opening some secret technique. You're thinking? Yfin asked. I need to get rid of these villains first. Dark Hen's eyes were full of violence. Yfin originally wanted to say something else, but these people came to besiege them. He couldn't let Annihilation not fight back. At least Yfin didn't think anything was wrong with Annihilations's current state. After all, this is just a game. And even blackening is just a game buff, with no connection to reality at all. I can handle it. Yfin nodded seriously to Annihilation. Then Yfin roared angrily, and his whole body erupted with a stronger aura than before. This was when he started to activate the buff skill that would lead to a weak state. If this wave of dark marks cannot complete the cleanup of the players, then the two of them will really be unable to break out. This is Yfin's last stand. Yfin's clothes rustled in the strong wind, and the demon roared, attacking Yfin again and again. The demon's attack was like a violent storm, but Yfin was like a light leaf, swaying in the storm but never falling. He flexibly avoided the demon's attack while constantly launching counterattacks. While Yfin and the demon were fighting fiercely, Annihilation was not idle either. Dark Mark has activated the secret technique. His body is shrouded in a layer of black weapons, and 10 purple connecting lines appear at the same time. At the other end of the purple lines are the bone dragons. After the bone dragons are pulled by these purple lines, they become more furious. His eyes gradually became dark, as if they had swallowed up all the light, leaving only pure darkness. Annihilation stretched out his hands, his fingers trembling slightly, as if playing a silent piece of music. Following his movements, 10 purple lines as thin as hair controlled the bone dragons, and those bone dragons seem to be dancing. The bone dragons have undergone earth-shaking changes. Their bodies have become larger, and their bones are shining with a faint blue light. Their breath also became more powerful, and even the surrounding air seemed to be solidified by their pressure. Even the slowest person can see that this is some kind of enhanced ultimate move. The reason why no one on the player team took action and everyone was watching was because everyone was scheming. No one wants to stand out and attract the other side's first wave of firepower. But all the masters know that if they continue like this, the bone dragon will become increasingly difficult to deal with. Let's do it, Chingaruaming said to several people. While he was talking, the staff in his hand also condensed a ball of green light and shot towards one of the bone dragons. Although this move is not a very strong skill, its attack power is still noticeable. But when the green light shines on the bone dragon, there is no change at all, and no damage is done to the bone dragon. An invisible barrier absorbed the damage, turned into a darker purple, and then flowed from the connecting line to Dark Mark. Annihilation stretched out his tongue and swiped his lips, which seemed to taste delicious. No, his bone dragon seemed to be covered with a layer of shields. Fury said after finding out. It seems that they cannot be defeated one by one. The summoner himself must be defeated first. Bai Shuyuan frowned and said. Originally, Bai Shuyuan still thought that his team would retain its strength this time, and sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers and tigers. But now I saw that the opponent was a tiger. If their team didn't take action, they would probably be defeated one by Dark Mark just by relying on Chingaruaming. Don't forget, Yfin hasn't got his hands free yet. When Yfin frees up his hand, and Annihilation activates this skill again, they have no chance of winning at all. It would be difficult to break through 10 bone dragons, and it would be too difficult for them to break through Yfin. Everyone, we still have a chance now. Yfin is still in a weak state even if he defeats the devil. We captured Dark Mark in one fell swoop. and Yfin was able to capture him without any help. But if we let them slow down any longer, all of us will have no chance of winning against them. Chinga Ruoming naturally noticed this, and said to everyone, "Yes, anyone who takes advantage of the situation and fails to contribute will just wait to be defeated one by the Yfin team." Moreover, Yfin and the others should have gained a lot of points from this wave, and whoever kills them will earn a considerable sum of money. Rage also incites players. At this time, many players were also excited. Although the opponent is strong, the stronger the opponent naturally means the more points you can gain. Besides, there are so many people, and they are not facing such a powerful enemy alone. That's right. Kill them. They are just 2 people. Don't let them slow down. Come on. There are so many of us. Why are we afraid of what they will do? Others also stood up one after another and joined the allies in the crusade against Yfin's team. By Shuyuan team, guild team, individual player team. Basically everyone is joined. There were only some teams left that were weak and wanted to rely on the stealth method. But they did not make a statement. Dark Trace versus many expert teams. The drama is about to begin. The spectators outside the venue also flocked into the shots of the participants in this battle. The most common ones are dark marks. This heroic scene of one man fighting against all the heroes in the world is very exciting. At the same time, the live broadcast pages of high-end players such as Chinga Ruoming, Furious, and Bai Shiyuan also received a large influx of viewers. Luo Chio's live broadcast page and Yfin's live broadcast page, which had always occupied the first and second places, were directly squeezed out this time. Luo Chio is still fighting against the clown boss, and Yfin is also fighting against the devil. How can V be as exciting as V? And it's still the top V in this game. Yfin is pretty good, because the progress of his own battle with the devil will also affect the situation of this V war. So there are still a lot of people paying attention to him. At least it didn't fall out of the top 10. But the battle between Luo Chio and the clown boss was already outside the theater, and the fight was very conservative. Even fans of Luo Chio felt that this battle was too conservative and even a little lethargic. Therefore, the traffic of Luo Chio's live broadcast page has dropped to almost 20. He has become an outsider in this war. At this time, Su Chen was still fighting with the clown. Even with the help of Mephit, Bingfeng and others, it was even considered leisurely, and there was no tension at all in the battle. "Mr. Su, the war has begun. What do you need me to do?" Yao Dao also took some time off from his busy schedule and sent a message to Su Chen, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, and fanning the flames. Don't let them stop. While Su Chen was taking a break from the battlefield, he also took the time to return to the demon path. And he actually doesn't need the demon to report the real situation to him. In the theater, the mechanical flying insects he installed are still live broadcasting. Don't worry. There are still people who haven't entered yet. Su Chen smiled softly. Although Yao Dao didn't know who else was absent, he didn't ask much. Anyway, just follow Mr. Su's instructions and... That's fine. Su Chen is waiting for someone. Zhou Jing. Or rather, the person behind Zhou Jing. Can you still hold on? Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The game, he said, was not just for Yfin and other players. He wanted to see what Zhou Jing was here to do. At this time, the battle on the field has reached the stage of deciding the winner. Yfin had almost exhausted the demon's health. Dark Mark's defense line made it impossible for anyone to break through. This can't go on like this. Bai Shuyuan said in the team channel of the 6 of them. And Hen alone can almost defeat them all. If Yfin is added to the mix, will they still be able to play? In fact, I think that whether they are Dark Hen or Yfin, they suddenly burst out with such powerful strength. Most of them have some limited skills. We don't have to really deal with Yfin and the others in this wave. We can steal the rewards first. At this moment, Luijian suddenly said, "Is it possible?" Bai Shuyuan was a little unsure about this tactic. Calculate your damage and see where the killing line is. When the killing line is reached, Yi Muqian and I will go back and attack Yfin. We will use the strongest blow. Even Yfin does not dare to take it head-on. Bai Shuyuan will the attack was suppressed until the end of the attack. Traveler Daoyuan and your burst of damage helped Bai Shuyuan expand the killing line. Luijian came up with a tactic that suited the current situation. After hearing Luijian's tactics, Bai Shuyuan hesitated a little. The fight on Yfin's side is almost over, and there will be no chance at that time. Luijian urged. Okay, let's use Luijian's plan. Daoyuan and Traveler to avenge the damage. Bai Shuyuan also knew that the fighter planes were changing rapidly, and he could no longer hesitate. Others had nothing to object to, although the Baishuan team was still fighting against Dark Mark on the surface. Yimu Qianhui and Luijian both entered the stealth state and headed towards the cave. At the same time, the Baishuan team was also fighting and moving towards the cave. There was still fighting on the field at this time. Qingderuomen's fighting area was full of greenery, and the surrounding plants protected him from the bone dragon's attacks. At the same time, every attack he prepared was aimed at Dark Mark. Fury is holding 2 axes. At this time, he is like a crazy beast, constantly looking for opportunities to cut into the Dark Marks. Other players are also using their strengths to fight. Guarding Star quietly withdrew from the battlefield holding a large shield. He protected the movement of the Baishuan team and resisted the Bone Dragon's attack. At this time, Yfin was about to successfully challenge the devil. He smelled a hint of danger. Dark Mark. Someone is approaching, Yfin said suddenly. Support now. And Han also responded immediately. However, other players are breaking through his defense, and he is under great pressure. If it were in the outside world, his strength could be even stronger. But with the balanced system, his ability has been weakened a lot. Being able to fight so many players at the same time is already very limited. The pressure on the frontal battlefield was too great. As a summoner, his own combat power was really limited. If someone breaks through the defense line, these bone dragons will immediately lose control. This skill is like this. Although it can give the bone dragon an almost invincible defense increase, it also has a small attack increase. But once interrupted, the bone dragon will enter a weak resting state. Luo Jin originally got this as a trump card for him, but now he has no choice but to use it. The support he could give Yfin was just a bone dragon. It's not that we can't send 2 or 3, but we're afraid that the opponent will pretend to attack Yfin's side, and then suddenly break through on the battlefield. That way, failure will happen faster. Yimu Qianhui and Luijian knew they had been seen through, and immediately launched an attack. Yfin easily dodged Luijian's cold arrow, and at the same time blocked Yimu Qianhui's attack with a sword block, and then knocked Yimu Qianhui away with a counterattack. As expected of Yfin, he has noticed this, Yimu Qianhui said with a smile. As a first-time assassin and first-time archer, will you just take advantage of the situation? Yfin responded coldly. As the number 1 person at the top, is Yfin really that upright? 9,000 chapters mocked. But before Yfin could respond, Yimu Qianhui took advantage of Yfin's distraction and threw a flying knife to sneak attack. Yfin quickly slashed it open with his sword. At the same time, the demon attacked Yfin again at this time. Yfin did not dare to take the attack and could only roll on the ground to avoid it. Originally, Yimu Qianhui and Luijian were both defeated by him. Not to mention 1v1. Even 1v2 is still very reliable. But the demon's hatred was clearly on him, and he was facing an attack from 3 people. Fortunately, at this time, the Bone Dragon supported by Dark Mark arrived. With the Bone Dragon protecting him, he can take down the boss with confidence. But at this moment, the Baishuan team seemed to be following this Bone Dragon. The Guardian Star held up a large shield to protect Baishuan and the Traveler. As for Yao Dao, he is in the other corner at this time. At least he looks like an individual player, not on the same team as Baishuan and the others. Attract a load source? What do you want to do? Yfin looked at Baishuan and the other 2 people and shouted angrily as they approached. There's no need for Yfin to react so strongly. It's just the rules of the game. Baishuan smiled coldly. I'll stop this Bone Dragon, Guardian Star said to Baishuan. Yfin was not stupid. When he saw Baishuan and the others' operations, he knew that they wanted to grab the boss. Yfin stopped fighting. He would rather not fight than be picked off by these villains. Oh! If you don't fight me, I'll beat you. Baishuan snorted coldly and looked at the Traveler. Travelers also understand it. The Traveler has already cast an illusion spell and launched an illusion attack on Yfin. Baishuan was not idle either. He held a scepter and summoned a sledgehammer made of holy light, attacking Yfin. Yfin was very angry. He was still in the blessing state. He first used his skills to unlock the illusion, and then forcibly shook the holy light hammer with a sword. It has to be said that the title of the number 1 person in Yfin Peak Arena is not a parallel import. After defusing the attacks of the 2, he rushed towards them directly. But in the dark, another cold arrow that had been aimed at him for a long time was shot towards him. If he continued to move towards the 2 of them, He would hit this cold arrow head-on, and Yfin would have no choice but to retreat and avoid it. When Yfin paused, Yfin completed another spell, and a spear of holy light flew towards him again. This works perfectly with Luio's cold arrow. Luio blocked the road, leaving Yfin forced to resist the spear. Yfin hurriedly blocked it, but was shocked by the spear and took 2 steps back. Just after Yfin defused these attacks, the demon behind him attacked him again. Yfin was helpless and could only escape in embarrassment. He could block other people's attacks, but basically had to dodge the devil's attacks. Yfin, who had just dodged the demon's attack, felt the cold front in the shadows again. It turns out that Chica Yi is attacking him again. Yfin had no choice but to blow the knight away Qianhui again with one sword. At the same time, with Luio's cold arrows covering him, Yfin was unable to pursue Qianhui. He could only watch as Yi Qianhui entered the shadows and carried out the next round of sneak attacks. Yfin must be sweating profusely now. I wonder if Bai Shuyuan and Yi Muqian were working together. They worked together so well that they were able to defeat the first person. Yfin, the one who cooperates best, should be the demon boss. Haha. The Guardian Star is quite powerful, having carried the Bone Dragon for so long. Didn't Dark Hen no longer support a Bone Dragon? Yfin was unable to do anything about it. Is Dark Hen still supporting Yfin? He can fight so many people by himself because he only needs to protect himself. As long as he is around, his Bone Dragons are basically invincible. He needs enough Bone Dragons to protect himself. How else can he protect Yfin? It's awesome enough. And it's been balanced. If it weren't for the balance, I wouldn't know how awesome it would be. No balance? Without balance, Luo Qiu would have ended the game. Do you understand? Isn't Yfin the #1 fan? Why are he being treated like a fool by Bai Shuyuan and others? Fans of Luo Qiu, do you feel that you are okay, again? Yfin singled out the super boss demon, and Luo Qiu is still fighting the clown, an ordinary boss. If Luo Qiu hadn't been able to defeat the clown, and he had shared the firepower, would Yfin be in such a mess? Haha. Yfin's fans are so logical that they stole Luo Qiu's puzzle-solving results and blamed Luo Qiu for not helping. Why do I feel that the first person, Yfin, is a bit weak? He might as well have hired his own thugs. It's just not as good as being more confident. Yfin has a hard time beating Bai Shuyuan and several others. How do you expect him to beat the whole game like Anhin? Dark Mark is the real #1. I don't know why I didn't play in the arena before. Maybe it was because he was bribed by Yfin. The scene of Yfin being cheated by a monkey also caused heated discussion among the audience. Chapter 418. Deserted soldiers appear. Damn. Bully my old brother Chen. And Han was completely angry when he saw a few people escaping from the world. And Luo Jin gave him more than that. If the boss finds out, he will definitely deal with me when he gets back. At the same time, Anhin felt a little impatient. But Anhin was still hesitant. There are so many Bone Dragons. If you use that move, the Bone Dragons will be scrapped. Anhin is still a little reluctant to let go. But the momentum is no longer on their side. Not only was Yfin's side subjected to humiliating attacks, but he also began to be unable to withstand the attacks of these players. He was still too arrogant, thinking that by using this trick, he could not take the heroes of the world seriously. With the combined efforts of everyone, his defense line has begun to leak in various ways. Not to mention dividing the Bone Dragon to help Yfin. The power of balance is still too strong. Anhin shook his head. He underestimated the heroes of the world, and also underestimated the power of balance. He thought that after the boss helped him improve to this level, he would be invincible in this arena. But in fact it was still not enough. After he used the skill to strengthen the Bone Dragon, he was unable to break through the defense line of the big shield player for a while. If this continues, Yfin will definitely be eliminated. Yfin has been eliminated, so there is no point in him continuing to compete here. The boss asked him to help Yfin, not to win first place. Forget it. If Brother Chen is eliminated, he will not be sorry for the cultivation of the boss. And Hin figured something out and made a gesture to direct the 10 Bone Dragons to gather together. Even the Bone Dragon that supported Yfin returned to Hin's side. The Bone Dragon is back. What's going on? It turns out that the Guardian Star is competing with the Bone Dragon. After beating, the Bone Dragon flew back, including other players. Everyone was still fighting the Bone Dragon and trying to break through the Bone Dragon's defense. But now all the Bone Dragons are surrounding Hin. Go and interrupt him. The first time Hin did this, Everyone did not interrupt because they were afraid of being the first to stand out. Now that everyone has started a full-scale war with Dark Mark, there is no need to worry about being a standout. Immediately there were dozens of attacks, targeting the Dark Marks. But these attacks are like a stone sinking into the sea. Annihil's hand slowly rose, and each finger seemed to be beating with black flames. The necklace he was wearing began to float in the air, emitting an ancient and mysterious light. 10 huge bone dragons. Their cold bones emitted a strange light in the dark space. At this moment, the 10 bone dragons seemed to have received some instructions, and they screamed and roared at the same time. Annihil suddenly opened his hands violently. The bodies of the 10 bone dragons began to emit purple flames, and these flames were jumping and burning crazily. Then, they quickly converged on Dark Hen's body, forming a huge purple surrounding energy ball. Under the cover of this purple energy ball, Annihil's body began to change. Dark Mark's skin became as dark as ink, as if eroded by darkness. His eyes turned red, his muscles swelled, and his size suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Even the demon who fought Yfin became like a little brother. That's not all yet. A pair of huge black wings spread out from Annihil's back. This pair of wings seemed to be made of pure darkness, and each feather exuded an evil and powerful aura. When the wings were fully unfolded, they almost enveloped the entire space in darkness. What is this? Is this still a player? I feel like this is a super powerful boss. Even stronger than that demon. I remember. I saw the introduction of this boss when I was checking information in the library. This is the Dark Lord. It looks very powerful. Did Yfin form a player or a boss? The Dark Lord seems to be a hidden boss that only exists in hidden dungeons. How do you fight it? Don't be afraid. No matter how strong he has been balanced. Yes, this is a balance rule. As long as it is balanced, no matter how strong it is, it will not be too strong. The experts present are still well informed. Some people still recognize it. What is the name of the boss that Dark Mark transformed into? However, some people are still trying to boost morale, thinking that even if it becomes a super boss, it will still be balanced. But at this time, the player who was boosting morale was suddenly targeted by the Dark Mark after his transformation. Dark energy condensed in Annihil's hands, and a black energy ball was formed by rubbing it casually. And then Annihil threw it towards the player who was encouraging morale. The player originally wanted to dodge, but because the speed was too fast, it was too late. Boom! The dark energy ball exploded after hitting the player. The player who was hit was instantly knocked out, and even the players around him were harmed by the aftereffects of the explosion. Dark Hen seemed to be very excited, throwing energy waves one after another, directly blasting the players all over the sky. Too strong. No match at all. Run. It's not the same level. This is too touching. Planning is really balancing on your feet. This crushing scene left the players and Annihil with no chance of fighting. The players want to escape, but Dark Mark has no intention of letting go of the players present. He used 10 bone dragons for this transformation, and his combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. In order to ensure that Yfin can still be the first, he will take advantage of this wave to kill all the players present. Dark Hen waved his wings. Under the waving of Dark Hen's huge black wings, the surrounding air became unstable. The exit of the theater was directly blocked by black storms, while other black storms were plundering the players. Facing Dark Mark, who has transformed into a Dark Lord, he has been overwhelmed by one side. Ruoming originally wanted to fight, but was directly hit by several dark energy balls in Hen's hand. Boom! Even with Ruoming's strength, she couldn't resist such destructive power. However, Ruoming still relied on her body protection skills to avoid being killed instantly. It doesn't matter if a move doesn't fall off in seconds, and the Dark Mark doesn't matter. It's as if the black energy ball is not consumed. You can rub it as much as you want. Under the continuous bombing, Ruoming still fell. At the same time, Fury also received special care from Dark Mark. Under the same series of bombings, Annihil couldn't hold on and fell. Originally, the team composed of Fury and Ruoming was the strongest. But now that the two were defeated, the team members were suddenly leaderless. Dark Hen waved his hand and summoned 6 little demons to destroy these players. After dealing with this side, Dark Mark immediately headed towards another battle group. He's coming! Bai Shuyuan's face looked a little ugly. After Dark Mark came over, the first thing to do when meeting was to rub a few dark balls and bomb them. At this time, the Bai Shuyuan team stopped pretending, and the 6 people immediately gathered together. The Guardian Star was at the forefront, while the others used their own methods to intercept these dark balls. Demon Dao also didn't dare to hide his clumsiness at this time. Defense array! Yao Dao shouted angrily. Suddenly a magic circle appeared around everyone. Those dark balls that were not successfully intercepted all landed on the defensive formation. Boom! After the rumble, everyone still resisted the attack, relying on the defensive formation of Demon Dao and the guard star in front. The first wave of this meeting was successfully defended. The demon's strength has once again refreshed everyone's understanding. But at this time, it is not time for them to lament the evil way. Now there is a more powerful opponent ahead. However, Dark Mark didn't seem to intend to continue the attack, and instead flew to the devil's side. You're the only one messing with my eldest brother. Right? After Annihilation flew over, he pinched the devil's neck and said fiercely. The demon was pinched by Annihilation and was obviously unable to break free. Wow. Is this cheating? Okay. Let's play like this. Don't pretend anymore. Right? The whole show before the relationship was just a warm-up. But now is it serious? Is this a player? Returning to the player. He mentioned the sealed demons like little chickens. Have you ever seen such a player? It's so sad. It's cheating to see others being strong. The more you practice, the more you cook. Right? Just give him the first place. What's the point of competing? Unlock the hidden boss of the hidden dungeon in advance. Yfin is so good. He just hires a thug. But hires a cheating thug. Fans of Luio are so unhappy. Is there any glitch in this game? Is it so difficult to admit that Luio is not as good as Annihilation? Luio also went to hire a thug like this. Don't you want to hire one? If you keep playing like this, Annihilation will be the #1 player at the top. Seeing Annihilation's exaggerated strength, the audience was simply stunned. They don't even know how to accurately describe the dark marks. If I had to find an adjective, it would be cheating. Some people really think that Dark Hen is cheating. And some people think that this game is not cheated. And Dark Hen is just strong. In fact, it is mostly the latter. After all, there is no hang-up in this game until now. Just for a while. And Hen beat the boss until he was bleeding. And at the same time signaled to Yfin to take the points. Yfin was still refusing. Brother Chen. I don't want it. If you don't take it, those villains will come and steal it. And Hen signaled that he didn't want it, and pointed in the direction of Bai Shuyuan's team. Yfin originally didn't want to accept this kind of points. But when he thought about having them stolen by a villain like Bai Shuyuan, he simply felt sorry for Annihilation and let down Luo Jin. Alright. After declining to no avail, Yfin still won the boss points. A golden treasure chest also appeared, and Han used the same words to persuade Yfin to open it. Yfin also knew that Dark Mark would not open it no matter what. After all, his good brother Luo Jin had already given him a task. So he reluctantly accepted it to avoid being stolen by villains. After seeing Yfin accept the golden treasure box, Annihilation turned around and looked at the Bai Shuyuan team. It turns out that the 6 of you were a team from the beginning. Annihilation spoke. Because he had become the Dark Lord. The tone of his speech had a sense of oppression. The Bai Shuyuan team looked at the slowly approaching Annihilation and couldn't help but retreat. Even if Daoyun bursts out with a stronger power than they knew, they would not think that their team would be able to fight Dark Hen, who transformed into the Dark Lord. Dark Mark is ready to take action to wipe out this team. As a result, Luo was the only top player level opponent in the entire game. He didn't tell Yfin later. He went out secretly to find Luo and hacked Luo while the transformation time was still going on. Yfin basically locked up the first place in this game. Just when Annihilation was about to take action. Boom! The sealed exit was blasted open. Who is it? Annihilation was a little confused. The players in the lobby have basically been cleared away. But there are still people who can make such a move. Dong dong dong. Neat footsteps sounded from the hall. Soldiers, like yellow sand, poured in from the entrance. What are these? Dark Hen frowned. And at the same time, he condensed a dark ball in his hand and threw it towards the Huansha soldiers. Boom! The dark ball was thrown over and exploded, directly blowing a yellow sand soldier into loose sand. Yep. Nothing more. And Hen snorted coldly. But immediately, the yellow sand that was scattered by the explosion regrouped and turned back into the shape of a yellow sand soldier. Kindness? Hen frowned, as if morale was not that simple. Just after this attack, the Huansha soldiers who were moving slowly suddenly squatted down. Then, there was a neat and uniform ejection. Like flying. Landing around the dark marks. Only then did Annihilation realize that he was surrounded by these yellow sand soldiers. They're all a bunch of ants. Looking at the Huansha soldiers surrounding him, Annihilation became angry. Dark Hen stood in the surrounded center. His black wings spread out like a black mountain peak. Subsequently, Dark Mark launched the Dark Storm again. The storm raged over these yellow sand soldiers, blowing them into scattered sand. But just like before, the Huansha soldiers reunited. And this time, when the yellow sand was scattered on the ground, the surrounding environment also changed. I saw that the ground beneath my feet began to crack. Cracks spread rapidly, and the entire battlefield turned into a deserted land. In this wild environment, the movement of these yellow sand soldiers is no longer cumbersome, but unusually agile. When Dark Mark launches another dark ball attack, they can even dodge in a way that blends into the terrain. Not only do they dodge, but they also suddenly attack Dark Mark by blending into the terrain. This makes Dark Mark feel a bit tricky. It's a wilderness. This environment is a wilderness. These soldiers should also be desolate soldiers in the wilderness. Just when Annihilation didn't know how to deal with it, Yfin reminded Annihilation, "That's it. Yfin has been to Da Huang before, and has seen a lot." When the Huansha soldiers appeared at first, Yfin was not very sure. After the surrounding area turned into a wilderness, Yfin was sure immediately. "Really? What are the weaknesses of the deserted soldiers?" Annihilation asked Yfin. "I don't know about this. Generally no players would go to the wilderness to fight them." Yfin shook his head. "There are definitely weaknesses. If the soldiers of Desolation were invincible, they would have unified all realms long ago. It's just a moment, and it's hard to analyze. However, although Dark Mark has not yet found their weakness, after transforming into the Dark Lord, these desolate soldiers are hardly his opponents. In particular, his intensive attacks directly caused these deserted soldiers to continuously reorganize, making it impossible to carry out any effective counterattack against him. Is this a trap in the scene? Not quite like that. Their goal is very clear. They only deal with Dark Mark, and they don't even look at the small number of other players. Could it be said that there are still masters? If you are a player, it shouldn't be difficult to find. Now that most of the players have been eliminated, and there are only these players left, it's okay to see who did it. This battle was so exciting. Looking at the rules of the game, I thought that the big battle was at the final stage of victory and defeat. It's too dramatic. Yfin formed a cheating team. Bai Shuyan had already joined forces with 5 other masters. Only Furious and Chingaruameng were pure wage earners. They forgot about Luio, who was still fighting. Clown. This wave of battle is crucial. If Dark Mark had not been defeated by these desolate soldiers, he would have been number 1. Correction. Yfin is the first. And the treasure chest and the points coupon for the demon boss just now belong to Yfin. You are a master of this level. How much money did Yfin spend? The players are also very excited. After watching the whole game, the results are finally coming. Moreover, this game was full of twists and turns. Originally, most people thought that the Alliance army would win. But with the 2 outbreaks of Dark Mark, they directly became the winner. And just when Dark Hen was about to declare victory in the game, desolate soldiers appeared again to attack Dark Hen. It's simply wonderful. Although I don't know where these desolate soldiers came from. The transformation time is limited, so I'd better get rid of these players first. When Dark Hen was entangled with these desolate soldiers, he saw that the Bai Shuyan team seemed to want to run away. So he put down the desolate soldiers and went straight to the Bai Shuyan team. Originally, the Bai Shuyan team thought they could sneak away, but Dark Mark caught up with them. Can't beat it. Just one face-to-face meeting. The Bai Shuyan team could already feel the gap. Just when Annihilation was about to slap him, a golden light suddenly struck from the darkness. This precise, holy light struck very fast. So even though Dark Hen made evasive movements after the transformation, it still hit Darken's shoulder. This sudden attack made Annihilation couldn't help but take a few steps back. What a master. And this master seems to be helping the Bai Shuyan team. This surprised the Bai Shuyan team. Just when Annihilation was wondering if the person hiding in the dark was helping Bai Shuyan and the others, the other party did not pretend and let the desolate soldiers stand between him and Bai Shuyan's team. This clearly shows that he wants to help Bai Shuyan and the others. Luio looked at Bai Shuyan in surprise. He was quite familiar with Bai Shuyan, but he didn't know that Bai Shuyan had such connections. But when Luio saw Bai Shuyan, he also had a confused expression on his face. Then he looked at the rest of the team with the same look as Luio. Chapter 419 Ergo Boss can actually change the mission. But just when the Baishuan team looked at each other, one of the desolate soldiers gave them a retreat gesture. Then 6 desolate soldiers appeared directly next to Baishuyuan's team. Is this a signal for us to retreat? Baishuyuan asked with some uncertainty. But he never thought that the deserted soldier actually nodded to him. This is also communicated. Let's follow along first and then talk. Luio also realized at this time that Baishuyuan didn't seem to know about it at all. He urged quickly. Then let's go out first. Baishuyuan also knew that the situation was urgent and had no room to think too much. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye can see that these desolate soldiers should be the player's forces. But I just don't know who did it. Want to escape? Dark Mark will naturally not let Baishuyuan and others go. He has lost 10 bone dragons, and his combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. The reason why he used it was to use this trump card to annihilate all other players. With his remaining strength and Yfin's recovery, they are the strongest in this competition. Even if Luio unites the remaining players, he will not be their opponent. But things are different now. If Baishuyuan, a team of 6, and Yfin were both at their peak, then he wouldn't have to worry too much. But now that he and Yfin are using explosive trump cards, there will be a period of weakness. After that, the threat level of Baishuyuan's 6-person team skyrocketed. And there is this mysterious person taking action, who seems to be a player. Luio, a member of the Baishuyuan team and a mysterious player. Among these 3 teams, the mysterious player is the most powerful. Then came the team of Luio and Baishuyuan. The mysterious player did this with the obvious intention of absorbing the Baishuyuan team. Although I don't know where the mysterious player got the confidence to conquer the Baishuyuan team. It makes sense for him to do so. If this development is followed, the mysterious man and the Baishuyuan team will be able to sweep this competition directly, because he and Yfin will both enter a weak state. Even if they join forces with Luio, who is alone, they will not be opponents of each other. Darkness explodes, and Hen roared angrily and launched his ultimate move directly towards Baishuyuan and the others. The dark space around Baishuyuan and others is condensing, turning into small spheres surrounding them. At the same time, the dark scepter in Darken's hand also condensed into a long black sword. Let's see how you can protect them. Hen walked through the air and slashed at several people with his sword. At the same time, the surrounding dark spheres also expanded rapidly and were ready to explode at any time. Baishuyuan and others were shocked when they saw this scene. Can they still resist being crushed by such violent strength? Don't worry about so much. Let's all use the moves together, and leave the rest to that mysterious man. At this time, Qianhui was relatively sober, and said to everyone. Everyone was also awakened. Although the opponent was very strong, they couldn't just give up. And there is a mysterious person who wants to protect them. So they also have to share some of the pressure. Guardian Star shouted angrily. His muscles all over his body bulged, and the large shield in his hand transformed into a 3-meter-high fire shield burning with raging fire. Luio condensed his long arrow, preparing to deliver the strongest blow. Baishuyuan summoned a light barrier, preparing to resist the surrounding dark balls. The traveler condensed an illusory hand, clenched it into a fist, and blasted upward. The demon path is surrounded by 7 swords, and the 7 colors of energy converge to emit an energy ray. Even the assassin Qianhui released the hidden weapon 1,000 Needles, aiming at Dark Mark's body. The 6 people also showed their special abilities. But Hen didn't care at all when faced with these attacks. What he really cared about was the mysterious man. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. That figure was just a phantom, holding a huge golden sword of holy light and staring coldly at Dark Hen. You still don't dare to show up until now? Hen laughed coldly. But the phantom was not affected by Dark Mark's ridicule and waved his sword at him without emotion. Boom! Under the collision of the huge attack, both the phantom holding the golden sword and the Dark Mark were knocked back. Although this blow seemed to be a draw between the 2 sides, but the phantom has faded a bit. But the Dark Mark has not changed much. Your clone can withstand up to 2 attacks. Do you want to give up a clone for these few inconsequential people? Dark Hen mocked the phantom. In fact, it wasn't that Hen talked too much. The phantom dimmed a bit, and he was also affected a little. He used conversation at this time to deliberately delay the time so that he could recover his abilities. But Phantom ignored Dark Hen, and instead arranged a teleportation formation for the 6 Baishuyuan people. Seeing that the Phantom wanted to teleport Baishuyuan and others away directly, and Hen became a little anxious. He didn't care that his condition had declined, and launched another crazy attack on the Phantom. trying to interrupt the teleportation array. But Phantom only used one arm to resist Darkmark's attack, while the other arm was still arranging the teleportation array. After being balanced by the system, even Suchin cannot use teleportation unless he directly overturns the rules that maintain this place. Therefore, if the opponent wants to teleport by Shuyuan and others to other places, they still have to rely on the teleportation array. The teleportation array needs to be arranged and read, and there is no way to use teleportation. You don't want your clone anymore? And Hin said in surprise. Although he is still recovering from the attack, his attributes are less than half under the forced attack. But even this attack was strong enough. The opponents all forced it to follow, and the Phantoms were obviously weakened. After being for a while, it will be normal if they break up. Dark Hin really couldn't understand that even if the opponent was very powerful, he wouldn't need to spend such a high price to protect the 6 people with Bai Shuyuan, let alone the 6 Bai Shuyuan who are players themselves. Players themselves are erratic, and will not easily become loyal to one person. Is it really free for him to help Yfin for free? That's because he accepted that the boss had lost too many benefits. So he naturally had to do things after taking the benefits. As for why the boss wanted to help Yfin for free, or whether it was really free, this is not something he can know. And it is not something he should ask. Even if Bai Shuyuan's team is really loyal to that mysterious man. Picture what? Bai Shuyuan's team together is not as good as that Phantom clone. This mysterious man turned out to be a real one. He would rather give up the Phantom clone than save the Bai Shuyuan team. This is so strange. Darkmark's attack still failed to break through the defense line that Phantom resisted at the expense of his Phantom body. Although it has not been broken up, the Phantom clone has faded a lot and cannot play a big role anymore. After a burst of light, Bai Shuyuan's 6-person team, as well as the Phantom clone, and the desolate soldiers all disappeared. It's like they never came. In the theater, there were only a few players who had not failed. Anhin roared angrily. While he was still in the transformation period, he vented his anger on those people. The other side, the teleportation array disappears. Bai Shuyuan and the other 6 were teleported to a library. The light in the library is soft and mysterious, seeming to be the light of wisdom seeping from the pages of the books. In this hazy light and shadow, Phantom scholars appeared among the bookshelves from time to time, conducting their research. They lowered their heads in thought, quickly flipped through the books in their hands, and occasionally talked in low voices. Where is this place? Luigi asked doubtfully. He walked to the bookshelf and flipped through the books. The covers of these books are engraved with complex mysterious patterns, and when you open them, you will find unintelligible names. This is the Phantom Library. An interactive scene of this map. Suddenly a voice appeared as if answering Luigi's question. There were slight footsteps from above. Everyone looked up and saw a man in a white robe wearing a mask slowly coming down from a hidden staircase. Are you the one who brought us here? Bai Shuyuan reacted immediately. The man in the white robe and mask smiled softly and walked slowly in front of them. When he walked to Bai Shuyuan, the masked man pointed to a place. The direction he pointed was the interface of the game system. Bai Shuyuan quickly opened the system interface. The player Muka Urgu requested to add you as a friend. Do you agree? This person is none other than Zhou Jing. Such a random ID. Bai Shuyuan complained in his heart. But with the other party's handiwork, he didn't dare to underestimate the other party. There is the example of Darkmark before. And there is another one whose reputation is also not obvious. But his strength is almost the same as Darkmark, which is very reasonable. Even Daoyun and his own team showed strength far beyond his reputation. It's just that there were dark marks in front of him, and the 2 dogs at the entrance of the village behind him. The existence of this kind of super boss prevented Daoyun from attracting too much attention. The famous masters don't have much performance. Qingda Ruoming and Fury, the 2 former 2nd and 3rd players, met each other after Darkhan transformed. At the same time, these famous players, if they weren't in a group, they would be similar to Qingda Ruoming and others. Even the 2 favorites in this competition, Luio and Yfin, were just like that. Although Yfin could talk about it when he singled out the demon. When Yfin singled out the demon, he was still beaten by Dark Mark and lost more than half of his health. Later, it was even teased by their team. This may be edited by video bloggers and replayed many times. As for Luio, the biggest favorite, he is even more mediocre. Ever since Luio went out to challenge the clown boss, Luio felt like an outsider in the entire battle. Pull me into your group chat channel. At this time Zhou Jing said lightly. Bai Shuyuan didn't dare to slack off and immediately pulled in the village boss. Hello, everyone. After Zhou Jing entered the group chat, he said low casually and got straight to the point. You were saved by me. Now, I want you to work for me unconditionally. Originally, everyone was thinking of saying low to this big guy first. But who knew that this Urga boss had no intention of getting close to them at all, and just acted in a domineering manner. Although what they say is true, it is not reality. They need to have some sense of responsibility. It's just a game. So what if you don't enjoy it and backstab it? At this moment, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. What Urga boss said is indeed true. If it weren't for Urga boss, we would all be eliminated. It is natural to help Urga boss do things. Seeing how awkward the atmosphere was, Bai Shuyuan came out and said something to ease the atmosphere. Well, that's right. We should help. Luijian understood Bai Shuyuan's thoughts relatively well, and worked with Bai Shuyuan to smooth things over. Anyway, they are under the roof now, with the opponent's strength. If they refuse, they can be eliminated now. Even if the other party is domineering and looks arrogant, at least there should be no conflict for now. It's better to stabilize the opponent first and then make plans. I know what you want. I don't like to waste words. Just look at your tasks. Zhou Jing smiled and said to several people. When Zhou Jing said this, everyone was a little confused. They came in after accepting a mission, but they were quite strict and didn't tell others. For a moment, everyone looked at me, as if they were trying to see who had leaked the news. But after the other party said this, they still took a look at the mission. Mission Objective 1. Help player Urga Muraguchi get first place. Mission Objective 2 helps player Bai Shuyuan get second place. Ah? What? Kindness? After everyone saw their mission, everyone was shocked. Originally they were still thinking about it. Could it be that one of them leaked the news and told others about this mission before letting the person in front of him know about it? Is there an undercover agent? Even Yi Qian immediately looked at Daoyun. Daoyun made many suggestions, although these suggestions seemed to be for the benefit of the team. Yi Muqian always finds it strange, because every time Daoyun makes suggestions, they are all aimed at provoking disputes. In fact, their team is indeed provoking various disputes. I don't know if it's a woman's intuition, but she always feels that Daoyun is taking advantage of them. She looked at Daoyun many times to find a flaw, but every time Daoyun remained calm and composed. So when she suspected that someone had leaked the secret this time, she once again suspected that Daoyun was involved. But she never spoke out because there was no evidence. But this time I saw that the mission had changed, and it was obvious that this was not an undercover leak. Are you a senior member of the Holy See? As a player? Bai Shuyuan looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. This task was issued to him by a high-level bishop-level NPC. It can change the task issued by the bishop of the Holy See. What level should this be? Bai Shuyuan's suspicion was really in the right direction. After being roped in by Carla and Iwani, Zhou Jing, who had experienced the baptism of the God of Light, had become a divine envoy. Just becoming an envoy of God is not without cost. His behavior and thoughts are all under the subtle influence of divinity. Zhou Jing had forgotten how long it had been since he had bragged as much as before. It seemed like a voice was telling him that as a divine envoy, he should be dignified and elegant in his appearance and behavior. This is not something you need to worry about. Just follow the assignment. Zhou Jing smiled slightly at Bai Shuyuan. After such a conversation, others probably had a realization. That is, the player named Urgu in front of them actually got into the upper echelons of the Holy See. In this way, it seems that we understand why this person is not famous among players. This should be a dogma in the Holy See, and players are not allowed to do that. But it also gave others a new direction of association. Since these two dog players are not famous among the players because of the higher-ups of the Holy See, what about Darkmarks? Could he be a senior member of the Demon King's army? The two of them were in the open, and the other in the dark. Due to their status, neither of them appeared many times in the player level. Now that the mission rewards can be collected, I have no complaints, and will try my best to help Mr. Urgu. After the traveler learned the truth, he immediately said with a smile, yes, as long as the rewards remain the same, I am willing to fully assist Urgu. The Guardian Star also nodded, and made his position clear. They are all receiving rewards anyway, so I have no objection. Yi Muqianhui shrugged his shoulders, and expressed the same attitude. As for others, the same is true. Demon Dao also followed suit, and expressed his attitude. Bai Shuyuan was not unhappy at all about the decline in his tactical status. On the contrary, he was very happy to have this thigh. Originally, he thought that this mission was a failure. But there is another village where there is a bright future. They came to complete the mission to receive rewards from the beginning. But now a different person was chosen to be the first. This fact was accepted by them immediately. Moreover, it was even smoother than before. That dark mark should be a transformation skill. I've seen Yfin's skill once. His state will enter a period of weakness. Luio had already begun to discuss the situation at this time. After all, the mission has been changed, and the matter has been decided. The next step is for them to discuss how to complete the mission. The other players have been almost eliminated by Dark Mark. So the real fighting power outside now is the weakened version of Dark Mark and Yfin. By the way, there is also Luio. I wonder if he is still beating that clown. Bai Shuan nodded, and was also analyzing. Then based on our combat power comparison, wouldn't it be crushing? It is enough for the 6 of us to deal with Luio, and leave the weakened versions of Annihilation and Yfin to the Ergu boss. Guardian Star patted his thigh and felt that the situation suddenly became clear. Do we need 6 more people to deal with Luio? 5 of you are enough. I can help Ergu shoot cold arrows. Luio also smiled, looking very relaxed. As they chatted, they opened the champagne at almost half-time. No reason. The situation is too clear. The 6 of them are enough to deal with Luio or the weakened version of Yfin. I originally thought that this mission was in vain. But after such a battle, it worked again. Chapter 420. The situation gradually becomes clearer. Yfin and Luio form an alliance. Mainly, they all felt that Luio did not have much fighting ability. After all, it takes so long to fight a clown. And he has the strength of a deer. No matter how they compare, they have the upper hand. My change task is to put Bai Shuan in second place. But if possible, the third place spot will also be taken up. Watching everyone analyzing the situation, Zhou Jing just said lightly. In fact, this was also the reason why he had to forcibly retain this team. Bai Shuan is a standard Vatican player. Let him occupy the second place, and cannot give his things away. Although there are no pure Holy See players in the third place, they can be rewarded with a Holy See position afterwards. So they can be considered as members of the Holy See. As for the Phantom Incarnation, Zhou Jing didn't feel bad. These props could be applied for compensation afterwards. Moreover, Zhou Jing's thinking is not very clear now. Many times, he will unconsciously think about problems in the interests of the Holy See. Big Brother Ergu, this is not easy. We have eliminated everyone, let alone the third place. The first 7 can be taken. The traveler smiled and said to Zhou Jing, Mr. Ergu, when will we take action? Bai Shuan asked at this time. Go find someone first. Zhou Jing said lightly. Who? Bai Shuan asked curiously. Luio. When he said this name, Zhou Jing's expression seemed a little complicated. In the live broadcast page, since Zhou Jing and Bai Shuan opened the channel for private chat, no one knew what they were discussing. It's just that there are too many things to talk about in the barrage. After all, this battle was full of twists and turns. First, Yfin and Annihilation fought against the demon boss alone, and faced the siege of many masters alone. Seeing that the 2 of them could no longer hold on any longer, who knew that Dark Mark's first outbreak could withstand the first exposure. However, the heroes in this world still had their own abilities. Even when Dark Mark broke out for the first time, they were not able to defeat the entire audience. So this time, Annihilation directly revealed his trump card and truly exploded. This time Dark Mark's outbreak really hit the whole scene. Darken's strength is at a crushing level, and there is no suspense in this competition. A mysterious master appears again. Under the transformation of Darken, the face-to-face teleportation saved the Darken team. As the time for Darken's transformation passed, Yfin also entered a weak state, and now the situation is different. It turns out that this masked person is the final boss. I don't know what kind of hidden prop it is, but his ID is not even displayed on the live broadcast page. There is no suspense now. There are only 3 combatants left. Annihilation, Yfin, and Luio. Why do the 6-person team of Bai Shuan have such a flattering smile? Are they loyal? Now the situation is clear. 7v3. The masked man Bai Shuan and his team go to fight the remaining 3 people. In fact, to be precise, it was Dark Mark who beat up the masked man. Yfin and Luio, the 2 most popular players before the game, could only play supporting roles. Darken's 10 bone dragons just disappeared. It seems that he only has 6 bone dragons left now, and his trump card must have been exhausted. In fact, it's not necessarily true. It depends on whether the masked man has other fighting abilities. His team of Bao by Shu Source has also consumed a super incarnation. The masked man's fight was a bit bad. The 6-member by Shu Yuan team may not be really loyal, and their combat effectiveness is not as good as that phantom incarnation. But no matter what, the masked man still has the greatest chance of winning. Viewers of the live broadcast page, after just watching a battle, are also starting to review it, analyze the next situation. Although some words seem to be giving guidance, they see things more comprehensively from a more comprehensive perspective. Big news! Luio has defeated the clown boss and is heading towards the theater. Good guy. Luio is an outsider. Don't be fooled. Boss Luio has already defeated the clown boss. It's just because he and the clown boss have been fighting each other. So he was fighting and running at the same time. He was too far away from the theater. Isn't that also an outsider? To be fair, Luio was a bit reserved and adopted a relatively conservative style of play. In fact, this is understandable. Luio also brought a few dragsters from the guild. He fought too hard with the boss and had no energy. I went to protect my guild members. It has to be said that Luio's guild was at the bottom of Chuanchuan's top 500. Without those few oil bottles, Luio could have eliminated the boss in 1/3 of the time. In fact, Luio never cared about what others said about him. He cared more about the brothers who followed him. The Dawn Guild had nothing at the beginning, but these brothers joined Dawn without hesitation. So Luio has always cared about them. Those trolls don't have any consciousness. If you really want Luio's good, don't hold Luio back. Sometimes you really want to scold those trolls. Being Luio's fan is really tiring. One thing to say. In fact, the recently added Chun-Chi is okay. The sister who controls the dragon. Hee. Sister Greedy Dragon. Right? The number of viewers on Luio's live broadcast page has increased again. After all, the war is over. Luio himself has a certain number of fans. And now Luio is about to become a key factor in this battle. Naturally, there will be many people watching. At this time, after Suchin dealt with the clown, he jogged towards the theater. When he discovered through the mechanical flying insects that the fight in the theater was about to end, he directly killed the clown fighting with him. Calculate the time and run over slowly like this. It's just right. In order to prevent the audience from thinking that he was working hard, Suchin asked Bingfeng and others to deliberately act like a teammate. Then Suchin naturally stopped fighting in order to protect his pig teammates. Otherwise, with the strength he showed, the clown would not be able to explain clearly. It was a bitter experience for Bingfeng and the others, who not only contributed superb acting skills, but also received constant greetings from the audience. They weren't so stupid in the first place. But according to Mr. Su's request, they acted like happy. At the same time, the scene on Zhou Jing's side was also monitored by mechanical flying insects. Although several people were secretly discussing through the system, he had an undercover agent there. Yao Dao has already told everything about the discussion. It turned out that the Holy See was taking action against me, and they were targeting Zhou Jing. Suchin sneered in his heart. Originally, his impression of the Holy See was average. But now, it is hostile. But with Zhou Jing's IQ, it's not surprising that he was deceived by the Holy See. Thinking of this, Suchin couldn't help but shook his head. Zhou Jing is a simple-minded person. But if this guy wasn't simple-minded, how could he have done such a thing in his previous life? Suchin had clearly seen the information that had just been sent back from the demon channel. And Zhou Jing had been brainwashed by the Holy See. The person who is against him now is just named Zhou Jing, and has nothing to do with Zhou Jing himself. However, this is still under control. Anyway, the current situation is very simple. Yfin and Annihilation are now teammates. Suchin smiled softly. The game we just made was just to target them. But now, they want to win over them again. And there are also his undercover agents among the hostile forces. Now I'm playing the Three Kingdoms. After gathering his mood, Suchin rushed directly towards the theater. Inside the Magic Night Theater. At this time, only Annihilation and Yfin were left in the theater. The other players have all been dealt with by the dark marks after the transformation. By this time, Dark Hen had returned to his human form. At the same time, Yfin also entered a weak state. Sorry, Brother Chen. It seems difficult to help you win first place. And Hen felt a little guilty, and said to Yfin, the first place is based on strength. If the opponent is strong, he should take the first place. Yfin shook his head, patted Annihil's shoulder, and said secretly, Yfin didn't have much obsession with this matter, but Annihilation was very eager to help. Seeing Yfin's attitude, Annihilation was also a little helpless. In fact, if Yfin is willing to accept the boss's help, then with Yfin's foundation, I don't know how much better than him. The mysterious man just now would not be able to defeat the two of them together. But Annihilation also knew that he couldn't force this matter. After all, Yfin was a very principled person. Brother Chin, let's find a place to recover first. Annihilation stood up and said to Yfin. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Dark Hen immediately entered a fighting state vigilantly. At this time, they were both in a period of weakness. Brother Fengchen, how are you doing here? Hear his voice before he sees him. I had just communicated with them about this voice, so I was naturally impressed. Luio, however, seeing that the person coming was Luio, Annihilation still did not relax his vigilance. They are weak now. If Luio has any evil thoughts, it will be more difficult for the two of them to fight Luio at this time. Look around you. There's a big fight. Yfin pointed around. His tone was quite free and easy, and he said to Luio with a smile. Hee. When you were going somewhere just now, we were besieged by a group of players. And Hin's tone was a bit sinister. These people are so sinister, I thought. After Suchin heard this, he pretended to be amazed. As for Annihil's strange aura, Suchin acted as if he didn't hear it. This kind of bullying is really despicable. Suchin cursed angrily, but shook his head gently. Sorry, Brother Fengchen. It took us a while to beat that clown. Otherwise, if we come back, we can help Brother Fengchen deal with those despicable people. Brother Luo, there is no need to blame yourself. I am very grateful to you for having such thoughts. Yfin smiled, obviously not paying too much attention to these gains and losses. Seeing that Suchin had gone so far as to say something, even if there were some hints of finding trouble, it was hard to say anything else at this time. Besides, they were weak now, and they would still suffer a loss if Luio said he was angry and actually took action. You too. You have just gone through a big battle. I will protect you and repair it. Suchin looked at the two of them and said sincerely. Yfin wanted to refuse. That's trouble. But this time, Annihilation actually agreed. If you have said so, Annihilation, then it will be troublesome for Brother Luio. Seeing that Annihilation agreed, Yfin thought there was nothing to worry about. So he said to Suchin. In fact, this was not because Annihil's impression of Suchin suddenly changed, but because Annihilation had just sorted out his thoughts and found that Luio was the only one they could form an alliance with in the current situation. If they went to war with Luio, it would be equivalent to directly pushing Luio to the side of the mysterious man. The mysterious man was already powerful, but after absorbing the Baishuan team and Luio, they no longer had to play with him. As for forming an alliance with that mysterious man, there is no need to think about it. The other party directly regards them as opponents who will be eliminated first. Moreover, he came to help Yfin to get the first place. If he surrendered to the mysterious man, he was afraid that he would not be able to get the top 3. Using Luio to fight against the mysterious man, he still has the strength to fight. That would really trouble Brother Luio. And Hin squeezed out a smile to show his kindness to Suchin. There are two kinds of people in this world. One is a person who often flatters others, and the other is a person who does not often flatter others. When the latter makes flattery, it will give people the impression that it is fake. No trouble. However, Suchin didn't click on it and said to Annihilation with a smile. Annihilation had been so sinister and angry with Luio just now. Why did he suddenly show such a flattering smile? Dark Mark can write a book called Faces. It's just that they didn't see the situation clearly at the beginning. But now they realized that Luio was their only ally. So they immediately changed their tune. If Luio went to the mysterious man's side, the game would be over. What kind of thug did Yfin find? Doesn't look very smart. We all can see what kind of situation Mr. Luio has. And he can't help, but he is just too lazy to talk about it. In fact, Yfin's layout is not bad. If he doesn't find Annihilation as a thug, I feel that Yfin can still deal with it. That's it for the alliance. Luio and Finction's fighting strength is still not as good as that of the mysterious man. The mysterious man seemed to have set off to find Luio and the others. In the current state of Yfin and Annihilation, the team immediately collapsed, and there was no need to talk. At this time, Suchin was walking with a few people. Along the way, Suchin also learned about what just happened from Yfin's mouth, although Suchin already knew it. When he heard Yfin's dictation, He still made various expressions in cooperation. A bit tired. The place he is going to now is the place he has set foot on before. Suchin now wants to use Yfin and the two as his thugs. But the condition of these two people is too bad now. So naturally he has to wait for them to recover. Suchin already roughly knew the other party's abilities. So now Suchin is looking for a place that can give the two of them a place to recover. This place is where Suchin came from. So it makes sense for him to go there directly. Soon, Suchin led a few people to a castle-like building. Walk. Without letting anyone hesitate, Suchin walked directly in front and led the way. The people from Dawn Guild immediately followed Suchin in. Yfin hesitated for a moment, then followed Suchin in. Annihilation saw that Yfin had already gone in, so he couldn't stand outside, so he immediately followed him in. After walking in, I realized that I was surrounded by walls made of towering mirrors. Moreover, these mirrors have multiple mirror surfaces. If Yfin turns around casually, he can see hundreds of mirror images of him. I discovered this place when I was exploring the map before. When I saw it was a mirror maze, I backed out because I didn't want to waste time here. But if the other party is chasing you, you should first rely on the maze to avoid it. And the other party will not be able to find you for a while. Suchin said to the two of them with a smile. I see. No wonder Brother Luio said that there is a good place that is suitable for the current situation. After hearing Suchin's explanation, Yfin also seemed to be suddenly enlightened. And at the same time he looked around. He originally thought that the maze was too complicated and would be difficult to get out if he entered it again. But now, Yfin is observing whether the maze is difficult enough and whether it can block the subsequent pursuers. Even Annihilation was observing the surrounding walls at this time to see if they were reliable. Seeing this situation, Suchin smiled lightly. We are only at the door now. If we want to rest, we should go a little deeper. Suchin woke up the two people who were still looking at the surrounding environment. Brother Luio is right. Yfin nodded. Then a few people quickened their pace and began to walk deeper into the maze. As the maze gets deeper and deeper, the surrounding mirrors become denser and denser. This place should be fine. You should repair it first. After Suchin said that, he took out some consumables. These consumables are all used to help restore status. Although they are not particularly expensive, they are still a large amount of money. Brother Luio, you can't do this. It's already troublesome enough for you to bring us here to rest. But how can we still cost you money? Yfin quickly declined and immediately took out his own consumables. Don't worry. There is still no shortage of these things. Seeing Yfin doing this, Suchin didn't force it on him. In fact, it was just a show. It doesn't matter whether he takes it or not. Then you guys recover well. There may be other monsters in this maze. I will help you protect them. Suchin nodded. And at the same time, he picked up his spear and found an intersection to guard. There really is Brother Luio. Yfin couldn't help but sigh. He admired Luio's character. Even Annihilation felt that Luio had done enough, and there was nothing more to say. Outside the maze. At this time, Zhou Jing and Bai Shuyuan's team also arrived. They're inside. Zhou Jing said to several people. Although I don't know how this Urga boss knows the opponent's location. It's like opening a full map plugin. But considering that the other party can even get into the upper echelons of the Holy See, there is no doubt about it. As soon as the Guardian Star entered, he immediately ran out. This is a mirror maze. How can we find them? Guardian Star ran out and said. That is to say, he is at the door. If he goes in a little further, it will not be so easy to find the exit. It turned out to be a mirror maze. After everyone heard the news, they couldn't help but look at Zhou Jing. Chapter 421, Cracking the Deserted Soldiers. The mirror maze is a special scene. With the balance of power, it is impossible to break it by force. If it can really be broken by force, the power of balance must be broken first. Among all the contestants, Suchin is the only one who can really fight against the rules. The rest of the people, whether it is Annihilation or Zhou Jing, they are still far from wanting to fight against the power of the rules. Class is not enough. The only person who can truly fight against the power of the rules here is the person behind the two of them, who is qualified to fight. For example, Luio is behind Dark Hen, and the God of Light gives Zhou Jing strength. And it's just a battle. It may not really be able to break it. Zhou Jing obviously understood this as he looked at the mirror maze and fell into deep thought. The other 6 people didn't speak either. They and Zhou Jing obviously have different statuses now. Zhou Jing occupies an absolutely dominant position, and they are not qualified to discuss with Zhou Jing. So we can only wait for Zhou Jing to make a decision. You continue to look for points. I will let the deserted soldiers go in to look for them. Zhou Jing made this choice after thinking for a while. When several people heard Zhou Jing's choice, some looked at each other. Didn't you agree to take them away while they are weak? Well, boss, do we really not need to go in to find them? Bai Shuyuan still felt something was wrong and asked Zhou Jing cautiously. This mirror maze is very complicated. Not as simple as you think. For them, it is a turtle sh. L to protect them. But this turtle sh. L also restricted their development. Before the final battle began, they were all trapped here. You have accumulated good points. We will beat them in points first, and be in an invincible position. Zhou Jing said lightly. But there will be a big battle in the end. Does it make sense to collect points now? It's all going to be a battle anyway. Bai Shuyuan was still a little confused and didn't understand the logic. Then do you know if there will be turtle sh. LS like the mirror maze in the final battle? What should you do if they continue to hide? Now that Yfin has the highest points, they only need to hide to secure first place. What you have to do now is to collect points first so that I can become the first. So that we change from the offensive side to the defensive side, and they must come to us. Zhou Jing's expression remained indifferent, as if he had not figured out the logic at all. At this point, a few people suddenly realized, if they continue to search for Yfin and others here, they may find nothing. Now Yfin has the highest points. If there is still such a defensive treasure in the final battle, then they can still continue to adopt terrain defense strategies later. This competition is not just a competition of strength. The restrictions imposed by the rules are still very large. Although according to the rules, in the final stage before the end of the event, all players will be gathered in the central area for the final battle. At this time, the hidden ultimate boss will appear, challenging all players present. But this rule only states that they will gather in the central area. But this central area is not clearly stated in the first place. Is it an additional central area or the center of the city area? And the extended question, where is the central area of the city? Will there be terrain like a mirror maze in the central area? And how strong that hidden boss is. If this hidden boss is too powerful and attacks indiscriminately, everyone will have no choice but to flee. There is simply no energy left to deal with other players. If Yfin, who had the highest points at that time, had persisted, he would have been the winner in the end. Mr. Erga is really far-sighted. I admire him. Bai Shuyuan thought of these things and admired Zhou Jing. I almost didn't consider these rules. But it seems we should really increase the points first. Luijian also nodded in agreement. I will also look for points, so I can summon soldiers to guard them and prevent them from coming out. Zhou Jing looked in the direction of the maze and smiled. This arrangement was the best plan. The opponent's points would not increase, and he and Bai Shuyuan would occupy the first or second place first. But in this way, if resources are concentrated to improve 1 or 2 places, it will be difficult for a third place to surpass Yfin. However, the requirements of the Holy See are the first and second places, and the third place is just incidental. It is estimated that Yfin will not be satisfied with the third place. As long as Yfin takes the initiative, then the third place will be logical. Just when do you do it? Zhou Jing said to himself. In fact, his target has never been Yfin and Anhin. His actions until now were all forced. Now, under the brainwashing of the Holy See, his primary target has become Luio. Luio has not taken action until now, but he has taken action frequently. In fact, he has fallen behind, but he is still very confident. With the current strategy, Luio had to take the initiative no matter what. Huh? Why didn't they chase him in? Taking advantage of Yfin and Anhin's weakness. This is the best opportunity to leave now? I don't quite understand. I obviously win if I catch it. I don't know what I'm thinking. Haven't you watched the live broadcast? Please go and take a look at how complicated it is. Win if you catch it. But it can only be said that it is not easy to catch it. It's great to have fun. But I suggest you go to the Magic Library to check out a maze collection book, which contains records of mirror mazes. Mirror mazes are rated as incredible. If you want to arrest people, you can arrest them. You are the king of maze conquerors. It is too difficult to meet the two sides in a group. As for finding them separately, even the masked man is not so easy to beat 3. As for the 6 Bai Shuyuan, they can't beat Luio and the other 3 individually. And they can't beat each other alone. Even if Bai Shuyuan and 6 people formed a team, they still couldn't defeat Luo's 3-person team. The current leader in the standings is Yfin. To be honest, It is right for them to spread out to find points now. Although Yfin and Annihilation have recovered, it seems that Annihilation's way of consuming bone dragons cannot be recovered. Yes, they have now changed from the offensive side to the defensive side, but have taken the initiative. In fact, it is more exciting this way. The three-person team's combat effectiveness is restored, and they have an upright battle with a masked man. The emotions of the viewers on the live broadcast page are still high, although there is no battle happening now. This is all to pave the way for more exciting team battles to come. As an audience, we all like to watch team fights, and development is the most boring thing. Inside the mirror maze, both Yfin and Annihilation are gradually recovering. In fact, the main thing is Yfin's recovery. Darken's 10 bone dragons have been consumed, and they cannot recover. All he can recover now is to restore the state of the remaining 6 bone dragons. The current combat effectiveness of Dark Mark will not be able to return to its peak, at least in this competition. During this period, a deserted soldier happened to encounter them. It still took a lot of effort for Suchin to destroy this desolate soldier. It's not that the desolate soldiers are very strong. Suchin can kill a desolate soldier in one shot, but the desolate soldier can condense and regenerate again. It is still a bit difficult to completely eliminate the desolate soldiers. Suchin had an easier way. That is, at the moment when the deserted soldiers are dispersed, dark power is injected into them to directly destroy their structure, making it impossible to condense again. But now during the live broadcast, how can he use the power of darkness, coupled with being restricted by the power of balance? It is still a bit difficult to really destroy this desolate soldier. This thing is really troublesome. How about we do it together? Yfin stood up and said after seeing that Luio hadn't solved it yet. No. You have a good rest. I've sort of found a pattern. Suchin waved his hand, indicating that Yfin and the others should continue to rest. Suchin did not eat the fruits from the Sujiaobao tree for nothing. He had already realized the secret. I see. Suchin smiled and looked at Mephit. Chunshi, please take action to break it up. Mephit nodded. The space inside is not very wide, and it is difficult for the Dragon Master to use it. However, the dragon-controlling mage has reached the realm of human-dragon integration. She can still use the dragon's skills even without summoning the dragon. Dragon Breath. Just when the desolate soldier had just condensed and regenerated, a charged Dragon Breath cannon hit it. At this moment, it was broken up again. But the moment the dragon's breath was dispersed, Suchin stabbed out. It was the stabbing of this spear that suddenly turned the yellow sand that was originally gathered together into dust and mist. It is as expected. Suchin had a smile on his face. This desolate soldier is not invincible. There is a moment of vulnerability during the process of regrouping. As long as you seize this vulnerable period and directly exert enough destructive power, you can directly and truly annihilate it. This is why he asked Mephit to help break it up first, because the time of this vulnerable period is very close to the point of being broken up. These 2 points are too close to make this thing so strong, because if the strength is not to crush it a lot with its defense, it will not be easy to carry out 2 devastating attacks without interruption. Moreover, this weak point is very hidden. If he hadn't been perceptive enough and already familiar with the power of the wilderness, he wouldn't have been able to find this weak point. You actually broke it up? When Yfin saw this scene, he couldn't help but stand up. At the same time, Annihilation looked at Luio with an expression of disbelief. Even when he transformed just now, he didn't completely destroy these guys. Even the Dark Lord couldn't do it. But Luio did it so easily. What kind of shit is this? As it happens, it is just a game after all, and there will always be loopholes without a truly invincible mechanism. Suchin deliberately looked embarrassed and touched the back of his head. But even if Suchin said this, it still shocked everyone. Is this a matter of coincidence? But they watched the whole process of Suchin's battle. It is indeed a solid technology. Needless to say, I also said that Luio was nothing more than that. The next second, I was wrong about Mr. Luio. The unpretentious technical ceiling and the desolate soldiers that the Dark Lord transformed from Dark Mark could not solve. But Luio could. Now Yfin, who is the number 1 in peak technology, can change his title. This is the number 1 in technology. Originally, the masked man released the deserted soldiers with the intention of harassing them. But it would be meaningless if Luio could deal with the harassment. However, Luio and his 3-man team are still at a disadvantage. Looking at his expression, Annihilation knew that he would never be able to return to his previous peak. If he could still return to the state of playing the whole game, there would really be no need to compete and just declare him champion. What do you mean by this? What kind of trio? Don't take the other members of the Dawn Guild seriously. Right? In fact, there is no need to treat them as human beings. As for the trolls in the Dawn Guild, they are not helpful to the battle situation, and they are also a drag on Luio. If it weren't for these trolls, Luio would be so powerful that he could fight a clown. Long? You are not allowed to say that to my Long Mei. Without Long Mei's cooperation, Luio would not have been able to deal with the desolate soldiers so easily. Long Mei is indeed okay. But just okay. You can't force her to improve her strength just because of her appearance. Her real strength is not at the same level as these three people, and is even better than one of the 6 members of Bai Shuyuan's group. May not win. I don't care. Long Mei is the best. Luio's live broadcast page is basically filled with discussions about Luio, and because of Luio's popularity, it also brought huge traffic exposure to the people around him. It's just that people like Bingfeng Tangfeng and Qin, who are too popular and can't support this traffic. Instead, they are scolded by fans and passers-by for their dragging behavior. Mephit, on the other hand, was loved by many fans and passers-by because of her beautiful face and her dragon-like figure that resembled a succubus. She was affectionately named Long Mei. In particular, the small dragon horns and the shape of the dragon tail have been wildly sought after by some two-dimensional viewers. Come on. Let's move to another location. This location should already be marked. Suchen glanced at the two of them and said to them. Yfin also nodded. The opponent's strength is unfathomable, and this location should have been exposed. But in the mirror maze, just walk around and it becomes a new place. In addition, Zhou Jing did know the direction, but when other deserted soldiers were sent to check again, they found that those people had left. Zhou Jing also directly chose to take back all the deserted soldiers at this time. After taking it back, these deserted soldiers were sent out again, but in a siege manner. Only besiege but not attack. Since you like being inside, then stay inside. Zhou Jing is doing the treasure box challenge at this time. Seeing that the other party could find a way to deal with the desolate soldiers, he did not send the desolate soldiers to harass them. When a group attack was not possible, a single desolate soldier was just a food delivery person. Inside the mirror maze, with no more deserted soldiers coming, everyone felt that the other party seemed to have given up. It's relatively safe now. Brother Fengchen, please continue to recover here. Chun-Shi, you stay here to help Brother Fengchen guard. At this time, Suchen suddenly said, Brother Luio, where do you want to go? Yfin said with some doubts. This is an interactive scene after all. It's boring to stay there anyway. I'll go look for a treasure chest. Suchen didn't hide it. After all, what he was facing now was not just Yfin and others, but a nationwide live broadcast. What he does next will be watched by the live broadcast audience. And lying is useless to regain favor. This maze seems to be quite difficult, so I guess the rating won't be low. Yfin reminded kindly. It's really difficult, but I like the challenge. Moreover, I have looked up information about this maze before, and am quite interested in it. I want to try to decipher this maze. Suchen smiled honestly. Now that Luio has said this, Yfin has nothing to advise. If others like challenges, they can't help others. Both he and Anhin are still recovering, and they will recover faster if they meditate. We have to hurry up and recover, and it will be difficult to go together. Yfin said to Suchen. It's nothing. I'll just walk around alone. Suchen didn't want to take them with him yet. After taking them with him for a while, he gave out rewards. With his gentle and generous personality, he had to share the rewards with them. At the same time, the people from Dawn Guild were left with Yfin and the others. Without the drag bottle, he has much more room to play. Suchen certainly knew how difficult this maze was. But being a reborn person is not that difficult. This is why he wanted to foreshadow the fact that he had checked the information about this maze before. And once he solved the maze, it would not make others suspicious. Seeing Luio start to decipher the maze, the barrage was not optimistic. This maze makes me feel dizzy just looking at it. But it's also possible to solve it. My god. Luio just said that he had checked the information on this maze, which proves that he is still confident. So he can just believe it. I can't believe it at all. Luio checked the information on this maze, but I happen to check it too. There is no solution to this maze in the information. It's just some superficial operating principles, which are not enough to support the solution. This is a maze rated as incredible. You are you. Luio is Luio. Fans of Luio are always very confident. Even Luio himself said that he was just trying it out. Fans of Luio said it as if it were true, and acted as if he could really crack it. I found out about Luio Heizi's ID. Why are so many of them fans of Yfin? Can you have some conscience when you come here to help your brother? Yfin's fans didn't care at all how much Luio helped Yfin. What they cared about was that Luio stole the title of the #1 person in their brother's family. There's a saying that Yfin can't even compare to the thug he bribed in Hin. How could the confidence of his fans come from that? If it weren't for Luio, he wouldn't be worthy of the title of #1 at the top. Right? Dark Hin transformed into the desolate soldiers that the Dark Lord could not solve. Yfin had no way to solve them at that time. Luio solved them by himself. Do we need to compare who is stronger and who is weaker? Luio now challenges the incredible maze. Yfin, and he have solved it in succession. There is no chance of challenge. Chapter 422 The Mirror of Good and Evil, and the Evil Archmage. Because Yfin's fans came to harass Luio, the live barrage turned into a scolding war again. But at this time, Suchin was already beginning to crack the maze. He did not start cracking immediately, but pretended to do good observation and simulation. After all, it would be too shocking to crack it as soon as you get started. Deep in the maze, there is a special mirror. As long as you find that mirror, the solution is basically solved. Suchin recalled this memory and began to search patiently. But it is not easy to find this mirror. The position of this mirror is not even fixed. It changes with time and moves with changes in light. Suchin first looked at the time, and it was not yet the time in the guide. He had to find that spot first. At dusk and sunset, in the center of a 1,000-face mirror, it manifests itself. Suchin silently thought about the key strategy for this maze. Before that, Suchin first found the center point of the 1,000-face mirror based on his rebirth experience. With his current keen observation ability, he can easily distinguish the 1,000-factor mirror. He only needs to follow the location of the 1,000-factor mirror. It's like these 1,000-faceted mirrors are like road signs, guiding the central road. Although it sounds simple, if you don't know the strategy, it will be very difficult to solve the puzzle from scratch. The entire competition field has entered a rather boring scene. Yfin and Annihilation were resting, and several of the gangsters from Dawn Guild were also with them. The rest of the people were basically solving puzzles and doing treasure chest challenges. Luio's live broadcast page has dropped to 5th place, compared with other people's puzzle solving. It was quite interesting. Luio's live broadcast page just kept spinning around in the maze. And because the mirror maze looks so messy, even watching the live broadcast makes me feel dizzy. Not being a very staunch fan of Luio, they all went to watch other people's live broadcasts at this time. Luio's live broadcasts were simply suffering. Even if he is a true fan of Luio, he is running Luio's live broadcast room at this time. But it is actually just a page there. As the name suggests, I went to check the enemy's intelligence. Almost everyone is waiting for the moment of war. This is definitely a game that will leave a strong mark in the history of gaming. In fact, this is not only a stroke in the history of games, but also a profound stroke in the history of mankind. Before I knew it, it was dusk. The night of the battle is approaching. But before the time of the war, something different had happened in the mirror maze. When the last ray of sunlight at dusk shone on the 1,000-face mirror, one of the 1,000-face mirrors changed and gave off a faint mysterious light. The hidden 10,000 mirrors will appear at the last ray of dusk. Suchin looked at the mirror excitedly, slowly walked towards the 10,000 mirrors. At this time, the barges on other live broadcast pages also kept saying that Luio's live broadcast room had changed. Suddenly, Luio's live broadcast page rushed to the first position again. There is a special mirror in the corner of the 10,000 mirror. It is different from other mirrors in that it does not reflect any image, and it only looks dark. This is incompatible with the surrounding mirrors. Suchin knew that this was the core of the mirror maze, but he still pretended and slowly explored the way he discovered the difference in this mirror. And he pretended to be dazed, reaching out to touch the dark mirror. When Suchin touched the pitch-black mirror, the mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling light and slowly fell off from the 10,000 mirror. Suchin picked it up from the ground. A small and exquisite magic mirror that exuded mysterious light. There's even game information on it. The realm of good and evil. Level requirement, none. Function. The realm of good and evil is a mysterious mirror that can reflect and control the good and evil nature of the target's heart, only in peak battle. This mirror actually doesn't look like a mirror at all. Instead, it looks like an irregular crystal. The edges are thin and transparent, and the center gradually thickens, showing a deep blue-black color. The surface of the mirror is neither completely smooth nor completely rough, but has naturally formed subtle undulations, which seem to reflect the struggle between good and evil deep in the holder's heart. Suchin held it in his hand and looked at the mirror, only to find that the black energy filled the entire mirror of good and evil, and even tried to break free. Seeing this scene, Suchin quickly hid the mirror and avoided the camera lens. It seems that this broken mirror can also lie. I am so kind, but I am not shrouded in holy light. Suchin was very angry. Fortunately, Suchin had long known the use of the mirror of good and evil, so he had been avoiding the camera area. At the same time, only he can read the description of the item. Even if a bit of it accidentally leaks out, others will not know what it is for. Besides, it doesn't matter even if you know it, because the mirror of good and evil is inherently dark. With the mirror of good and evil in hand, the next step will be much easier. Suchin smiled softly. The mirror of good and evil does not increase points, and there are no treasure chests in this maze. But this mirror of good and evil can be regarded as the prop that has the greatest impact on this game. Just because this mirror of good and evil can temporarily control the behavior of the final boss is enough. After taking away the mirror of good and evil, the entire maze was now clear to Suchin. But Suchin had no intention of getting out of the maze. Yfing's condition has almost recovered, and now he still needs this maze as a barrier. Suchin didn't have to guess what those people were doing. They must have been collecting points. It doesn't matter. If they like it, let them do it. Night falls slowly. Suchin returned to where he was. Brother Fengchen, how are you recovering? Suchin asked with concern. Well, it's almost done. We have to thank Brother Luio for helping us. Otherwise we would all be eliminated. Yfin stood up and said to Suchin with a smile. Suchin shook his head and signaled to Yfin that there was no need to say any more words of thanks. At the same time, Suchin looked at the sky. Brother Fengchen, the war is about to begin, and their points must exceed ours. Suchin looked at the sky, and then looked at Yfin. Yes, the only option is to give it a try. Yfin also nodded. But at this time, Yfin looked at Suchin and suddenly smiled. Why is Brother Fengchen laughing? Suchin asked with some confusion. It's nothing. I just thought that the outside world would portray us as rivals. But I didn't expect that we could become friends. Brother Luio, do you think we are friends now? Yfin looked at Suchin and asked. Of course. Even as a friend. I also admire Brother Fengchen very much as a person. Suchin said with a gentle smile. Let us meet that rat who dare not show his face so far. Yfin is an upright person and likes to make friends. Luio's actions were as upright and above board as his own, which suited him very well. Okay, let's meet him. Suchin also pretended to be excited and responded. Announcement. The ultimate battle is about to begin. There will be a forced teleportation in 30 seconds. Please be prepared. 30:29:28. At this time, everyone was ready. With a flash of light, when many players opened their eyes again, they found that they were in a vast ancient battlefield. There are many huge stones in the middle of the battlefield, as well as some broken statues, forming a certain bunker. Suchin, Yfin and others stood together, while on the other side, there were 6 people from Baishuan standing behind a masked man. The eyes of Suchin and the masked man happened to meet. Suchin's eyes didn't dodge. He looked straight at the masked man, as if he wanted to see through him. The masked man avoided looking at Suchin, not sure if it was because of a guilty conscience. Yfin, you should just surrender. If you pay a few points, you can still get a good ranking. At this time, Baishuan spoke to Yfin. Baishuan, I originally respected you as a master, but I didn't expect you to be able to make a sneak attack. Yfin looked at Baishuan and coldly snorted. No need to say more. Just do it. Even before the fighting started, the two sides were already tense. However, Suchin ignored these conflicts and looked ahead. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sound attracted everyone's attention. A giant that was almost 8 meters tall was created out of thin air, causing a huge vibration when it landed. The giant's face was obscured by a black mask, and his eyes glowed purple, making him look very mysterious. His body was tightly wrapped in a dark purple robe, embroidered with complex magic runes, which seemed to contain endless evil power. At the same time, he wore a wide magic belt around his waist, inlaid with several magic gems shining with purple light, and held a huge magic wand in his black magic gloves, coupled with his towering magic hat. Is this a magician? This is simply a magic tower. Final boss, Evil Archmage. All I saw was its avatar. And a system prompt appeared. Announcement. The evil Archmage will attack for 10 minutes. The game will end after 10 minutes. If you are killed by the evil Archmage, you will lose half of your points. If you are killed by a unit that is also a player, it will be considered eliminated. The player who is eliminated will be eliminated. Half of their points will also be awarded. And the standings after 10 minutes will become the final ranking. After hearing this rule, everyone was shocked. Originally, they thought that the final battle would be player versus player. But looking at this rule, it seems that the evil Archmage does not produce points. Because the condition for passing the level is just to persist under the attack of the evil Archmage for 10 minutes. But at this time, the Baishuan team looked at Zhou Jing with admiration. If it weren't for Zhou Jing's choice to increase their points first, they would have become the attacker in this battle. The defender only needs to dodge the attacks of the evil Archmage and the attacker, and then occasionally fight back against the attacker. The attacker not only has to avoid the evil Archmage's attack, but also has to find opportunities to attack the defender and be alert to the defender's counterattack. The difficulty of both sides is not on the same level. Now the one with the highest points is the masked man, and the second with the points is Baishuan. If the opponent doesn't attack, he will only get the third place. They can accept that the opponent does not attack. After all, their mission is to finish first and second. But before everyone could discuss their strategy, the evil Archmage's attack began. The evil Archmage raised his scepter, and immediately several mini meteorites were summoned in the sky, directly covering and bombarding the entire battlefield area. This is not like an ordinary game. When attacking, there will be a prompt line. This is purely based on looking up to observe the position of those small meteorites, and then avoiding them in advance, which requires a very high level of player skill. Just this initial attack was extremely violent. Everyone was beaten and fled in panic. Some could escape through bunkers, but after the bunkers were smashed once, they were usually destroyed directly, and had to find new bunkers. How can I have time to attack other players at this time? Someone tried it to see if the evil Archmage could attack. After all, I didn't say that this boss couldn't be beaten. According to common sense, if you beat it, you should be rewarded with points. This is the final boss. Will the points be low? But as the attack hit the evil Archmage, a powerful shadow barrier immediately formed around him, which not only reduced the damage but even caused counter-injury. The damage was not dealt, but the attacker himself was harmed. Other players saw this long-awaited battle turn into this. I want to see a masked man beating Luio function. What is this? Whether the planning can be arranged. If not arranged, it will crawl, and an invincible mechanism will be created to create monsters. Indeed, what was a wonderful battle of the century turned into a hide-and-seek battle with the boss. Is planning a bit too rebellious? It's also planned. Is there really a plan in this game? Why can't I feel it? But now, Luio and Yfin, who are lagging behind in points, must look for opportunities. Originally, the masked man side had the advantage in terms of strength, but now they also have the advantage in terms of game mechanics. And it feels like they have no chance of fighting. The situation on the field now showed that Zhou Jing, with 6 people from Baishuan, adopted a defensive formation. As long as Luio and others don't provoke them, they won't move. Time is on their side anyway. Brother Luio, aren't you going to attack yet? Yfin asked Suchen. Obviously, Yfin is also very aware of the current situation. If it continues like this, they will lose. This boss's attack is a bit fierce. Suchen answered while dodging a meteor attack. Of course Yfin also knew. But just continuing like this is not an option. The least anxious among them was actually Suchen, because he knows very well how frequently the boss attacks, and how long it will take for gaps to appear. And he also has a good thing. Mirror of good and evil. With his strength and the ability to briefly control the evil Archmage, he is sure to win. In fact, if he didn't have to worry about his personality, he wouldn't need to use so many strategies to accomplish this. No way. Who calls him a good person? Time passed by minute by second. The evil Archmage's attacks have not been reduced in frequency. And there is even a team debuff. Everyone seemed to be trapped in a gravity ring. Their agility was greatly reduced, and it was even more difficult to avoid meteors and fires. If I don't fight, I won't have a chance. So I'll take it. And Hen finally couldn't bear it anymore. The 6 bone dragons roared in unison, aiming in the direction of the masked man. Seeing that Hen couldn't help it, Suchen smiled in his heart. This was the benefit of not being in a hurry. If you are in a hurry, it is easy to become the main attack. And the main attack is naturally the opponent's #1 target. His enemies are not just the masked men and others. Yfin and Annihilation are also enemies to him. And as an ally, his glorious image cannot be stabbed in the back. So naturally he has to borrow the help of his opponent to get rid of him. However, Annihilation thought simply. He felt that Luio was afraid, which made him a little angry. Originally, they didn't have much chance of winning. After all, the opponent was still stronger on the defensive side, and they were still timid when meeting their teammates. Anyway, he went straight up. It didn't matter if Luio followed or not. If he didn't, no one would follow. And Annihilation thought that his move was to kidnap Luio. In fact, Suchin was waiting for him to be the main attacker. Suchin was eager to give away this kind of behavior without following. Did he think that giving away would scare him? Don't worry. Forget it. I'll help you. But on the surface, Suchin still looked anxious. He showed a performance that Annihilation wanted to see. That's what he said. But Suchin just threw away some of the Huangdo soldiers he had brought with him. He himself was pretending to be in a hurry to avoid the fire attack. And Annihilion's attack actually not only kidnapped Suchin, but also kidnapped Yfin. Yfin had no choice but to join this group. So in fact, Annihilion's move did not kidnap Suchin, but instead kidnapped Yfin. I'm coming! I'm coming! Suchin slowly came to join the group while hiding. Suchin's position was naturally at the back. But in order to make the situation less touching for him, Suchin asked Tang Feng and others to ignore everything and go directly to the group. But Method has some fighting ability, and she is a little bit behind. In this way, on the bright side, you can see that the 3 Dawn guilds are rushing ahead of Dark Hen. But Dark Hen, who shouted to start a group, falls behind, followed by Yfin, Mephite, and finally Su Morning Pressure. Seeing the opponent rushing towards them, Bai Shuyuan's team started the fire bombing without even saying Lo. The 3 men from Bingfeng, Tang Feng, and others who were rushing towards the front were killed instantly in the face of him. In order to avoid the attack, it would take seconds to be attacked by Huiyun. If the first line of defense falls down like this, then Dark Mark is the one rushing in front. Although Annihilation was a little dissatisfied with Suchin, he didn't say anything explicitly. 3 people from his guild rushed to the front to help him block the bullets. He seemed to have nothing to say. It's as if Suchin made a great contribution. Chapter 423 Urga's Backstab. Roar! The 6 bone dragons roared and at the same time used dark dragon flames to attack Bai Shuyuan and others. A melee started immediately. Bai Shuyuan is at the end of the team. And the others, Dark Mark, are left to you. Zhou Jing made a judgment on the situation on the field. After Dark Hen lost 10 bone dragons and had used up his trump card. Dark Hen at this time can be said to be the weakest among the 3 Luio. Okay, let's take over Dark Trace. Bai Shuyuan nodded. Although their team looks like each person's individual abilities are not enough on this battlefield. But when Bai Shuyuan originally formed this team, he had considered the team's suitability. If they were to beat other masters, they were still a little unsure. However, facing the Dark Marks with only 6 bone dragons left, they were still balanced, and they were able to deal with each other professionally. This team has the Guardian Star, as a big shield to carry damage. Although Bai Shuyuan is a combat pastor, he is still in the top 10 if he plays pure support. At the same time, compared to other pure support players who have weak self-protection capabilities, he is the #1 combat pastor. He is enough to protect himself. The Mage Traveler provides AoE output. Luigi performs powerful single-target output. And the Assassin Yin Yukianui can also keep Dark Mark's main body alert at all times. At the same time, there is Dao Yun, a qualified mopping-up warrior, who protects the camp from being disrupted. The snoring was simply perfect. Dark Mark naturally had this plan as well. The Bai Shuyuan team are all elite players. With the help of the power of balance, the 6 of them can handle Dark Mark just as well. The first 2 sides to engage in battle were the Dark Mark and Bai Shuyuan teams. The shield in the Guard Star's hand grew larger, protecting everyone from long-range attacks, while Bai Shuyuan was responsible for keeping an eye on the Guard Star's bloodline. With a top-level shield and first-line milk, the Bone Dragon has no explosive buffs, and it will be difficult to break through this line of defense for a while. Next is the follow-up output of Traveler and Luigi. Demon Dao was conducting a sweep, and he was responsible for repelling the Bone Dragons that broke through. But at this time, Yao Dao started to have his thoughts. The position he assumes is to fill the gap, commonly known as the miscellaneous position. But this miscellaneous position is very important. He can directly put a bone dragon in, and the formation will be broken up immediately. And if he wanted to act, it would be too easy. It is easy to make mistakes when playing miscellaneous positions. When he only needs to find 2 dragons to attack together, he pretends to deal with it alone and does not ask for support, or simply pretend not to have discovered the other one. After hearing everyone's exclamations, he went to the rescue again, and then directly missed 2. In this way, Bai Shiyuan's team can be destroyed quickly. When Yao Dao discovered the opportunity of his position, he also informed Su Chen of this situation. Yao Dao and Su Chen were both fishing at this time, and Su Chen had the time to reply to Yao Dao. Layout for the next step. On another battlefield, Yfin took the initiative to find Zhou Jing. The two directly engaged in a head-to-head confrontation. Yfin suddenly accelerated and attacked Zhou Jing with his sword. Zhou Jing didn't panic. He just raised his hand slightly, and a light shield directly blocked the attack. Too weak. Zhou Jing shook his head, then changed his gesture. As Zhou Jing's gesture changed, the light shield suddenly changed into the shape of a fist, and he punched Yfin. Yfin quickly used high-level blocking. Boom! But even so, he was beaten back. Zhou Jing originally wanted to pursue him, but at this moment, a fire meteor suddenly fell in front of him. Zhou Jing only retreated temporarily, and did not continue to pursue. At this time, Yfin also climbed up from the ground. Yfin felt how powerful Zhou Jing was. In just one face-to-face encounter, Yfin felt the difference in strength between the two sides. Yfin also saw Luio who fell among them. Taking advantage of this gap, Yfin picked up a scroll and crushed it. Oh! Yfin also found the Gale Amplification Scroll. Su Chen said with some surprise. The Wind Amplification Scroll and the Mirror of Good and Evil are special props that can only be used in this venue. It seems that Yfin is really lucky. He didn't find this in the original timeline. Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but slow down. Yfin could no longer measure him by the level of his previous life. The timeline seemed to have specially corrected a lot of things for him in order to put him in his original position. Could this be the son of the Great World? But that doesn't make sense either. Yfin is really the son of great luck in this life. How could he have made such a mess in his previous life? This is an untrue statement. This made Su Chen a little confused about Yfin. What kind of person was he? First, Annihilation became stronger than before and became his thug, and then let Yfin find something that didn't originally belong to him. But in this case, Su Chen didn't have to rush over so quickly. He could just take a stroke first. Originally, he thought that Yfin would be defeated quickly, so he had to rush over a little faster. But now, the two of them can compete. As Yfin used the Gale Amplification Scroll, Yfin's strength instantly increased. This scroll is a one-time consumable, and its use is limited to this special scene, so its power is naturally not small. Yfin's strength soared instantly, and even his basic attack started to have sword energy. Zhou Jing originally thought that Yfin was just a side dish, and his real opponent was Luio behind him, so he didn't pay much attention to Yfin. But seeing the changes in Yfin now, Zhou Jing also became serious. Yfin's violent sword energy seemed to swallow Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing frowned and raised a wall of light again with a wave of his hand. This time the wall of light was larger and more gorgeous than the previous one. Boom! Yfin's sword energy violently attacked, causing the light wall to shake. Seeing that the light wall was not broken, Yfin did not give up, but directly bypassed the light wall and continued to pursue Zhou Jing. However, whenever Yfin's sword energy was about to touch Zhou Jing would generate a light shield to block all Yfin's sword energy. The two of them just started chasing each other. Zhou Jing did not attack rashly. On the one hand, Yfin's strength suddenly increased greatly, and he could no longer suppress it easily. Another more important reason is that he is paying attention to Luio, because he always remembers why he came. You're a little annoyed. Zhou Jing frowned as he looked at Yfin, who was chasing after him. Zhou Jing muttered something. At this time, a ray of holy light fell from the sky and turned into a shadow knight. The Phantom Knight held a holy light sword and wore a holy light armor, exuding a powerful aura. This shadow knight seems to be the one from before. Can he fight against the Dark Lord? It's different. This Phantom Knight is obviously not as powerful as before. It is estimated that this one is just a weakened version. This strategy is a big failure. What's the use of keeping Bai Shiyuan's team? It's a waste of a powerful incarnation. Now the Bai Shiyuan team can only compete with a weak Annihilation. If that powerful incarnation had not been consumed, This week Dark Mark would have ended up like this. The masked man probably wore the mask because he was afraid of losing face. Whose game was like this? I wonder if Yfin can deal with this weaker shadow. Yfin's amplification skills must have cooled down. Otherwise, with the amplification skills and this amplification prop, Yfin might be able to fight against this masked man. At this time, Yfin was also fighting with the Phantom Knight on the field. The sword energy attacked the Phantom and caused some damage to the Phantom. But Zhou Jing obviously didn't want to see the Shadow Knight and Yfin fight in a duel. He planned to get rid of this annoying Yfin as soon as possible. While Yfin was blocking the Phantom Knight's attack, Zhou Jing suddenly pointed his hand, and a powerful holy light strike came over. The superposition of these two attacks directly exceeded Yfin's blocking limit. Boom! After an explosion, Yfin was knocked to the ground and rolled several times. At this time, the Phantom Knight also chased after him and struck Yfin with his sword. Yfin originally wanted to raise his sword to block, but found that there was a movement restriction state and he could not block immediately. With his blood volume, if he didn't block, the sword would be dead in seconds. Eliminated? Yfin shook his head. Clang. However, at this moment, a spear directly received the attack. After blocking this attack, the spear did not stop and continued to stab the Phantom Knight continuously. The Phantom Knight was directly repelled. Yfin looked up and saw that it was Luio. At this moment, Luio was armed with a silver spear, heroic and bold, and looked a bit like a Chanshan paper farmer. Brother Fengchen, you're late. Su Chen smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. Yfin also resumed his actions at this time. He didn't hesitate and directly took Su Chen's outstretched hand and stood up from the ground. I took a screenshot. This scene is so cool. Yfin's fans are too stingy. In fact, they don't hate Yfin. Yfin is still strong. Yfin and Luio were originally the first and second seeds before the game. But the variables of Dark Mark and the masked man appeared. Now the outcome of the two joining forces is unknown. This masked man whose name is unknown. Let's see if he can deal with these two people joining forces now. If successful, this scene of Luio reaching out to pull Fengchen away could become the cover of a good story. I don't know why, but I'm a little addicted to Luio. Please stop your random eating behavior. It is just a formality. Don't do what you do. Yfin picked up the sword and walked side by side with Luio, who was holding a spear. At the same time, he looked at the masked man. At the same time, there are meteors and fire falling all around, which heightens the artistic conception of this battle. It does look like a battle of the century. The mask chosen by the mask is also more like a villain's mask, full of mystery. The two protagonists fight against the villain boss. In fact, such a scene was deliberately created by Su Chen. Human heroes also need marketing. After this scene, some bloggers used it to edit the soundtrack or create secondary works, which brought him a lot of traffic. As for what this traffic brings, it depends on the outcome of this battle. He becomes the only winner. So this section is his crowding work. Huh. Interesting. Zhou Jing wore a mask and snorted coldly as he watched the two of them join forces to deal with him. Brother Fengchen, you are a left-handed swordsman. How about you attack him on the right? Su Chen looked forward, tilted his head slightly, and said to Yfin, it just so happens that you have the right pistol. Yfin laughed and said, walk. Su Chen directly issued the command to attack. Yfin didn't answer, but the sword in his hand answered on his behalf. At the same time, Su Chen also carried a spear and cooperated with Yfin to attack. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiched Zhou Jing in the middle and launched a fierce siege. Yfin's sword light poured down like a gust of wind and rain, and each sword energy seemed to tear the air apart and swallow Zhou Jing inside. Luio's spear was like a silver dragon tumbling and flying on the battlefield, with every attack carrying the power of thunder. Zhou Jing lost his previous indifference amid the siege of the two men. If it weren't for the threat of meteors and fire, the attack between the two would have been more intense. For some reason, Zhou Jing focused on defense, always maintaining a light shield around him. The Phantom Knight kept chasing and attacking from behind. But Su Chen and Yfin took turns dealing with the Phantom Knight, and still produced a very powerful attack firepower on Zhou Jing. The two people's cooperation is very clever. It doesn't look like they are joining forces for the first time, but like old teammates who often work together. Their cooperation was also the reason why they suppressed Zhou Jing. Outsiders can't see it, but Yfin can. The reason why they cooperate so seamlessly is because Luio has been following his attack rhythm to help him make up for his shortcomings. Luio seemed to know his moves very well, and every supplementary move was just right. There is no communication, but there is far more tacit understanding than communication. Zhou Jing also realized at this time that the other party's cooperation was so clever that he was a little overwhelmed. Zhou Jing tried to attack this point of Luio. After all, his mission was to snipe Luio. But Su Chen cleverly gave Yfin the core position. Su Chen was just feeding Yfin's moves. Attacking Su Chen didn't disrupt their overall attack rhythm. In fact, this is also a careful trick used by Su Chen. It seemed as if he was accommodating Yfin as the core and supporting Yfin. But in reality, they were forcing Zhou Jing to attack Yfin first if he wanted to break the situation. After all, he couldn't backstab Yfin, and he was counting on Zhou Jing to help him eliminate Yfin. Zhou Jing also understood at this time. If you want to defeat Luio, you must first defeat Yfin. At this time, Zhou Jing pretended that the light shield was broken, and then lured Feng Chen to attack him. When Yfin discovered such a good opportunity, he naturally would not let it go, and quickly stabbed Zhou Jing. But Zhou Jing predicts it in advance and dodges sideways, and at the same time, he condenses a ball of holy light in his palm. This palm shot directly towards Yfin. Yfin quickly retreated, but the holy light ball also shot directly at Yfin. Boom! After Yfin was hit by this move, his whole body flew out as if he was hit by a huge force. If you attack with all your strength, there will naturally be flaws. Su Chen did not let go of this flaw, and immediately stabbed with his spear. At the same time, the spear light burst out with great power. Zhou Jing sneered, as if he had guessed it. Instead of hiding, he gathered his hands in front of his chest, and a more dazzling ball of holy light appeared in front of him. The gun light hit the holy light ball and made an ear-splitting roar. But it failed to hurt Zhou Jing at all. When Zhou Jing was feeling proud, he discovered that Su Chen had drawn a spear with one hand and a talisman with the other hand. Zhou Jing quickly retreated, but the talisman had been detonated by Su Chen. Boom! With the explosion of thunder and fire, Zhou Jing was also blown away. Even the location of Su Chen's explosion was directly at Zhou Jing's mask. Zhou Jing got up from the ground, but at this time, his mask had fallen off. Su Chen did it on purpose. Zhou Jing's face appeared in front of everyone around him, and Zhou Jing's ID also lost its hiding effect. The second dog at the entrance of ID village. Finally, the ID was leaked. But who is the second dog at the entrance of the village? I've never heard of it. But the name is a bit funny. Just laugh at him. He is fighting against the boss Luio. You have the ability to laugh at his ID to his face. Even with Yfin, we can compete with him. I have never heard of Anhin. Nor have I heard of the two dogs at the entrance of the village. How can I hide it for so long in just one game? Huh? Why didn't the two of them fight? That's right. What is Luio doing? It's such a good opportunity to pursue the victory. I don't understand. I've never seen a fight with an intermission. After Zhou Jing's mask leaked, Luio stopped. Zhou Jing seemed to have expected it. He did not immediately distance himself, but slowly stood up and picked up the mask. Everyone present couldn't understand it all. What was going on? Even Yfin wanted to speak and urge Luio to take action. Ergu, why is it you? At this time, Su Chen pretended to be in disbelief, looking at Zhou Jing. The gun in his hand almost dropped to the ground. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. After a long relationship, these two people know each other. I am no longer the Ergu I used to be, Zhou Jing said lightly. What happened? Tell my brother. Su Chen still couldn't believe it. You are not who you were before. So what is the difference between us? Zhou Jing said with a sneer, then picked up the mask and put it on again. Hey, shall we still fight? At this time, Yfin, who was standing next to him, was holding a sword and was a little stunned. Just as confused as Yfin were the viewers watching the live broadcast. Wait a minute. Why can't I understand the current situation? Yfin and Luio are teammates, and Ergu is Luio's friend. They have been fighting together for a long time. But something was still wrong. Luio didn't know Ergu's identity, but Ergu knew Luio's identity, and still grabbed Luio and beat him. In other words, Luio regarded Ergu as a friend, but Ergu seemed to regard him as a friend. Luio treats him as an enemy. Such a stroke is really true. It can't be a drama of betrayal by friends. What kind of friends are Mr. Luio? Boss Luio is so kind. Look at how his guild's trolls are dragging him down. Has Boss Luio ever complained? It is estimated that these two dogs are Luio's little brother like those in the Dawn Guild. But they betrayed him and became stronger through unknown circumstances. We will know if they still fight or not. The audience was stunned when they saw this scene. And the other side. In the Sunset Guild. Hold the grass. Isn't that Ergu? Ergu is promising. He beat Luio and Yfin alone. He also beat the transformed Yfin before. Boss Ergu has never hidden anything. Did you forget what he said about robbing treasures from the 3 major guilds? It turns out that Mr. Ergu didn't lie. Then why doesn't Ergu boss show off his strength? I don't even think he can beat me. Haven't you seen that the Ergu bosses all wear masks? This is called Loki. Do you understand? By the way, talk to the president too. The people in the Sunset Guild 3rd Guild were all shocked when they saw Ergu from the past showing off like this. The main reason is that Ergu usually talks in a very gibberish manner. But since he was the one brought in by the president, they didn't dare to question him. I can only occasionally doubt it in my heart. But who would have known that Ergu boss not only wasn't bragging, he was speaking in a Loki manner. Yu and the other 3 had returned to the guild at this time. They are eligible to participate. However, the strength of their guild was still a bit lacking. And they were eliminated in the wave of team formation. Boss, is that person the Ergu that Boss Luio asked you to arrange for Sanhui? At this time, Sledgehammer suddenly said. Originally, Yu was still reviewing the events of the game with Luio. After hearing Sledgehammer's words, Yu immediately looked at the live broadcast. It really is. Yu was a little surprised after seeing it. He also talked to Ergu several times. At first, he also suspected that Ergu was lying. But after a lie detector test, he found that Ergu was not lying. After that, he stopped paying attention to Ergu. However, in terms of strength, Yu could still see it clearly. And Ergu didn't use any special props to hide it before. The Ergu of the past was weak. Or maybe it was sealed. But it has nothing to do with it now. Then did Luio win? Yfin, and he were pretty good now, and would probably let him. Isn't Ergu Luio's younger brother? He would definitely give in too. After hearing this, Sledgehammer said with a smile. Not necessarily. There is something wrong with Ergu. He is already using his attacking hand. Luio looked at the live broadcast and said calmly. Ah? Sledgehammer looked at the live broadcast with some confusion. During the live broadcast, Luio was asking Ergu questions. But when Ergu answered, he was already planning an attack. While talking, he suddenly attacked Luio. Luio seemed to have great trust in Ergu, and was not on guard against Ergu. Luio was successfully attacked in a hurry. Luio lay on the ground and looked at Ergu in disbelief. As if he couldn't believe that Ergu would sneak up on him. Hold the grass. These 2 dogs are so insidious. Can Luio be so kind to him? Can he deserve it? After Sledgehammer saw it, he cursed directly. However, the cool-toned person remained calm. As long as you observe carefully, Ergu's sneak attack was not clever at all. It was only because Luio trusted his former brother too much that the sneak attack was successful. Chapter 424 Ranking Distribution after the battle. And in the field, Su Qing got up from the ground and looked at Zhou Jing in disbelief. In fact, he had just discovered that Zhou Jing was preparing for a sneak attack. But in order to counterattack properly later, Su Qing pretended not to notice. At the same time, establishing a character who was betrayed by his brothers will also make some people feel unfair to him, paving the way for future votes. Why are you doing this? Am I sorry for you? Su Qing asked Zhou Jing with wide eyes. Su Qing's emotionally invested performance resonated with many people. I understand. It seems that these 2 dogs used to be Luio's little brothers. But now that they have become stronger, they are no longer willing to just be Luio's little brothers. Luio treats him as a brother. And he treats Luio as a tool. What nonsense are you talking to this villain? If you don't kill this villain, I will look down on you. Luio. These 2 dogs are so ruthless. There are too many such ruthless villains in the real world. But real men like Luio are rare. I have been the little brother for a long time. And now I feel that I am more capable. So I have to teach my former big brother a lesson. In fact, Zhou Jing was indeed wrong about this. At this time, there was some struggle and hesitation on Zhou Jing's face. This was a conflict between the instructions of the God of Light and his own intention. It's a pity that Zhou Jing has already put on the mask. So the audience can't see Zhou Jing's expression under the mask. Give you a chance to join the Holy See, and we will still be brothers. But the will of the God of Light still prevailed. And Zhou Jing's original intention was suppressed. I see. Su Chen probably understood it at this time. It turned out that the God of Light was attacking him. As for why the God of Light would attack him, Su Chen thought of the reason. The God of the Undead was sealed. It was originally the God of Light, who was the main one, and was sealed with the gods. He took away the inheritance of the God of the Dead. So the God of Light would naturally not let him go. I just don't know when it was exposed. Su Chen frowned. He thought he was relatively clean in everything he did. But he was still discovered by the God of Light. So that's it. I won't join. You go ahead and do it. Su Chen stared into Zhou Jing's eyes, and said firmly. Huh? Since you are so stubborn. Don't blame me. Zhou Jing said coldly after hearing this. At this time, Zhou Jing seemed to have changed. The soft holy light emanating from his whole body was no longer the soft holy light, but a sharp murderous aura. Su Chen held the spear tightly in his hand, and glanced at Yfin beside him. Yfin nodded to indicate that he could still fight. At this moment, Zhou Jing had launched an attack. Rays of holy light shot straight into the sky, and then turned into countless lightsabers, attacking directly towards the two of them. Su Chen quickly took out 2 Earth Shield talismans, and did not forget to throw one to Yfin. His move also won Yfin a lot of favor, and the audience also had a good impression of Su Chen. At this time, he can still take care of Yfin, his temporary teammate. Luio is really a good person. Su Chen would not be stingy with this kind of help that would not change the situation of the battle. Boom! The holy light swords were as dense as pear blossom needles in a rainstorm. The Earth Shield could withstand it at first, but cracks appeared in less than 10 seconds. It looked like it was going to break soon. Seeing this situation, Luio immediately broke the shield himself, swept away the holy light sword in front of him with a swipe of his spear, and prepared to take Zhou Jing directly. After Su Chen went up, Yfin also felt that the shield could not hold up. So instead of holding on for a few seconds, it was better to go up together and attack. However, this time, Zhou Jing no longer planned to defend and took the initiative to attack. A pair of wings appeared behind Zhou Jing, like angel wings, but more transparent. At the same time, 2 blades of light appeared in Zhou Jing's hands. They were pure energy forms, and had no specific knife or sword shape. It turns out that Zhou Jing also has melee skills. However, Su Chen was very proficient in using the spear, and Yfin was also a master of swordsmanship. Zhou Jing could not compete with the two in terms of pure close combat skills. But the strongest thing about Zhou Jing is that he can attack with the holy light sword in the sky while attacking. Time passed by minute. This game is only 10 minutes long. Zhou Jing obviously also knows this. His offense is mostly defensive and counterattack, and he will not expose his weaknesses easily. Time is on his side, and as long as he waits for the watch, he will be number 1. In this case, the two men's offensive obviously seemed a little impatient. In fact, it was Yfin who was mainly impatient. But Su Chen was confident that he was not anxious at all. And the reason why he looked anxious was mainly because from the surface, he should be anxious. You can't just let Feng Chen sit there in a hurry. He is still slowly fighting Zhou Jing. This doesn't quite fit. But it was precisely because Yfin was too aggressive that he was tricked by Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing found an opportunity and made a spellcasting action. But nothing happened. If anything, the light around Zhou Jing was getting stronger. But Yfin didn't care so much. The game was almost over. If it dragged on any longer, he would lose. Yfin still carried out violent attacks. Brother Feng Chen. Wait a minute. Su Chen pretended to remind him. At this time, Yfin's attack had already been launched. When Su Chen reminded him, he could no longer withdraw his attack. Moreover, Su Chen deliberately mentioned the words, Brother Feng Chen, first, delaying some time. Not only did Yfin attack, but he was also distracted by Su Chen. Just when Yfin's attack landed, Yfin actually felt something was wrong. Because this guy named Ergu didn't dodge at all. And Luio also reminded him. But he couldn't hold back even if he wanted to. Boom! Yfin was blown away directly. This is a layer of armor that counteracts physical damage. After Yfin fell, he was unprepared for a moment. And Zhou Jing immediately used the holy light sword to attack Yfin. Until now, Yfin's health was only 1/3. Yfin, who had no defensibility, was directly killed by this wave of holy light sword. Yfin, eliminated. It was finally solved. At this time, Zhou Jing and Su Chen both had the same idea. Brother Chen. But one person quit. And that was Yfin. He came to help Yfin win first place. Yfin was eliminated. Why was he still here? At the same time, he directly commanded his bone dragon to move towards Zhou Jing. Do not overestimate your own capabilities. Zhou Jing snorted coldly. A little strength was left to guard against Su Chen, while other attacks fell on Anhin's side. He wanted to get rid of the dark marks immediately. At the same time, Zhou Jing also directed by Xuyuan and others to pursue them from behind. Under siege from front to back, the dark marks can be solved very quickly. The time has come. But Su Chen on the side smiled in his heart. The mirror of good and evil has always been on Su Chen's waist, looking like an inconspicuous pendant. But at this time, Su Chen activated the mirror of good and evil. The control of the evil Archmage was already within his grasp. Although you only have 30 seconds of control, it's enough. Except that the evil Archmage cannot attack itself. He can target other attack targets. Activate the ultimate move directly. Su Chen had already moved away from Zhou Jing after pretending to see something was wrong with the evil Archmage. Just end this farce. Seeing that they were still dealing with Yfin, Su Chen smiled softly. The ultimate arcane move, Dark Annihilation. Target: 2 dogs at the entrance of the village. Dark Mark. And by Xuyuan. The original evil Archmage will also use this ultimate move. But it will only take less than 10 seconds. And players can still resist. But the limit of this move is actually no limit. The reason why the evil Archmage will not be used for too long is because it will consume a lot of its magic power. If it is used for too long, it will not have the magic power to use large magic for a long time. But Su Chen wouldn't care about the evil Archmage's magic power. So what if he overdraft the evil Archmage's magic power? Using 30 seconds of Dark Annihilation is the limit of time control. Not the limit that Su Chen wants to use. Nor the limit of the evil Archmage. It is said that this evil Archmage can even use his HP bar to use spells. The skill of Dark Annihilation is a messy skill. To be precise, it is not a skill at all. Instead, it creates an area. And in this area, various destructive spells selected by the evil Archmage are constantly generated. Originally Zhou Jing and Anhin, by Xuyuan and others were still fighting each other. But at this time the changes in the surrounding environment made everyone stop. The air around them seemed to solidify at this moment. And all the light gradually disappeared, leaving only endless darkness. As for Su Chen, in order to prevent the outside world from seeing that he had done it, he also placed some areas of darkness and annihilation here, through the control of the evil Archmage. The magic in his area is all the weakest magic. Although these weakest magics are all of the selected level, and still have a certain degree of power, Su Chen's ability can still cope with these attacks. The difference is easy to explain. There were only 2 people in his area, Su Chen and Mephit. Thing's people were of no use. Su Chen had already eliminated them. But there were 8 people in Zhou Jing's area. Looking at it this way, it is easy to explain that Su Chen's side has weak firepower, and Zhou Jing's side has strong firepower. In fact, this thing has no obvious use. It's just that in order to eliminate Yfin, he still has to put on a show. To avoid being gossiped about. Being so tired for a human hero. You'd better hope that the human hero is me. Otherwise don't blame me for being angry. Su Chen sneered in his heart. These players are so disrespectful. Dark magic was constantly spinning in the vortex of darkness and annihilation. They found Zhou Jing and others. And they were like a group of hungry and irrational monsters from the abyss, rushing toward them to devour them. Zhou Jing quickly used the holy light to condense into a light shield, and at the same time used a light forbidden spell in an attempt to use the holy light to drive away the darkness. But instead of being afraid, these dark magics were as excited as a school of fish seeing food, and headed towards Zhou Jing crazily. Originally, the others would definitely not be able to withstand Zhou Jing at first. But because Zhou Jing had attracted all the dark magic, they no longer had any pressure. No matter how strong Zhou Jing is, he still can't survive the endless bombardment of dark magic. With Zhou Jing's ability, Su Chen estimated that he might be able to survive in this area of darkness and annihilation for about 20 seconds. But it would not be easy for Zhou Jing to survive for 10 seconds. Boom! Sure enough, just like Su Chen's estimate, Zhou Jing was swallowed up by dark magic in just 10 seconds after Zhou Jing's defense was breached. The 2 dogs in the village are eliminated. After Zhou Jing was eliminated, Dark Hen, who was also of dark origin, was also favored by dark magicians. It seems that dark magic is quite picky this time. Dark Mark, eliminated. The remaining ones are the Bai Xuyuan team and Su Chen Mi fight. The game is actually over now. Under Su Chen's control, The evil Archmage controlled Dark Annihilation to directly destroy the source of Baishu. The main reason was that Su Chen didn't want to take action. After destroying the source of Baishu, Su Chen accurately killed Luijian and Yi Mu Qianhui. In the hunting group, Luijian and Yi Mu Qianhui are the main players, and their points are much higher than Yao Dao. But Yao Dao is taller than the two people in the other group. After all, in the hunting group, Yao Dao also gained some points, while in the other group, all their points were owned by Baishu Yuan alone. Dark Annihilation is over. Su Chen also took control and ended this Dark Annihilation ahead of schedule. As a result, there are 5 people left on the field. Su Chen, Mephit, Demon Dao, Traveler, Guardian Star. Traveler and Guardian Star have no points at all. In fact, Mephit didn't accumulate many points. His points were a little less than those of Yao Dao. The evil Archmage used Dark Annihilation for almost 20 seconds. In fact, he had already overdrawn his magic power. At this time, he had no mana to continue using skills. The field fell into silence. Brother Luio, I was forced to do so. I had no intention of fighting you, and I hope you would let me go. At this time, the traveler suddenly said to Su Chen. Everyone present had high IQs, and they quickly understood what the traveler had in mind. There are only 5 of them now. There are only 3 people in Traveler's team. Just look at the battle scene just now. How can they be Luio's opponent? Now if Luio lets them go, they will get the guaranteed reward of the top 5. This is so heartwarming. At the same time, the traveler also winked at Yao Dao and Guardian Star, indicating that they should also beg for mercy. Guardian Star frowned. He was a decent person and didn't bother to act like a traveler. But think about it. They and Luio didn't have any deep hatred to begin with, so there was no need to have such a grudge. Luio, there is no hatred between us. If you want to fight, you can fight. But if you don't, I can give you all the rewards for my ranking. Guarding Star is just innocent and doesn't want to have this enmity with Luio. If he was asked to beg for mercy as endlessly as the traveler for a reward, he was a bit unable to do so. The Guard Star's behavior made Su Chen Gao take a look. In his impression, Guardian Star is a very decent player, and the rumors were true when he saw it today. However, after hearing this, the traveler's eyes became a little angry. He had to compromise with Luio just for the reward. Now that the Guardian Star guy is so involved, how can he follow? Luio, if you want to fight, then fight. I've heard of his name for a long time and would like to ask for advice. At this time, Daoyun said loudly. Daoyun's character is like a master who pursues technical training and is not afraid of Luio at all. Hold the grass. This cloud has a seed. Guarding Star and Daoyun both have skills. So in this comparison, who doesn't have skills? I suspect you are in Black Traveler, and I have good evidence. The Traveler is such a clown. However, given Luio's character, he would probably agree to such a request for mercy. This Traveler must have studied Luio's character. Boss Luio is still too kind. Whenever someone says something soft to him, he can't help but agree. Sometimes, Luio really should be cruel. In fact, according to Luio's character, Luio should not touch them if they were guarding Xing and Daoyun. But this traveler chose the most clownish route. Wait, if Luio lets them go, that Daoyun's points will exceed Mephite's. It is estimated that Luio will probably agree to compete with Daoyun, and then eliminate Daoyun, and then give the second place to Long Mei. That is, Long Mei is so cute. I must give her second place. The 3 people looked at Su Chen with different attitudes. The traveler secretly hated the other 2, and looked forward to Luio agreeing to their request, eliminating one of them, and taking away the reward of the other. I understand. Since you have no intention of making enemies of me, I will not embarrass you. After hearing this, Su Chen nodded. Then he looked at the Guardian Star and Yao Dao. Take your reward. If you want to fight me, let's play together. It would be a waste if you don't receive the game rewards. Su Chen said to the Guardian Star and Yao Dao respectively. Well, thank you. After hearing what Luio said, Guardian Star did not refuse any more. At the same time, the admiration for Luio in his heart increased a bit. This isn't appropriate. My points seem to be higher than those of the people in your guild. How about we have a fight? However, Yao Dao did not want to accept such charity, and still insisted on fighting with Su Chen. No, she didn't get second because she wasn't strong enough. If she doesn't get enough ranking because of her strength, I will help her defeat others. How is this different from taking advantage of others? Su Chen said with a faint smile. This scene was designed by Suchin just now. And it was also what he taught the demons. Highlight the selflessness in his personality. And he will not engage in malpractice for personal gain. This is too shocking. Even after Luio said this, he still dared to continue the challenge. This is Luio. If it had been anyone else, even Yfin, who had a good reputation, he said this, and Yfin would have done this for the people in his own guild. This is why we like Luio so much. He is so gentle and treats everyone equally. Through this time, I gained a new understanding of Luio. It's a pity for Long Mei. She was already ranked 2nd. But now she's ranked 3rd. Long Mei. My Long Mei. Have you noticed that Luio only communicated with Guardian Star and Daoyun? And only nodded lightly to Traveler without talking to him much. It proves that Luio looks down on people who have no limits. What else can be said? Being able to nod with him is considered Luio's politeness and high quality. The reputation of the 2nd Mage Traveler has collapsed. I didn't expect that the usually aloof boss would turn out to be this kind of person. The Guardian Star, which is also the 2nd largest shield, is much more upright. Chapter 425 Super God Level Rewards. Demonic Ways Workplace Philosophy. Seeing that Luio didn't speak to him, the Traveler seemed a little embarrassed. But no matter what, the ranking is maintained and I can get the rewards. It's just that the eyes he looked at Guardian Star and Daoyun were a little cold. He asked them to beg for mercy together. But they had to pretend. The key is, they even pretended to do it. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Since Luio has no intention of attacking them again, they will naturally not have any strange thoughts. The prerequisite for backstabbing is that the strength gap between the two sides should not be too large. It is unlikely that Guardian Star will backstab Luio, let alone Demon Dao, who is one of his own. Even if the Traveler wants to stab him in the back, he can't make waves by himself. Everyone was just waiting for the end of the game time in such harmony. The evil Archmage still hasn't recovered his magic power, and hasn't used any moves yet. Announcement, the game is over and settlement is in progress. 1st place, Luio. 2nd place, Daoyun. 3rd place, Dawn. Number 4, Guardian Star. Number 5, Traveler. Number 6, Vacancy. Because there are too many vacancies, the quality of the prizes has improved. And the rankings have improved from top to bottom. Since the Guardian Star is in the front row, he gets a few points, which is higher than a Traveler who has no points at all. As long as you are ranked 1st, the quality of the prize will be greatly improved. The Guardian Star ranked higher than him, and Daoyun even got the 2nd place. This made the Traveler secretly hate the two of them. Originally, the favorites to win the championship were Luio and Yfin. A lot of things happened in the middle, but in any case, the result was within expectations. It's a pity for Dark Mark. In fact, in comparison, he is actually the strongest one here, but his transformation was used in advance. If he used it in the final battle, he would be invincible. There was nothing that could be done about it. Dark Hen was obviously here to help Yfin. Yfin was going to be eliminated in that wave of players. Even he was somewhat defeated by the siege of players. Otherwise, he would not have been eliminated before the final battle. Ergu is also strong. But it is also because he used up that powerful incarnation in that wave of team battles. It's understandable to say that Dark Mark is a pity. Ergu is pure stupidity. Bai Shuan and the others couldn't defeat Dark Mark in a weak state. They wasted an incarnation to forcefully carry Dark Mark's transformation. He was originally reaping the benefits. What's not stupid about being beaten like this? Not only was he stupid, but he was also bad. From what he looked like just now, it was clear that he had a relationship with Luio, who used to be good brothers. Although he didn't understand what happened between them. Luio was standing there talking to him, and he suddenly made a sneak attack. Pure badass. Didn't Annihilation also ask Luio to join the Holy See? Bai Shuan was also from the Holy See. They probably wanted to get one or two of them together. Luio deserves the 1st place. He may not necessarily be the 1st in strength, but there is no doubt that Luio is the 1st in character. Indeed, the 2nd place could have been taken, but others relented as soon as they begged for mercy. And they also said that if he did that, what would be the difference between him and those who take advantage of others? Ruizabai. Don't be embarrassed. Guardian Xing and Daoyun didn't beg for mercy. So who is begging for mercy? The battle was finally over, and the audience was chatting about the competition. This game can be said to be more exciting than imagined. Except for the two favorites, Yfin and Luio, who performed stably. Everyone else also performed well. Moreover, The appearance of two hidden figures made the whole game full of ups and downs. Luio's championship also made many people sigh. And there is one thing that worries many people. That's what happened between Luio and Ergu. People are full of gossip. Otherwise it wouldn't be the case that celebrities love marriage and divorce would be trending. Nowadays, Luio's popularity has far surpassed that of top stars after winning this championship in terms of traffic alone. After all, New World is a game for everyone. Unlike many years ago, when games were almost exclusively reserved for young people. And there are also a lot of employment opportunities here. Whether you plan to move bricks or start a small business, you can make money in New World. In terms of entertainment, the realism of experiences such as fishing, riding, mountain climbing, swimming and skiing is no worse than reality. And extreme sports that are not possible in reality are simply commonplace in New World. This is a place that is truly suitable for both men and women, old and young. Just like its name. It has become the second world of mankind. So with Luio's current popularity, people naturally want to know the inside story. The idea of Ergu at the entrance of the village is really not difficult to pick out. After all, having been with the three groups of the Sunset Guild for so long, they left too many traces. The secret story of the two dogs at the entrance of the village. A story that Luio and I had to talk about. Almost within minutes of the game ending, an article was posted. The social structure of New World is already very complete. Naturally, there will be agencies that specialize in various gossip investigations. When the idea of Ergu at the entrance of the village was leaked, there were already news media arranging investigations. These media people have a very keen sense of smell. Studying journalism, the matter of Ergu was not difficult to find out at all. And soon Ergu's name appeared in the public eye. It turned out that Ergu had been a very ordinary player before. He had been kicked out by two small guilds before. You can imagine how bad his performance was. Under Luio's introduction, the Sunset Guild's third group absorbed Ergu. Moreover, Ergu's performance, according to a member of the Sunset Guild's third group, who did not want to be named, was average and very messy. But what he usually says can often calm everyone down. And they all respectfully call him Brother Go. He suddenly quit the group a while ago. And I haven't seen him since. As soon as this report came out, it immediately aroused discussion among the masses. Holding the grass? I really guessed it pretty well. It was really a scene of brotherly betrayal. I'm curious as to how Ergu went from an ordinary player to a super master all of a sudden. There is nothing in the New World. And maybe a hidden mission can change your life. Obviously Ergu is like this. I don't know what other news there is. But from this news alone, Luio didn't feel sorry for him at all. Luio himself has become prosperous. But he still relies on his relationship with the Sunset Guild to get his brother in. His own strength is too weak. And he can't fulfill it even if he is given a more important position. Is it because he is not satisfied? Some people are like this, fighting against each other. Probably because Luio's achievements and their relationship do not allow him to take up important positions in the morning. Let's talk about it. He was a person who was kicked out of even small guilds before. Needless to say what his strength is. People say that those in the Daybreak Guild are drags. But that's for the first 500. Not for ordinary players. This is already an unattainable height. Luio is right to ask him to go to the small group to practice first. As Zhou Jing's former identity was revealed, the grudges between Luio and Ergu became more tortuous and confusing. But at this time, Suchen didn't care about this. Because this is the time to give out rewards. Suchen entered an independent space. This was a pure and blank place. Suchen looked around and found nothing. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly shined. A table condensed by light clusters slowly floated up, with a crystal clear bottle placed on it. Suchen walked forward and saw that the bottle contained a ball of pale golden liquid. It was emitting a faint light, and slowly squirming as if it were alive. What is this? Suchen frowned. This seems a little different from the original reward for first place. The original first place reward was actually an artifact that was of high quality. But it was damaged and deteriorated. However, because it had a special function, and could exert an effect no less than that of an artifact, Suchen was still prepared to get it. But now? What happened? Fortunately, the game interface can still be called out here. And Suchen touched it lightly. Suddenly a name emerged. Essence of the origin of God realm. Level requirement, none. Class requirement, God level or above. Attribute bonus. The strength and toughness of the divine body are greatly improved. And the total amount and quality of divine power are significantly enhanced. Characteristic origin fusion. perfectly integrated with the user's body. Seamlessly strengthened. No rejection reaction. Characteristic power increase. During the fusion process, the user's divine power will continue to grow steadily. Characteristic divinity enhancement. Enhance the user's divine characteristics, making them closer to the original power of the divine world. Warning: due to the extremely powerful power contained in the original essence of the divine world, the user may experience extreme physical pressure during the fusion process. Be sure to use it when you are in good physical and mental condition, and give yourself enough time to integrate and adapt after use. Improper use may lead to serious consequences such as physical breakdown or loss of mental power. Su Chen was stunned when he saw this introduction. Why? The original reward, which was obviously just a divine weapon, was barely enough. But why did it suddenly become a super god level 1? Su Chen flipped through the system announcements. Because there are too many vacancies. The quality of the prizes has improved, and the rankings have improved from top to bottom. Even this improvement is not as exaggerated as the improvement. Right? Su Chen frowned and still felt that this was not the reason. By the way, timeline correction. Su Chen suddenly thought of the key point. The original first place was Yfin. But Yfin was obviously not strong enough to take the first place this time. The timeline was changed, and a darker mark stronger than the original timeline was created to assist Yfin. At the same time, Zhou Jing must be a variable. He still doesn't know what Zhou Jing was like in his previous life. Zhou Jing has now made it clear that he is on the side of the Holy See. The only person on the Holy See side who can give Zhou Jing such an improvement is the God of Light. Could it be that Zhou Jing and the people behind Annihilation knew about this change in rewards? In the original timeline, these two people did not join this game. In fact, these two people are not of this strength at all. They both have quick combat power due to this competition. Even if Dark Hen was at its peak later, it was not as strong as it is now. Zhou Jing stopped talking. There must be a reason why they changed the route from the timeline. The biggest reason is that they know that the rewards have changed this time. Then it all makes sense. This reward must be at the god level or above to be used. In other words, whether it is the God of Light or the god level powerhouse behind Dark Mark, they can all use this treasure. But there is something wrong with the logic. Annihilation seems to only give Yfin the first place. Yfin is not a god. If the godly power behind Annihilation is for this reward, then Annihilation will definitely win no matter what. Gotta take it. Su Chen thought about it, and fell into an alley again. Forget it. Don't think about it now. These things were so confusing that Su Chen didn't want to think about it for the time being, but looked at the small bottle in front of him. I have never heard of the essence of the divine world, but judging from the introduction, it is a good thing that is useful for all gods. Su Chen looked at the introduction, and found that this thing seemed to greatly increase the strength of the panel. But looking at the introduction, there are very clear warnings. The power contained in it is too powerful, and the best possible state must be ensured for the fusion state and environment. It's obviously not in line now. Having just experienced a battle, I'm a little mentally exhausted. Besides, he still needs to find out the origin of this thing. What are your rewards? Su Chen directly pulled Yao Dao and Mephi into a chat channel. Mr. Su, please take a look. The first one to speak was Yao Dao. He posted his reward directly. Divine Phantom Cloak. Level requirement, none. Class requirement, demigod level or above. Attribute bonus, improve hiding and sneaking abilities. And enhance dodge and escape skills. Feature, Phantom. After putting on the cloak, the user can blend into the surrounding environment and be as elusive as a phantom. Characteristics, light and agile. The material of the cloak is extremely light, making the user's movements faster and more flexible. Characteristics, divine light concealment. At critical moments, the cloak can release a divine light to help the user hide his body and avoid enemy tracking. Skill Phantom Clone. Create several phantom clones to confuse the enemy and distract them. Skill Swift Leap. Greatly improves the user's jumping ability in a short period of time, helping to overcome obstacles or escape from dangerous situations. Damn. The second place is a magic weapon. Seeing the attributes posted by Demon Dao, Su Chen couldn't hold back any longer. This reward was simply improved by a big level. Not only did he obtain the super god level, but even his subordinates obtained artifacts. If that wasn't enough, Method had also posted her reward. Feather of Light from the Divine Realm. Level requirement, none. Class requirement, demigod level or above. Attribute bonus, increase movement speed and dodge rate, and increase lightness and agility. Characteristic, Streamer Shuttle, The user can greatly increase the movement speed in a short period of time, almost teleporting through space. Feature: Sky Dance. A pair of illusory wings is formed behind the user, which not only improves the flying ability, but also gives the user an advantage in the air. Characteristic: Divine Light Protection. At critical moments, the wings can release a divine light barrier to provide the user with a certain degree of protection. The third place is actually an artifact. However, compared to the artifact from Demon Dao, this artifact is slightly inferior. And Suchin observed a very important point. The names of these three items all have the affix God Realm. It seems that this thing is originally from the God Realm. No wonder the God of Light knew what the rewards were this time. It turned out that these were originally produced by the God Realm. At this time, Suchin also figured this out. I really made a lot of money this time. Sooner or later, this God Realm will belong to Mr. Su. And these few items will just be returned to their original owners in advance. Seeing that Suchin was happy, Yao Dao quickly flattered him. Yao Dao's words made Suchin feel comfortable. I don't have the ability to control the God Realm yet, so I'll talk about it later. Suchin laughed and said, with 3 artifacts in hand, Mr. Su is even more powerful. Taking over the God Realm is just around the corner. The demonic smile was very flattering. This made Mephite a little bit disgusted. But because the two of them were colleagues, Mephite didn't want to express her disgust. At this level, Mephite couldn't say it. You can use it yourself. The top 3 reward items will be announced by the system, although the specific attributes and grades will not be released. The system will automatically take a group photo. If I use your things and the outside world finds out, say no, clear. Although Suchin appreciated Yao Dao's desire to take the initiative to surrender, he still refused. In fact, it is normal to announce rewards. The Great Age is coming soon, and these resources are also resources provided by the system for human beings to fight against. That's it. Hearing that he could not hand in the reward, Yao Dao looked a little pity. Demon Dao and Mephit are 2 very sharp contrasts in the workplace. He is very good at catering to his boss's wishes, and has his own unique way of doing things. He can settle things in front of his boss, and make his boss feel comfortable. The other one is relatively boring, and just does his or her own thing well, but is unwilling to say anything against his or her boss's will. Demon Dao is originally a native of the game. An ordinary big demon in an ordinary demon cave can be said to be inferior to an elite player from a second-tier guild. Now that he has joined the Su group, even though Sil and Mephit are stronger than him, Mr. Su still trusts him more. It can be said that one person in the Su group ranks higher than 10,000 people. If the Su group dominates the world, then his status will rise with the tide, from an unknown little demon to his current status. Although there are certain coincidences like the wordless heavenly book, the core of the workplace philosophy of Demon Dao is its core. Even if he didn't have the wordless heavenly book, Suchin was very considerate of him, and would give him resources to elevate him to a certain status. It's just that the wordless book has raised his upper limit, and made him a powerful official with the vague status of second in command of the Su group. Looking back at Mephit, when she first entered the Su group, her strength could be said to be second only to Sil. However, his position in the Su group gradually moved away from the center of power, and he became a simple thug. This is the difference caused by different ways of doing things in the workplace. Chapter 426. The awards are all artifacts. Yao Dao, be careful to keep a distance from me. Your current persona may still be useful. Suchin thought for a while, and said to the demon. Although Demon Dao has considerable player-level combat capabilities, joining the Dawn Guild will be of great help. But this time, Yao Dao did an excellent job as an undercover agent. Now that Yao Dao's net worth is innocent, he is definitely a favorite in the eyes of other major forces. If you make good use of this character, you may get good results. I understand, Mr. Su. Yao Dao had no complaints about this arrangement, and immediately agreed with a smile on his face. Get your image in order. There will be an award ceremony soon, which will be broadcast live around the world. Suchin instructed the two of them. In his previous life, he was just a small member watching the award ceremony. Unexpectedly, he was now standing on the top of the podium. In fact, by now, Suchin probably understands why the quality of rewards has improved compared to the original timeline. Because the Great Age is coming soon. This is probably an opportunity set for human beings to strengthen. But Yfin in his previous life was too weak. Even if he was given the essence of the divine world, he would not be able to use it. After all, it is used to increase human beings' immediate combat power. So, it's not actually an improvement in the quality of the reward, but a decrease in the quality of the reward in the previous life? Suchin thought of a possibility, and found it a bit funny. And the reason why there is a god-level item, plus 2 demigod-level items, is actually just in line with the specifications of this game. Suchin is at the god level, and Zhou Jing and Yfin's strength has been forcibly raised to the semi-god level, which they can just use. As for why Zhou Jing and Yfin were eliminated, but these 2 prizes were still given out. It may be because the system felt that those who could eliminate demigods would also have the ability to advance to demigods. So they were still given out. Of course, there is another possibility. The game system directly detected the real bodies of Yao Dao and Method as being demigods or above, so they could use the equipment given to them. If it's the latter, then the game system is indeed too powerful and the considerations are too comprehensive. At this time, the picture gradually blurred. Suchin knew that he was being teleported, so he didn't get impatient, but closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the picture gradually became clear. What came into view was a large and solemn ancient temple. There were statues of some ancient gods in the ancient temple. These ancient gods seemed to be staring at the 3 people. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Suchin felt that these statues of ancient gods seemed to be observing him instead of the other 2. Within the game world, all the live broadcasts of the peak battle have been closed, and the players thought this time was over. But at this moment, a virtual screen appeared in the sky. This time the award ceremony no longer requires players to click on the live broadcast page to watch, but will be forced to play in the sky regardless of whether you want to watch it or not. Hold the grass. This is such a big deal. Those who don't pay attention to this game must watch this award ceremony. After all, this is the first large-scale national event in the game, and such a card should be included. This is too beautiful. But what people didn't expect is that none of the veteran strongmen entered the top 3. Luio is somewhat familiar with it, but he is actually a new strongman. As for Dao Yun and Chen Shi, they are even more only Guardian Star and Traveler. Among the veteran players, who have only recently emerged, are still in the top 5. There's no need to mention Guardian Star and Traveler. Didn't these 2 guys get in through Luio's charity? In fact, Yfin was still good and had the ability to enter the top 3. But he was eliminated. Fans of Yfin no longer favor the first person, but start favoring the top 3. Who can he squeeze out of the top 3? Yfin, Kunku Ergu, Luio. Just name one. Hidden Mark. He was bribed after all? If you say this, Yfin fans will go completely crazy. Fans of Yfin can be a fan. And even Long Mei, who hangs out with Luio, can be a 3rd-ranked fan. Why can't he be a 2nd-ranked fan if he is so capable? It's embarrassing to be beaten by Ergu in a matter of seconds. Yfin fans are really big-hearted. Everyone was originally paying attention to the award ceremony, but Yfin fans came out to perform against the wind at this time, and were naturally laughed at by the crowd. Even though Yfin was eliminated this time, he actually saved a lot of reputation due to the scene of fighting side by side with Luio in the end. But Yfin's fans are a bit too offensive to passers-by. Moreover, there is such a group of people in society. If a fan offends him, he will not scold that group, but will join that group, and then pretend to be a fan and make some extreme remarks to disgust more passers-by, commonly known as cross-dressing fans. The lethality of anti-corruption fans is even greater than that of extreme anti-fans. Just like those who make complimentary remarks about Yfin now, it is impossible to tell whether they are true fans or fake fans. But at this time, the award ceremony had already begun, and no one discussed those irrelevant things anymore. The shadows of the 3 major prizes appeared above the podium. They are the original essence of the Divine Realm, the Divine Realm's Streamer Feathers, and the Divine Realm's Phantom Cloak. These prizes have actually been distributed, and these phantoms are just to announce to all mankind what kind of prizes they have received. Because this is not just an ordinary reward for a competition, but a resource obtained by all mankind in the world. It must be made public. You don't need to go up to this podium by yourself, but will go up automatically. The first is Method in 3rd place. A cloud appeared at Method's feet, and Method stepped on it carefully. Then the cloud sent Method to the podium. A golden armored warrior suddenly appeared, and he awarded the phantom of the streaming feather to Method. 3rd place, Chen Si. Obtain the feather of light from the Divine Realm. And may your magic and your partners be able to cut a path in the darkness and lead all living beings to the light. Jin Jia's voice was loud and piercing through people's hearts, announcing to all mankind. After saying that, the golden armored warrior transformed into a phantom and slowly disappeared. Hold the grass. The name of the equipment contains the word God Realm. It can't be an artifact. I am willing to pay 1 billion real currency to buy it. Who can help me? Contact Chinsi. 1 million intermediary fees. Want to buy an artifact for 1 billion? The president of my family was willing to spend 2 billion to purchase artifacts. But to no avail. The third place is all artifacts. Is this reasonable? Then, the top two are not all divine weapons. This is so enviable. This is not posted to show what effect it has. This is considered privacy. In fact, I think making it public is a bit too much. After Long Mei won the award this time, she instantly became something I couldn't reach. Wake up. Before Long Mei won the award, you were too high to reach her. Long sister. Long sister. Hey hey. My long sister. Although the artifact was just a phantom, because they wanted to take a group photo. The phantom was automatically equipped with Qinshi, the sacred luster of the artifact, coupled with Qinshi's already beautiful face, and the ears and tail with some dragon characteristics are simply extremely cute. Even at Su Chen's request, she was asked to look cute and have a cute and childish look on her face. Method was really angry when he heard this rude request. I think back then, she established her own dark force in the abyss. Countless abyss demons crawled at her feet, and all the hostile abyss demon lords were devoured by her. Even the earth goddess, the former master, was helpless against her. Now you have to act cute? Although he felt aggrieved, under Su Chen's strong request, Method still pretended to be childish and cute according to Su Chen's request. These days, even the devil heroine has to rely on being cute. Su Chen was extremely satisfied with Method's behavior, with Method's performance. If she were an ordinary player, she would be promoted to the top goddess ranks. Although he is not like those people who have pursued the so-called game goddess. This is still a part of the group. This group has greatly improved the image of Dawn Guild when she participates in the election of the human hero. If she asks Method to make some cute videos to attract votes for him, will her fans still not vote? It's just not enough time to develop fans for Method. Otherwise, he can create more fans. Chapter 427, Everyone's Goodwill at the End of the Game. At this time, the awards for the second place also began. Yao Dao walked up to the clouds calmly, and was sent to the podium. The third place was a warrior in golden armor. But the second place was a beautiful fairy-like figure. She presented the award to the demon with a smile. Second place, Daolin. Obtain the phantom cloak of the divine world. May your speed and wisdom lead all living beings through difficulties. Compared with the loud voice of the golden armor that penetrates the sky, the voice of the fairy is gentle and gentle, which can warm people's hearts. This news is also announced to all mankind. It's an artifact. It's an artifact again. And it seems to be more advanced than Long Mei's artifact. Of course, there is a gap between second place and third place. And there is also a gap between artifacts. This second place was purely based on luck. But Fan Luoqiu was selfish and killed him for Long Mei. The other person, Dao Yun, didn't beg for mercy, and even offered to fight Luoqiu. This shows how big Luoqiu's situation is. Dao Yun took the initiative to ask for a fight. Even if he was eliminated, it was nothing more than agreeing to his request. But Luoqiu was really too gentle without even making a move on him. If Luoqiu is selfish and lets Bingfeng and the others hide behind, then the top 5 will all belong to Dawn Guild. However, this Dao Yun is a Sanren. It is estimated that no one would dare to make an idea about Long Mei's artifact. But will Dao Yun, a Sanren, be surrounded and suppressed by some bandit guilds? Luoqiu's current momentum is too strong, and he can indeed keep Long Mei. But Dao Yun is just a loose person, and there will definitely be people who want to take advantage of him. If he is smart, he should quickly join a big guild. Otherwise it will be difficult to say. Now the Grand Guild might take advantage of him and ask him to sign some kind of agreement before he would be protected. Regarding Dao Yun's comments, many are not optimistic. A Sanren who suddenly obtains a divine weapon is like a child who suddenly obtains a golden mountain. Even with the addition of a divine weapon, it is difficult to intimidate the heroes. There have been similar situations before. The news of the treasures obtained by the individual people was leaked, and then many experts took action to snatch them away. The big guilds have a better reputation, while some guilds with a poor reputation are just trying to take advantage of them without any shame. In fact, speaking of it, Luoqiu also started his career as an independent person. But what makes Luoqiu different from previous Sanren players is that Luoqiu is too powerful. Even though there is no elite group from the top guilds that has actually fought against Luoqiu. Judging from the records that Luoqiu has set by those top guild teams, Luoqiu's strength should not be worse than those of those top guilds. After all, when Luio broke the record. He had live broadcasts most of the time. The other people in the Dawn Guild really couldn't watch enough. Luio basically did it alone the whole time. They even played a supporting role and looked down on them. That is, a handyman. Of course, a top guild will not only have one group. Even ordinary second-rate guilds can usually form 3 groups. Some top guilds can even arm 10 regiments. Even if you leave aside those non-elite regiments, there are at least 3 elite-level regiments. These are the confidence of the big guilds. Judging from the current strength comparison, Luio can only defeat about 1 to 1.5 of the elite groups of the Grand Guild at most. And he still cannot beat them under the human sea tactics. However, no top guild dared to start a war with Luio. A small guild like the Dawn Guild has few resources. Even if it is uprooted, there will be no big losses. According to the intelligence, the Dawn Guild is basically a pure friendship guild. There is no salary or contract. Operate. Nowadays, guilds that can reach the top level usually have the support of large financial groups. And the core training members have signed contracts. These are all money. When big guilds fight, they fight for resources. Unless the strength gap between the two sides is too great. Large guilds have many obligations for guild players. But they also have a guarantee system. That is, the guild will pay to compensate for losses if it fights for the guild. Whoever loses money first will basically apologize and pay compensation. Luio's biggest advantage is that he can fight alone. How can you protect yourself from thieves for 1,000 days? If Luio is pissed off, he will sneak attack any group in your guild all day long, and then run away after you have gathered your troops and the group has been wiped out. In theory, by gathering the firepower of several regiments, Luio can be surrounded and suppressed. But when the war really breaks out, you are just one person, and the target is small. If you send a few groups over, they will run away at the slightest sign of trouble. As soon as your troops are loose, people will come to destroy your group in a minute. You can't have hundreds of people in a group every day to level up and do missions together. Right? If someone kills your group at will, no matter how much loss they bring to you, it will be real money. Even if there is a guild that is really wealthy and not afraid of paying to compensate its members. Failing once will not only result in the loss of experience, but also equipment. If a group is wiped out 7 or 8 times, it will almost fall out of the echelon. After all the major guilds analyzed the video of Luio, the top guilds all reached a consensus that Luio could not be provoked. Even though Dawn Guild had harvested at least 2 artifacts this time, no big guild dared to break Dawn Guild's idea. The overall strength of the Dawn Guild is barely adequate for a second-tier guild. But because of the special nature of its president, Luio, it has become someone that even the top guilds dare not provoke. Besides, Luio's popularity is too high now. If he starts a war with Luio, his public impression points will also drop sharply. Many people are talking about Luio. At this time, Suchin also walked onto the award podium. Originally, Suchin was still thinking about casually walking through the scene, but found that the person who awarded him the award was just an ordinary-looking young man. The award for 3rd place is a golden armor, and the award for 2nd place is a fairy. It stands to reason that the first prize presenter should be more senior. The young man only wore a straw-woven headband on his head, a flat gold bracelet on his hand, and wore loose clothes. Doesn't look like a big deal at all. But this made Suchin wary. Because of the award ceremony in the previous life, this young man did not appear. Moreover, the young man looked at him with a strange look, and there was an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. A crystal-clear bottle appeared in the young man's hand. First place, Luio. Obtain an item from the divine realm. May your power be with the human and divine realms, and protect the peace and justice of these 2 realms. The young man announced loudly. Hearing this, Suchin immediately felt that it was a little different from the previous 2 people. Mephit and Demon Dao's reward items all read out their full names. His reward item was called Essence of the God Realm. Suchin thought that this name would be pronounced the same as before. But the young man did not read out the full name of the item, but gave an ambiguous answer. A divine item. After the award is given, this young man will naturally disappear like the previous 2. But before disappearing, the young man said something to him in a voice that only Suchin could hear. May you really protect the peace and justice of these 2 worlds. Before Suchin could react, the young man disappeared. It turns out that what's wrong isn't just a feeling. It's something really wrong. Why does it sound a bit weird? Suchin frowned and thought. Although he always talked about peace and justice, he said it from other people's mouths, and not from within the Su group. It always feels weird. But there was no time to think about it. as the award ceremony was automatically teleported away. Peak Arena. 5 people were teleported out at the same time, including the Guardian Stars and Travelers, who did not participate in the award ceremony. They were also teleported out together, although the rewards for Traveler and Guardian Star have not been announced. Judging from the smiles on their faces, it is obvious that their gains are not bad. Brother Luio, I owe you a favor this time. In the future, if you need my Guardian Star, just ask. After the Guardian Star discovered Luio, they immediately came forward to say Lo. If it weren't for Luio, he wouldn't have received such a generous reward. Although it was only a mythical item, since it was a special item. Even if someone offered 6 or 7 mythical items to him, he would not exchange it for its value. But he still understands the principle of keeping wealth hidden. And there are so many people here that he won't be stupid enough to tell it. It seems you have gained a lot. Congratulations. Suchin smiled generously. At this time, the Traveler noticed that the surrounding screens were even showing replays of the previous game. He suddenly understood that his begging for mercy had been broadcast live. For a while, the Traveler didn't say Lo to Suchin, and the surrounding comments made him feel like they were pointing fingers at him. He fled this place as if he were running away, but there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Luio, Guardian Star, Dallin. Almost with gritted teeth, the Traveler recited these names. It was these 3 people that caused him such great disgrace throughout the game. Although the reward was good, at this time, he had fallen from the joy of the reward to the embarrassment of being laughed at and hated these people. Isn't that the guy begging for mercy? He ran so fast. I used to think that the Traveler was a strong man, but now I see that he is a shameless strong man. Ha ha ha. Keep your voice down. People are running so fast. Please give him some face. In fact, there are really people who are laughing at the Travelers. Smile. I will make you all kneel at my feet and admit your mistake. The Traveler clenched his fists. He hates these people. He hates Guardian Star and Dalian for not begging for mercy like him and making him embarrassed by himself. He also hated Luio. If it weren't for Luio being too strong, he wouldn't have made such a shameful move and had it broadcast live. Moreover, Luio didn't say a word to him afterwards, which also made him embarrassed. Completely forgotten. If Luio hadn't let him go, he wouldn't have been able to get the generous rewards from this competition. The Traveler headed straight for the exit of the arena, wanting to escape from this place. But there was a female player holding a sword box in the corner, looking at the Traveler's back with interest. You are the first one to feel angry towards that thief. Yes, you are the only one. The female player holding the sword box smiled and followed. The Traveler, who was full of anger and hatred for this place, was completely unaware that he had been locked by some secret technique. The other side, Suchen didn't pay much attention to the Traveler's departure. He was just a clown, and there was nothing to care about. Dalian also pretended to express his gratitude to Suchen like the Guardian Star. At this time, Yfin, who had been waiting in the arena, discovered Suchen and came over. Brother Luio, congratulations. You deserve the first place. Yfin also really admired Luio. After his defeat, the battle between Luio and Ergu was not suppressed. Although Luio won, it was still due to the final game mechanism. There were too many people on Ergu's side, which caused their area to be attacked more intensely. But if Luio really didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have been able to sustain himself for so long under Ergu, while also dealing with the last boss's super move. Even if the final super move is much weaker because there are only 2 people on Luo's side, it is not something that ordinary players can do. Brother Fengchen, it's really a pity for you. If you had been here for a while, you would be number 1 if the 3 of us were in this area. Suchen knew that he couldn't brag about himself at this time. Instead, he had to be humble in order to gain a better reputation. As for the situation he mentioned, it is simply not true. If he hadn't waited until Yfin was eliminated, could he have allowed the boss to use his super move in advance? Besides, Suchen had many plans. There is even a plan that does not require eliminating Yfin. That is, control the boss into a weak state, and then kill the boss yourself to get the highest points. In short, Yfin does not have the option of being the first. It's no shame. It's part of the game. Yfin himself took this very lightly. What Yfin said didn't seem like he was pretending, but he really meant it. After all, he is a human hero in his previous life, so he still has this pattern. If not for his own appearance, Yfin would still have become a human hero. Because for now, at least on the surface, No player is more suitable than Yfin. Of course. This is on the surface. Under the surface, Suchin now knew that someone was still hiding it. The person behind the Vatican's vest during the last sealing trip. Including the person behind the dark mark this time. Suchin analyzed that that person's strength should be at the god level. I just don't know if it's the work of one person or two different people. Suchin thought secretly in his heart. If it is a person who can make two major moves in a row, then the god level is stable. But if there are two people, it is possible that neither of them is god level. Or both of them are god level. In short, things are not as simple as they appear. In addition, the god realm has entered the venue in advance. And what the young man said to himself during the awards ceremony. This made Suchin feel like a storm was coming. After talking to Yfin for a few more words, others also came up to say hello. Bai Shuyuan also came forward to say hello to Suchin. Suchin greeted him politely. But Yfin didn't seem to want to communicate with Bai Shuyuan. Probably he still hasn't let go of Bai Shuyuan's sneak attack. Yfin's character structure is there. But his character also has some hatred for evil. And he is not as open-minded as Suchin's character. Now, he probably still thinks Bai Shuyuan is a villain, and doesn't want to interact with such a villain. It's all in the game. It's just a game. Don't worry about it. Suchin, on the other hand, took the initiative to comfort Bai Shuyuan with a smile. This once again made everyone feel the gentleness of Luio's character. These words made Bai Shuyuan shake his head and feel ashamed. Thank you, brother Luio, for your understanding. Please contact me next time if there is any need for my Bai Shuyuan. Bai Shuyuan said, and Suchin added each other as friends. Suchin always has a smile on his face, giving people a sense of comfort like a spring breeze. Thanks in advance. Suchin replied with a smile still on his face. Is it useful? Of course it comes in handy. For someone like Bai Shuyuan who has a status in his own guild. When the time comes for him to run for the human heroes, all he needs to do is to feel a little closer to Bai Shuyuan. Then people like Bai Shuyuan would feel that Luio has a good relationship with him. And that Luio would definitely benefit him if he became a human hero. If he calls the guild, wouldn't that be a huge wave of votes? By the way, brother Daoyun, do you want to join the Holy Light Wings? Bai Shuyuan turned to look at Daoyun and asked Daoyun, you should be being watched by many people now. But Holy Light Wings are not afraid of this. The news that Daoyun obtained the artifact is now well known to everyone. And it is also the second and better artifact. Bai Shuyuan also felt that Daoyun had potential. So he extended an invitation to Daoyun. To be honest, Holy Lightwing is not actually a super first-tier guild. It can only be regarded as the upper reaches of the first-tier guilds. However, adding the Holy Lightwings is still useful for Daoyun's character. The only ones who can attract his attention are top-level guilds. But top-level guilds still pay more attention to their appearance, and generally don't make their appearance particularly ugly. Thank you brother Bai for your concern. But I haven't thought it through yet. Yao Dao shook his head and declined. Suchin felt extremely disgusted with Bai Shuyuan's invitation. The current character of Demon Dao is so precious. If you want to be an undercover agent, you have to go to a top guild at the end. Otherwise, we might as well just do it at daybreak and improve the guild's reputation. Bai Shuyuan also understood what Daoyun meant, and planned to go out without any further entanglement. For him, it was simply a failure. I didn't get the competition reward, and I didn't complete the hidden mission of the Holy See. It was a waste of time. After that, Luijian and Yimu Qian we also came to say hello. It was rare to see such a powerful but peaceful and friendly boss like Luio. They had to come to chat with them and become friends. Suchin would not reject anyone who had some ability. They are the same as Bai Shuyuan. When the human heroes vote, these people can use their guild status to help him get votes. Suchin will not discriminate against the number of votes just because of the small number of votes. Sometimes we even lose the game because of a difference of dozens or hundreds of votes. These are just the votes you can get by showing some kindness. And you don't even need to spend money or resources. It would be too arrogant to get them for free. Suchin was still on the field and looked around at the people around him. Zhou Jing was not found. But this is normal. That guy should be recalled to the Holy See. Chapter 428 Fengyu's information. The traveler's reality is marked. While Suchin was dealing with it, he found that someone among his friends was looking for him. This person is Fengyu. At this time, Suchin also wanted to find Fengyu. After all, Zhou Jing had been staying well in the Sunset Guild before. But why was he suddenly transferred to the Holy See? Fengyu probably doesn't know the truth. But he can have some information that may be useful. Suchin found an opportunity and retreated from the arena. Video connected. It's a coincidence that President Feng has come, and I happen to have something I want to ask you about. After getting through the video, Suchen said with a smile. I just said, Brother Luio, you can use these things. Then you replied with a smile, and at the same time initiated the transmission of a piece of information. Suchen clicked accept. After opening it, it turned out that Feng Yu had said Zhou Jing's itinerary at the Sunset Guild. This is not a deliberate investigation. Although the third group is a reserve group, it still operates according to the guild system, and has clock-in and clock-in rules. After sending the information, Feng Yu also made a special explanation. This is to tell Luio that he knows it is you, Luio, and he did not investigate without authorization. These information are general information that will be left behind by the official members of the 3 regiments. But at the same time, he also told Luio that because he did not investigate without authorization, there would be no more in-depth information from him. President Feng is interested. Suchen also understood what Feng Yu meant. Feng Yu did this matter flawlessly. By the way, when I saw Ergu in front of the camera, I gave the order not to publicize this matter. But those who work in the news still found a way. After all, the 3rd Regiment is just a reserve group, and there are no confidential things that the 3rd Regiment will know. So the 3rd Regiment's contract is relatively loose and not so strict. Some people did not resist the temptation and revealed Ergu's story to those who made news. But I will investigate who it is and give you an explanation. Feng Yu then told the matter. Because the gossip between Ergu and Luio aroused so much curiosity, the news media realized that this was a huge amount of traffic. So even if Feng Yu issued a gag order, someone in the 3rd Regiment was still bribed with high amounts of money. After all, the contract in the 3rd Regiment was too loose. But there is nothing we can do about it. The 3rd group is just a reserve group, and the salary given is not high. If the contract requirements are too strict, it will be difficult to recruit people. It's nothing. This matter is not strictly confidential to begin with. Even if you guys from the 3rd group don't tell it, they will be dug out. It's just an extra day or 2. President Feng doesn't need to blame himself. Let them tell the truth. Suchen actually understood. He had also read the content of the news just now. Generally speaking, it did not have any negative impact on his reputation. Although the media likes to generate traffic, mainstream media will still report based on facts. There are only a few small, personal media outlets that like to report randomly for the sake of traffic. Suchen will let Su Group investigate and solve these people. So Suchen doesn't need to worry too much. Moreover, the direction of this matter was guided by him, and reporting it would increase his popularity with the public. After all, being betrayed and still remaining kind is such a rare quality. Don't worry. I will make sure that even if they say something, they will say it truthfully. Feng Yu is such a good person. He immediately understood the intention behind Suchen's words. Luo appreciated what President Feng did for me. Suchen didn't forget to add something to Feng Yu at this time. When Feng Yu heard this, he smiled even brighter. Isn't it just for Luo's favor that he is so busy? Now that Luio said this, Feng Yu naturally achieved his goal. No matter what. It's my honor to be able to help Brother Luio, Feng Yu said with a smile. After sending Feng Yu away, Suchen slowly started to read this information. Zhou Jing's attendance record was quite normal. Not even normal. It could almost be said to be perfect attendance. But soon, Suchen discovered the time Zhou Jing was absent from work. If a person who has always been perfect in the past is suddenly absent from work continuously, there must be something fishy involved. And it was at this time that Zhou Jing's absence from work began. And he stopped going to the 3rd Regiment to clock in for work. At this point in time, Suchen began to recall what happened that day. With Suchen's current god-level strength, he can check it at any time as long as he has it in his memory. That day, he felt that the big world was getting closer. So he returned to the real world to check the situation. Then I met Yao Dao, and I happened to ask Yao Dao if anything had happened recently. Then Yao Dao said that he really found something abnormal. That was the base where Yadeo's aura was spying on the real world. After Yao Dao chased it out, he found nothing unusual. At that time, Yao Dao still felt that he was wrong. To be on the safe side, people were sent to the city to search for any suspicious characters. What he was thinking at that time was that maybe they were people from the 2 major forces in the real world, the Soul Sect or the Holy Sect. So I have been thinking about this aspect. It turns out that was that time. Suchen understood everything now. Combined with Zhou Jing's absence from work, it turned out that it was not people from the real world at all, but people from the game world who came to the real world to attack Zhou Jing. And it was also confirmed that he was from the Holy See. It was really a good calculation. But unfortunately, it was of no use to Mr. Su. The smile on Su Chen's face disappeared, and his expression was extremely serious. Real world. A certain high-end community. Bastards. You are all bastards. I will not let you go. Renmingji climbed out of the game cabin, with anger still on his face. He is the traveler. After exiting the arena, he tremblingly searched for his ID. Sure enough, the scene of him kneeling down and begging for mercy has been edited and recreated on major video websites. Many of his second-generation videos have been played a lot, and have even been popular among music fans. This made Renmingji extremely angry. When Renmingji used to work in the company, he was the kind of person who would kowtow to his superiors, but strike hard at his subordinates. Later, I entered the game and gradually rose to the top in the big guild. He thought that the episode would not be broadcast. So in order to be rewarded, he would habitually kneel down and beg for mercy from the strong. It is conceivable that now that this video is broadcast, he still has some face. Especially when faced with subordinates who were accustomed to bullying. His authority collapsed. The way he knelt down to the strong was broadcast live to the whole people. And because his current position is high enough, he has almost forgotten the groveling way he used to be. Most of the time, he is domineering. Thinking of this, Renmingji picked up the ashtray and smashed it hard, breaking a vase. But he was still furious. Bastards. You bastards are all going to have to pay. Renmingji angrily scolded Luio, Guard Xing, Dao Yuan. You three bastards. I won't let you go. Just when Renmeiji was smashing things at home. Ding dong. The doorbell rings. Who is it? Renmingji was furious, cursed angrily, and looked at the surveillance screen. What I saw on the surveillance screen was a woman with a delicate face. Her beautiful figure could be felt just from the surveillance screen. Arrange a 10-point scoring system, and some stars only get 6 or 7 points. But for this woman, Renmingji wanted to give her a 10. And this was just from the surveillance footage. Anger inspired his desire to rise, making him lose his rationality. In other words, the other party, a weak woman, was no threat to him at all. There are no other men in the surveillance footage. Beauty, would you like to come in and sit down? Renmingji was completely irrational at this time. Although he said so, he had already taken 2 steps out to block the opponent's retreat. He was thinking that he might have knocked on the wrong door. Anyway, let's get inside first. Okay. However, the beautiful woman did not retreat at all, but walked straight into his house. Such an abnormal move allowed Renmingji to briefly regain some sense. Who are you? Renmingji frowned. Help you? Don't you hate Luio? Let me help you. The woman walked into the house, and said to Renmingji with a smile. These words immediately made Renmingji sober. Chapter 429, When will the flower of stone bloom? Who are you? Renmingji swallowed and looked at the visitor with some surprise. At the same time, without leaving any trace, he picked up the baseball bat hidden behind the shoe cabinet at the door. With the weapon in his hand, Renmingji gained some confidence and slowly approached the woman. As for me, my name is Qing Jian, and I hate Luio even more than you do. Qing Jian glanced at Renmingji's small movements, and then said with a generous smile, there is no need to hide what is behind you. I saw it. When Renmingji saw that what he had hidden was discovered, he stopped trying to cover it up. Girl, I don't care who you are. You're still too young to have my idea. Renmingji held a baseball bat in his hand, and knocked it twice on the ground in a demonstrative manner. Maybe the other party did have some powerful methods, but she didn't bring any of them, so she thought it would be wrong to take advantage of him. Renmingji also checked the surveillance camera for sure, and found that there was no one else around. This thin little girl still had a weapon in her hand, and it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Seeing Renmingji's reaction, Qing Jian couldn't help but smile. You're quite fun, but I don't intend to deal with you. I just want to cooperate with you, Qing Jian said to Renmingji with a smile. But Renmingji still looked like he felt he had the advantage, and even his eyes had renewed perverse desires. Okay, let me wake you up before that, Qing Jian sighed. Then with a slight movement of his fingers, Renmingji found that he couldn't control the baseball bat in his hand. And then he saw the baseball bat attacking him as if it had autonomous consciousness. Renmingji was beaten with several sticks until he was rolling on the ground. After Renmingji was beaten, he saw Qing Jian looking down at him. Qing Jian's fingertips swayed slightly, and a dagger condensed from black energy was placed directly in front of his neck. Ignorant guy. I originally wanted to have a good conversation with you. But now do you understand? There was a cold look on Qin Jian's face. Renmingji was simply stunned by the sudden change. Are you a human or a ghost? No. No. Renmingji was too frightened to move. He could feel the chill coming from the dagger. You will also have this kind of power. And I can even give it to you now, if you want it. Seeing that Renmingji was like this, Qin Jian put away the dagger and sat back on the sofa. Renmingji calmed down after a while. Now that Renmingji calmed down, he realized that the girl in front of him was unusual. At first, he thought that this girl had some special means to check reality through the game. But the encryption technology of New World was something that even the top powers could not crack. This is a puzzle all over the world. Then the girl showed supernatural power, which finally made him understand that all this was unusual. What do you mean when you say, I can also have this kind of power? Renmingji got up from the ground. He cared about this sentence very much. Renmingji, who came back to his senses, was also very excited when he knew that he had the opportunity to become Superman. He is a person who is always ready to climb up when he sees a stick. Since he has the opportunity to come into contact with supernatural power, he will naturally seize it. Very simple. Qin Jian's fingers moved slightly, and a wisp of black energy penetrated towards Renmingji's eyebrows. Renmingji was startled by this sudden change, and subconsciously wanted to hide to resist the black energy. Don't resist. Otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't be harmed, Qin Jian said coldly at this time. Renmingji was obviously frightened and did not dare to resist, allowing the black energy to enter. Okay. Try running magic like you cast spells in New World, Qin Jian said with a faint smile. After hearing this, Renmingji was shocked. Could it be said that these abilities are all inherent in the game? Renmingji listened to Qin Jian's words and began to chant magic in a game. But after a while, there was no reaction at all. Why no response? Renmingji asked doubtfully. You have only activated very weak magic now. And you are trying to use the most basic magic. Qin Jian shook his head. I guess this guy is using some kind of large-scale magic. After hearing this, Renmingji started singing again, switching to small magic. Suddenly, a dark green flame appeared in Renmingji's hand. Is this the phantom flame? Renmingji, as the #1 illusionist, naturally knows very well that this is the basic magic illusion flame. Ha ha ha. Suddenly gaining strength, Renmingji smiled proudly. After becoming stronger, Renmingji's mentality changed, and he couldn't help but think of the person who had just humiliated him. It's a pity that he doesn't know where Luio and others actually live. Otherwise, if he goes over now, he can teach them a lesson. These are your powers in the game. I just help you unlock them a little bit. Qin Jian looked at Renmingji and said with a smile. But she didn't tell Renmingji that he hated Luio. The Luio in the game and the Luio in reality had already reached the same level. The contrast between strength and strength is too great, which will make people dare not feel hatred anymore. Qin Jian wants Renmingji to keep the flame of hatred. Please help me unlock more power. Feeling the benefits of power, Renmingji has fallen into madness. And the black energy itself will have some impact on his mind. Of course I have this ability. But what benefits can I get? At this time, Qin Jian pretended to be reserved. She looked at Renmingji with interest. Renmingji was affected by the black energy at this time. In fact, as long as he thought about it calmly, he knew that Qin Jian came to her with an ulterior motive. It was not that simple. I can do anything you want. Please give me strength. Renmingji has become a little crazy now. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Qin Jian's mouth, which was obviously the effect she wanted. A stone ring wrapped in black energy appeared in Qin Jian's palm. This stone ring can unlock more power into reality for you. And it can also make your character in the game more powerful. Looking at the stone ring in Qin Jian's palm, Renmingji swallowed and stepped forward to grab it, as if his body was out of control. But when Renmingji was about to get it, Qin Jian stopped his hand. Give me. Give me. Give me. Renmingji seemed to be obsessed with that power, and kept talking about it. Remember why you received the power. Luio. This person is your lifelong enemy. Qin Jian's red lips whispered, like a devil's whisper surrounding Renmingji's ears. Luio. Renmingji muttered. Seeing Renmingji like this, Qin Jian let go of his hand, and the stone ring also came into Renmingji's hands. With that said, he ignored Renmingji and stood up. Sir, what should I do next? Renmingji stopped Qin Jian and asked. It will teach you. You just need to remember the name Luio. After Qin Jian said that, He teleported away and disappeared. Renmingji wanted to say something else, but found that there was no one in the living room. Is it a dream? Renmingji was in a daze. It was as if nothing had happened, and the room was still littered with debris after he smashed things just now. But looking at the stone ring in his hand told him that all of this was real, and he once again followed the method of casting Phantom Flame, and the spell Phantom Flame appeared again. This world, it seems, will eventually be stepped on by me. Renmeiji became ecstatic after gaining power. At this moment, he felt like the protagonist in one of those urban superpowers. A mysterious man gave him a golden finger, and then he started on the road to rise and get slapped in the face. That Luo Chio was the first important person he slapped in the face. Of course, he will not let go of Guardian Star and Dalian either. Ha ha ha. Renmingzi's wild laughter came from the apartment. The laughter was getting louder and louder, and it was already disturbing the public. But Renmingji is very arrogant. If any neighbor dares to teach him a lesson, he can tell him why the flowers are so red in a minute. After gaining transcendent power, not everyone can control their own behavior. Renmeiji is a typical rampant type. Corridor room. Qing Jian walked slowly, and a black shadow appeared behind her. Lord, why go to such trouble? Just want to use him to control easily. Heiying showed great respect to Qing Jian. As a human being, the most valuable asset is emotion. Once controlled, this beautiful quality is lost. Anger, hatred, jealousy. These are wonderful human emotions. The blooming of stone flowers is indispensable for the nourishment of these nutrients. Qing Jian seemed to be saying something pleasant. His face flushed with excitement. Your Majesty is wise. But this subordinate is too ignorant. After hearing this, Black Shadow quickly complimented. This is just a small amount of nourishment, so I don't need to care too much about it. The main thing is that his hatred of the thief is to my liking. Please help me find similar people with these stone rings. Send them to them, and collect some nourishment, Qing Jian said, taking out hundreds of stone rings and handing them to Heiying. Yes, I will do it later. The shadow nodded. Flowers of stone. That thing is really an elm tree. It has been watered for thousands of years, but it still hasn't figured out how to make it bloom. Thinking of this, Qing Jian sighed. Lord, the Lord of the Soul Sect asked me to take the message. He said that his side is ready. He wanted to ask the Lord when to start that plan. Black Shadow reported what he had prepared at this time. There is still a lack of primers, and stone flower must be guided by the primers before it can truly digest those nutrients. Tell the guy in verse that I haven't found the best introduction yet. I'll look for it again. If I can't find it, I'll use a substitute. Qing Jian waved his hand towards the Black Shadow and said, Yes, his subordinates will tell him. The Shadow nodded. Chapter 430. The 6 top guilds will solve the Storm Alliance first. New World. It has been a few days since the peak battle. Something happened in the past few days that attracted the attention of many players. There were many guilds, and the masters of their guilds spontaneously formed an alliance, which was the alliance to encircle and suppress Dalian. The excuse they made was because Dalian, Luijian and Yemuqian we formed a malicious team and attacked the contestants of their guild. This excuse is so lame that they can't even fool themselves. But even if it is a game, it has to be famous. Almost everyone knows that they formed an alliance for Dalian's artifact, but they still found an excuse to come out. Even because the guilds of Luijian and Yemuqian we were relatively strong, and there was no benefit in beating them. They only used this excuse to beat Dalian alone, because the excuse they made was so clumsy. No top guild joined their alliance. Top guilds still pay more attention to food and appearance. Even the top tier guilds did not participate. A guild of this size still needs to pay attention to its reputation. In this encirclement and suppression of Dalian, the most powerful guild is a first-line mid to upper guild, the Gale Alliance. They were the ones who started the encirclement and suppression of Dalian. But after they found that they could not defeat Dalian alone, they united all the guilds that were interested in Dalian. The demon Dao had just escaped from an encirclement and suppression. How about it? How many times is it today? Suchin asked with a smile. It's only the second time at noon. These people are really annoying. Yao Dao sighed helplessly. No guild has invited you recently? Suchin asked with interest. Of course there are. But they are all top-tier guilds. None of the 6 top guilds you mentioned, Mr. Su, have yet sent out invitations. But even though there was no invitation, they had discussions about buying artifacts. But I refused them all. By the way, Yfin came to invite me. But since his guild was not one of the 6 top guilds, he didn't report it. Yao Dao shook his head and reported to Su Chen. Although Yfen's guild is extremely close to the top guilds, it still hasn't made it into the top guilds. Yfeng, the number 1 person, is only the number 1 person on the peak list. In actual combat, he may not be the number 1 person. Besides, what Yfeng is good at is 1v1 and v fighting. To determine whether a guild is a top guild, it depends on a guild's combat power and financial resources. Attacking and defending a city costs a lot of money, as well as the ability to manage resources to generate money. These are all aspects that need to be considered. They are considering what kind of position they will give you. As a top guild, they will definitely not let you go. You have to give them an answer now. Su Chen touched his chin. It was actually Su Chen's intention to let the demon wander around and be besieged. It is not difficult to join the 6 top guilds as Daoyun. The difficulty is whether you can squeeze into the core level. After all, he wanted Yao Dao to be an undercover agent, and it would be boring to be someone outside the core layer. The so-called 6 top guilds are Dragon Court, Phantom Alliance, Star Dreamland, Stormwings, Magic Banquet Iron Alliance. Among them, Su Chen most wanted Daoyun to join. One was Star Dreamland, and the other was Sabbath. Even after the advent of the Great Age, these 2 major guilds immediately gained a dominant position. The least interesting thing is undoubtedly Stormwing, because the base he occupies now is the base of Stormwings. Why should he pay attention to them, since the place has been taken away by them? The bases of Star Dream and Sabbath do not exist in the real world itself, but are generated through props in the game world. Therefore, Su Chen was very concerned about their base. Although the Steel Alliance also has a solid steel city, the role of that city is a bit single, and Su Chen is a little disdainful of that place. Then what should I do? Please tell Mr. Su clearly, Yao Dao asked quickly. Among the guilds that are chasing you now, the strongest one is the Gale Alliance. You should destroy them by yourself first. When you show your strength, you will wait for the 6 major guilds to line up to give you a position. Su Chen smiled softly, and then sent an email. In this email, all the talismans were refined by Su Chen himself. Demon Dao's own profession now also makes talismans, so there is nothing wrong with giving these talismans. And in order to be different from his talismans, the batch of talismans that Su Chen gave to Yao Dao were all refined using another technique. The power will be weaker, but even if an expert draws a frame and checks it, it will not be found to be similar to his talisman. I understand, Mr. Su. Then I will go and do some work now. After Yao Dao received these items, he immediately understood what they meant. Don't worry. According to my information, the Gale Alliance is preparing to upgrade their guild tonight. There will be monsters attacking the city and raiding their guild. They will defend the city at their base. You know what I mean? If we go at night, it will be easier to do things even if the night is dark and windy. Su Chen has already arranged this for Yao Dao. Mr. Su is so wise. He really makes things clear to them. Yao Dao also quickly flattered him. The two laughed. The headquarters of the Guild of the Gale Alliance. As night fell, the guild hall of the Gale Alliance was brightly lit. Most of the players in the guild are online. However, no one looked too nervous. This upgrade of the guild station was just a small upgrade. This kind of small upgraded monster siege is usually not too strong. Yfin, the president of the Gale Alliance, stood on the wall of the guild's headquarters. Next to him stood the vice president Han Ning. That Daoyun is really good at running. I have caught him more than 10 times in the past few days, but I still haven't caught him. Yfin and Han Ning were chatting. They had just surrounded Daoyun during the day. Boss, don't be too anxious and take your time. No matter how good that guy is at running, he will be caught at some point. Han Ning comforted Yi Tai Lung. The reason why those top guilds haven't come to an end now is because they haven't found a suitable excuse yet. Otherwise, why do you think I had to find such a poor excuse in the first place? Just to make my appearance look ugly so that those top guilds can't be ashamed of themselves. Yada said coldly. Boss. Wonderful. I asked why we found such a bad excuse in the first place. It turned out to be the boss on purpose. Han Ning complimented the night because it was too cold. But we have to get it quickly. The artifact. Those top guilds will always be unable to bear it. Yfin shook his head, a little annoyed that he couldn't hold the ball like this. Ouch. Suddenly a wolf howled in the distance. Ouch. Ouch. Next, a group of wolves howled in response. Here we are. It turns out to be the wolf clan. Sure enough, this kind of ordinary upgraded monster is weak when attacking a city. Yfin felt happy when he heard the howling of wolves. There are no monsters that are too strong among the wolves. This is also because their station itself is an ordinary upgrade, and the level is not high enough. Those upgraded guilds from the top guilds will even be attacked by demonic dragons. In comparison, the wolves are much weaker. Let brothers solve it quickly. After solving it, I have other plans in the real world. Yfin waved his hand and said to Han Ing. Hee. Boss, I understand. Han Ing immediately responded with a knowing look. The boss of his own guild was probably going to have a cool night again. Soon, the wolves attacked. It's the Night Demon Wolf. And you still want me to come online? Hurry up and hit. It's time to get off work. Go to bed early. Anyway, the guild distributes points. You are still worried that the monsters are too weak. They are just workers. So don't be too outrageous. The guild members of the Gale Alliance also said one after another. Obviously, they didn't take the monsters attacking the city seriously. The Night Demon Wolf is said to be a wolf. But in fact it is more like a werewolf. Ordinary demon wolves still crawl. But elite demon wolves basically walk upright. In the dark, their combat effectiveness will increase. The Demon Wolf King also arrived in front of the guild station at this time. The Demon Wolf King's eyes flashed with a green light, revealing cunning and ferocity. It didn't attack immediately, obviously thinking of a way, because the enemy was very powerful. Damn it. Do you want to fight or not? I'm still in a hurry to get off work. It's outrageous. The monster is so timid. Will it be wasted if you don't fight it? If they don't fight, won't we have to wait for the 2.5 hours of siege time and stand here as a penalty? Because of the strength gap between the two sides. The Demon Wolf King hesitated, which made the players of the Gale League very dissatisfied. Originally, this time was relatively late, so everyone was forced to work overtime to get online. They all thought that the battle would be resolved in 10 or 20 minutes, so that they could get off work. But now the Demon Wolf King doesn't dare to fight, and the system won't let them retreat, which makes the battle longer. In fact, not only the guild members were anxious, but also the guild president. Is there a bug in this Demon Wolf King? Why doesn't he attack? Yfin stared at the Demon Wolf King not far away and said, there have been no bugs in the game so far. The Demon Wolf King is wise, and he probably feels that the strength gap between the two sides is too big to dare to fight. Han Ing took a look and analyzed. Tonight, my friend also helped me make an appointment with a very charming girl. Stinky Devil Wolf. Please don't waste my time. Order the brothers to go out of the city to fight. Yfin was also irritable and said directly. Han Ing glanced at Yfin in disbelief. Normally, his own president would not be so supportive. Although there is a huge disparity in combat power this time. If the monster siege fails, the guild station will face downgrade or be completely destroyed. Although Yfin is the president of this guild, he is also the major shareholder of this guild and has 1 vote of executive power. But if this fails, the losses will have to be compensated by Yfin to other shareholders. And the guild will have no choice but to sell off its property. The most stable thing is to wait 2.5 hours for the system to automatically determine that the defense has been successful. It's not like this when it's usually too cold at night. Han Ing thought about it carefully, and it seemed that the problem lay with that particularly juicy sister. I really don't know if it's my charming sister who makes Yfin be so reckless. It's not good. If there are other ambushes, the guild station will not be safe. As the vice president, Han Ing has the obligation to persuade at this time. It's just such a useless wolf. So scared. Right now, Yfin was all thinking about Shuiling's sister. How could she care so much about her? And she ran away after asking him to wait for 2.5 hours. Open the city gate and go out to solve it quickly. Yfin gave the order directly on the guild channel. The president is so powerful. That's it. This kind of waste monster. You still have to wait for 2.5 hours to do something. They don't even dare to attack the city. What a coward. After hearing the president's order, many guild members were naturally very happy. For them, many of them work in this guild and are no different from office workers. Originally, going online at this time in the evening is already considered overtime work. If you have to work overtime for 2.5 hours, who is not in the mood? These monsters were originally very weak monsters and did not need to rely on the city wall. They were treated like little scum. Only some old members of the guild felt that the strategy of fighting out of the city was too radical. It's just that they spoke softly. Not only the president said this, but most of the others were very excited and agreed to leave the city. If any of them spoke up, they would offend not only the president, but also their colleagues in the workplace. Anyway, as old members of the guild, They haven't received much preferential treatment. So if you think about it carefully, they have nothing to worry about from the guild. You regard the guild as your family, and the guild treats you as a beast. If you go out to fight, just go out and fight. Anyway, you can get off work earlier this way. As a mid to upper tier guild among the first tier guilds, the Gale Alliance's members have quite high combat effectiveness. Facing these night demon wolves is like chopping melons and vegetables. There is no difficulty at all. If it goes on like this, it won't even take 20 minutes to resolve the battle. How about it? I said I can hit you casually. Yfin is still a little dissatisfied with Han Ying's persuasion to him just now. Sometimes it sounds like it sounds good, but it's actually just cowardly. Yfin also adopted an educational tone. It is indeed the players of the Gale League who are chasing those night demon wolves right now. Even if you want to argue. Haining. Facts speak louder than words. The other party is also the president. So he is at a disadvantage in every aspect. Yes, the boss is right. Han Ying could only deal with it with a smile. But seeing the president being so arrogant, Han Ying also felt a little chilled. Since he thinks about the guild wholeheartedly, he will still be scolded. Boom! At this moment, an explosion occurred below the city wall. Several guild players didn't pay attention. Some were blocked. And those who were not blocked were in poor condition. Night Demon Wolf discovered the turning point. And immediately performed, okay, last minute hits on the players. What the hell? Can the Night Demon Wolf also use fire explosion magic? Yfin said a little confused. Originally, he was still thinking about that watery sister. But now, he was a little out of mood. Han Ying opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He didn't say anything for a while, and was scolded again. But Yfin didn't react immediately. He was also wondering if the Night Demon Wolf had any new moves. But even if the Night Demon Wolf had new moves, it would only be the Night Demon Wolf. But another moment passed. Boom. There were 2 more explosions in succession. Every explosion, combined with the Night Demon Wolf's last hit, can always take away several players. Something's wrong. Go back to the city. At this time, Yfin finally realized something. Following Yfing's command, the players of the Storm Alliance quickly retreated to the city. The person who made the sneak attack was naturally a demon. Now that he has been discovered, the demon can no longer pretend. The sword formation rises. The sword array composed of 7 swords immediately harvested the players on the battlefield. Due to the concealment ability of the artifact Phantom Cloak, the place where the demon appears directly behind the player's camp. Most of the targets attacked by 7 swords are fragile output professions such as mages, priests, bows and arrows. And in order to increase the firepower, consumables such as Fire Talisman, Thunder Talisman and Poison Talisman are also sold, as if they are free of charge. The players have to return to the city gate. And the city gate is not big, so the players' camp is quite compact. The back row of the gathered camp was bombarded by demons. And the loss was not insignificant. Even in the elite group, faced with such a bombardment, hundreds of players were killed in an instant. The Demon Wolf King was a little afraid to fight at first. But when he saw the fire behind the human players, he did not miss the opportunity. Ouch! As the Demon Wolf King issued the order to attack, the Demon Wolves launched an all-round attack on the players. Now the players have a pack of demonic wolves in front of them, and a demonic path behind them, putting them in a dilemma. That person is the Yfin from the daytime. Han Ying recognized the opponent immediately through his attack method. Although Fu Zhuan's attack on demons is rarely shown, he does have records of using Fu Zhuan. And his profession also has that skill. The more obvious symbol is the 7 swords of different colors, which are the main attack method of the demon. I don't know other stars. I want you to tell me. Lung Tailung yelled angrily and said, Now I'm asking you what to do. Being yelled at by Yfin, Han Ying became a little impatient. I didn't listen when I tried to persuade him. But now that something went wrong, I thought of him again. But no matter what, he signed a contract with the guild, and he should do things with the high salary offered by the guild. There are 2 ways. One is for you, the boss, to personally lead people out to rescue the team. And the second is to immediately close the city gate and let the remaining players continue to defend the city. Han Ying was still calm at this time and immediately came up with 2 solutions. In fact, the safest thing is to abandon the players outside the city and defend the city well to still be able to fight. After all, if all the outside players were killed once, the compensation losses borne by the guild would be acceptable. But if the guild station is lost, it will really be downgraded, or directly banned by the system. Rely on the remaining strength to hold the guild gate and persist until the first batch of players are resurrected to fight again. Then the advantage is still with the Storm Alliance. The second method is what Han Ning thinks is the best. But he didn't say it directly, because he directly said the second method. With Yi Tailing's character, there would be no reward if he succeeded. But if he failed, Yi Tailing would probably have to settle accounts with him. In the past, Han Ning might not have thought so much, and would have directly come up with the second solution based on the guild. But after the scolding just now, it kind of woke him up. If you find a way, he is worthy of his salary. As for which one to choose, it is up to you. Yi Tailong. To choose. He didn't make a choice. Yi Tailing chose it himself. Even if there is a video. If you want to make him take the blame at the board of directors meeting, he won't be able to take the blame at all.